Roland Boer, Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, A Guide for Foreigners, for Domenico Losordo, Preface. Let me begin with a quotation from Mao Zedong. Some foreigners say that our ideological reform is brainwashing. As I see it, they are correct in what they say. It is washing brains, that's what it is. This brain of mine was washed to become what it is. After joining the revolution, it was slowly washed for several decades. What I received before was all bourgeois education, and even some feudal education. Mao was speaking to Chinese students studying in Moscow in 1957, but his words are still resonant today. For me, at least, the in-depth study of Chinese Marxism, of socialism with Chinese characteristics, has required a washing of my brain, a washing that has taken a dozen years or more. Why? When I first came to China, I thought I was open-minded, thought that I did not assume the frameworks and assumptions with which I had been brought up and educated. How wrong I was. Like other foreigners, I had developed an opinion about China that was quite erroneous. This is particularly so for those from the small number of countries that make up the West. I have found that those who have grown up in socialist countries, past and present, find it much easier to understand socialism with Chinese characteristics. This is also the case for the many who come from developing countries, for there too is a living memory of the experience of colonial depredation at the hands of the West. So if you are like me, having been brought up and educated in one of the few Western countries, then you may well need to engage in a process of washing your brain so as to be able to understand socialism with Chinese characteristics or Sinified Marxism. Another way of putting it is liberating thought, a term that became a central feature of Deng Xiaoping's tenure and crucial in the launching the reform and opening up. For Deng, liberating thought entailed liberation from old dogmas and assumptions about what socialism should be and indeed what capitalism was. To be clear, this is not some liberal freedom of expression that simply reinforces Western liberal frameworks. Instead, the liberation of thought is central to the correct theoretical line of Marxism itself. Marxism is not a dogma, but a guide to action, a method for analysis, and a framework, in China, for the construction of socialism. By now, it should be obvious that I will have much to say concerning Marxism in this book. The simple reason is that Marxism is front and center in the Chinese project of constructing socialism. Socialism? Yes, I agree with the vast majority of Chinese scholars and common people, along with not a few in many other parts of the world, that the Chinese project is indeed a socialist project. Thus, if you want to understand China, you need to understand Marxism, especially Chinese Marxism. Those who ignore Chinese Marxism risk profound misunderstandings of China and its path. My primary focus is the reform and opening up. Launched by Deng Xiaoping and the CPC in 1978. I will also have much to say at various points on the longer Marxist tradition, especially on the development of contradiction analysis and the theory of socialist democracy. But my focus remains the distinctly Marxist project of the reform and opening up. As I indicate in the introductory chapter, this book primarily uses research undertaken by Chinese Marxist scholars in order to understand socialism with Chinese characteristics. This research has thus far been overwhelmingly published in the Chinese language and has not been studied outside China as much it should have been studied. Although there are some notable exceptions, Domenico Losordo, Colin Mackerras, Nick Knight, Stefano Azzara, and Barry Sotman, I do not find much Western material on China particularly useful. Most of these latter works fall into the trap of using Western categories to understand China Yishi Jizhong. Even more, when an occasional Western Marxist feels called upon to opine about China, we find that such an effort uses Western categories to understand Marx Yishi Jiema. For these reasons and more, it is necessary to deploy the extraordinary depth and range of Chinese Marxist scholarship to understand socialism with Chinese characteristics. Many are those whom I need to thank for discussing and debating the material presented in this book. They include Colin Mackerras, Stefano Azzara, Antonis Balasopoulos, Yanis Kokosalakis, Tamara Prosic, Karsten Boyer-Thogerson, Sean Sayers, Jeff Boucher, James Juniper, and, among local CPA branch members, Grant Osland, Peter Ron, Bryn Lewis, Andrew Raymond, Darren Ward, and Dave. In China, my long path to understanding socialism with Chinese characteristics has included vital conversations with Yang Huilin, Zhang Fengyu, Zhang Shuangli, Zhang Jing, Zhu Yanming, Yu Min, and more recently Hong Xiaonan, Fang Yumei, Le Guixiang, Chen Xiaogui, Ko Hong, and Yan Ping. I hope I have done justice to their many insights and helpful comments, both witting and unwitting. As ever, Christina Pedersen has heard and discussed most with me as part of the division of labor in our common project. The book is dedicated to Domenico Losordo, from whom I have learnt much. Although we met on only one occasion before he died, That time was a week together in China. We participated in 2 conferences, one in Beijing and one in Shanghai, traveling by train between the 2 cities. During that time, we talked much and found much common ground. At one point, Lacerda said to me, "You need to be patient. We are part of the mainstream." Of course, our mutual appreciation of and desire to understand the many developments of Marxism from Russia to China, especially during the era of socialist construction after a proletarian revolution, means that we are in fact part of the mainstream. This means too that all of the developments in Chinese Marxism, and thus of socialism with Chinese characteristics, is indeed the mainstream. This book is an effort to present central features of this mainstream development to those who may know relatively little but desire to know more. Dalian, Liaoning, China. February 2021. Roland Boer. Chapter 1. Introduction, Marxism as China's Special Skill. 1.1 General. The best way to understand China and its path is through Chinese Marxism. It is as simple and as complex as that. I should hardly need to point out that the need to understand China's path grows by the day, especially as its rejuvenation gathers pace and hits ever new targets. In light of this situation, it seems as though nearly everyone in the world now has an opinion on China, no matter whether they know anything about the place or not. But what soon becomes apparent amongst all the various opinions, and indeed scholarly works from other parts of the world, is that very few of them pay any attention to Chinese Marxism, or indeed socialism with Chinese characteristics. Even less are prepared to devote themselves to the arduous but rewarding task of studying what Chinese Marxist scholars themselves have to say about China's path. This is precisely what I do in this book. I offer a careful presentation of socialism with Chinese characteristics in light of the research undertaken by Chinese Marxist scholars, research that has been overwhelmingly published in the Chinese language. In light of this research, it is quite very that China is vigorously following the socialist road, and that Marxism is in the driver's seat on that road. So let us plunge straight in and see what it means for Marxism to be the core and center of the Chinese project. Marxism, and especially Marxist philosophy, is regarded as China's special skill. The 4-character Chinese term, kanje benling, means a stock in trade, a special knack, a particular and honed skill that one has for, literally, looking after the home. 1.2 Marxism as China's special skill. Some may be surprised, how can it be that a major global power has Marxist philosophy as its special skill? Not merely philosophy, which may seem surprising enough in itself, but Marxist philosophy. Obviously, we need to dig deeper, so I will examine 3 interrelated texts by none other than Xi Jinping. The first concerns the central role of Marxist philosophy in the social sciences, the second deals with dialectical materialism, and the third concerns historical materialism. The first has become a much-referenced landmark text, initially delivered as a speech at a major forum on philosophy and the social sciences in May of 2016. I will give it extended attention in a moment, but before doing so, we need to ask what is meant by Marxist philosophy. 1.2.1 Defining Marxist philosophy. The answer appears in the other 2 pieces mentioned. Marxist philosophy entails dialectical materialism as its method and historical materialism as its application. This is a mainstream definition of Marxist philosophy, which has its roots in Marx and Engels, was explicitly identified in Soviet Marxism, and has been developed further in Chinese Marxism. You will find some in a few small corners of the world suggesting that only historical materialism is appropriate. But this is a view from a small tributary and not the mainstream. As for dialectical materialism, it entails 4 key propositions. The world is unified in matter, and matter determines consciousness. So policies should be developed in light of objective reality, since the movement of contradictions is a determining feature of matter. One should strengthen one's awareness of such contradictions and seek to resolve them. The fundamental method of materialist dialectics is to think dialectically and develop the ability to deal with complex situations and problems. Theory has a crucial role. Think of Marxist theory in terms of the dialectical relationship between knowledge and practice, but theoretical innovation should always be based on practice, on seeking truth from facts. In sum, as a method, dialectical materialism is concerned with the inherent contradictions in matter, nature, and human society, with the need for dialectical analysis of such contradictions so to develop appropriate theories, policies, and programs, including those of governance and economic planning. I will have more to say in the second chapter on contradiction analysis, which is another way of speaking about dialectical materialism as it has encountered the Chinese philosophical tradition. In regard to historical materialism, this is the specific application of a Marxist method in order to understand human social development. In this case, there are three core principles: analyze and develop policies in light of basic social contradictions, which should be understood specifically in terms of the contradictions between the means and relations of production, between the economic base and superstructure, although productive forces provide the material prerequisite for all social life. So much so that the basic task of socialism is to liberate the forces of production so as to improve the lives of all. There is also a complex dialectical relation between the economic base and the superstructure, and between the means and relations of production so that constant adjustments are needed. People are the makers of history in the sense that, to gloss Marx, while objective realities determine the direction of a society, initiative and innovation from the common people can bring about changes in this reality. This twofold definition of Marxist philosophy and its method is perhaps a little abstract and may be somewhat unfamiliar to those not aware of the Marxist tradition. But I have brought this definition to the fore in my treatment here to show how important it is in China, especially during the reform and opening up. Notably, the texts by Xi Jinping concerning dialectical and historical materialism were initially delivered as relatively brief contributions to collective study sessions of the CPC Central Committee's Politburo early in Xi Jinping's tenure. Obviously, Xi was keen to clarify the foundations of his tenure as General Secretary of the CPC and as President of the People's Republic. Much of the rest of this book will unfold various aspects of this definition, but in what follows, I would like to discuss the longer and more detailed speech on philosophy and the social sciences. 1.2.2 Philosophy and the Social Sciences. The text begins by emphasizing that philosophy and the social sciences are as important as the natural sciences in a country's development. Indeed, that the former are a benchmark of a country's overall level. Here Xi quotes Engels: "A nation that wants to climb the pinnacles of science cannot possibly manage without theoretical thought for a moment." Further, every great leap of human civilization is intimately connected with the transformational knowledge and theoretical guidance of philosophy and the social sciences, as the histories of Western Europe and of China show. Already we can see how remarkable the speech is. It would be difficult to find another leader of a major country emphasizing the central role of philosophy and the social sciences. From my own experience in Western countries, I have seen these disciplines not merely restricted to small university departments, but also progressively whittled down and abolished, since they are seen as useless and idle pursuits. Not so in China, and not so for Xi Jinping. However, it is not merely philosophy as such, or indeed the social sciences as such. Xi's historical narrative concerning China moves from its ancient philosophical endeavors through its colonial humiliation to the arrival of Marxism in China. Indeed, it was this arrival, initially enabled by the report of the canons of the October Revolution in Russia, that ushered in the contemporary era of philosophy and the social sciences. As we have seen, it is explicitly Marxist philosophy that Xi has in mind, which has guided China's path for a century. At the same time, Xi emphasizes that philosophy and the social sciences in China leave much to be desired in today's rapidly changing world, so much so that they are not really living up to the calling of the era. What era? China is experiencing the most extensive and profound social changes in its history, and it is carrying out the most ambitious and uniquely practical innovation in human history. A tall claim, perhaps, but Xi has in mind the two centenary goals of 2021 and 2049, with the aims of achieving a moderately well-off, healthy, and peaceful country, and then a strong, socialistically modernized country, Shehui Xiandaiwa Changguo. For a socialist project, these goals are unprecedented, especially when we keep in mind that China is already the most powerful socialist country in human history. For Xi, however, the standard and level of Chinese philosophy and social sciences is not commensurate with the country's national strength and international status. The message to the philosophers and social scientists: live up the calling, stand at the forefront of these developments, guide them, innovate, and become world leaders. In short, lift your game. When reading the text of this speech, I try to imagine what was going through the minds of those present, from well-known scholars to aspiring students. Would they be inspired by such words, or would they be daunted by the challenge of a comprehensive shakeup of the whole system in China so that philosophy and the social sciences would be at the forefront nationally and internationally? Add to this the fact that Marxism is to provide the overall framework and leading position for all such research and innovation, and I can imagine not a few quailing at the task. On a smaller scale, I have been present at a dinner where the dean of a school of Marxism, the nerve center of Chinese universities, stipulated to all present that their research should be focused on Marxism, and that it should seek not merely to be published in the best presses and journals, but that it should also seek to contribute to society as a whole. More than one person present confided in me that this was a major call indeed. Xi's speech provides concrete proposals for a qualitative improvement in the way Marxism should guide the development of philosophy and the social sciences, the integration of Marxism's basic principles and methods with China's rich history, as well as drawing upon positive developments throughout the world. Albeit within the framework of Marxism, the need for profound innovation and breakthroughs in dealing with new problems. The development, a comprehensive system of research that includes the whole range of other disciplines, increased international engagement, and the necessary resources to attract the best talents, the improvement of the CPC's leadership, not merely in enabling a whole spate of improvements in philosophy and the social sciences, but in the fabric of the party itself, so that advanced Marxist philosophy is at the core of the party's agenda. Clearly, some hard work was needed in 2016 to ensure that Marxism would once again become the overarching framework for all pursuits. Concrete work began immediately, and I have witnessed at many levels how this call to qualitative improvement is bearing fruit. From the transformation of schools of Marxism into the nerve centers of universities to the growth of high-quality international journals published in English. But one may wonder, is it wise to make philosophy and the social sciences serve a specific agenda? Should they not be free to pursue their various avenues for the sake of knowledge itself? Xi addresses this question specifically, pointing out that all depends on the overall framework and value system. Thus, the very terms I have used in these questions arise from the Western liberal tradition, in which such disciplines provided the means by which the Western world studied itself, explained its own functioning, the better to control what was happening. Xi points out that there is no pure philosophy, for it all depends on the question, for whom? For the minority or the majority, for intellectuals in ivory towers or for the people, as Center Yi Renmin Wei Zhongxin that said, Marxism is by no means a closed system, a dogma Jiao Yi, or doctrine Jiao Tiao, that means the end of free intellectual inquiry. On the contrary, it is an open and problem-oriented system, a starting point for further research and a method for such research. Indeed, a Marxist framework is arguably even more open than the liberal tradition's empty formulae. This is all very well, but is this emphasis on Marxist philosophy and social science no more than an academic pursuit, restricted to the ivory towers of research institutes and universities? One may be tempted by this Western perspective, especially if one focuses only on the academic reforms begun by Hu Jintao that led to Marxism becoming a discipline in its own right, along with 6 sub-disciplines. In his speech, Xi acknowledges that this had been a problem in some quarters, along with lack of competence, the devolution into jargon and textbook language, the sense that Marxism was outdated and simply ideological. Indeed, that China was no longer pursuing Marxism at all. Clearly, this situation was unacceptable, and one of the effects of the speech was to deal with such problems through improving the quality and focus of compulsory courses in Marxism in high schools and universities. Through programs to attract the best students into Marxist programs and in providing significant structural and financial support. That it entailed weeding out the relatively few liberals and anti-Marxists goes without saying, a process that I have witnessed in different quarters. However, there is a deeper issue here that goes to the very heart of academic research in China. As Chang Gaisheng puts it, philosophy, zhexu, a loan word via Japanese, in China has a history of maxims from the dialogues of sages, rather than the construction of abstract systems of thought. While this has led some Western philosophers to look down on the Chinese tradition, it means that philosophy is not the mere pursuit of intellectual understanding or the pleasure of constructing systems of thought, but devotion to the activities and realities of life. Philosophy exists as a way of life, is integrated with life, and seeks to improve life. Or, as Xi Jinping puts it in his speech, the great achievements of philosophy and the social sciences have been created in answering and solving the major problems faced by humanity and society. Researchers live in a real society, so much so that without flesh and blood human beings, philosophy would have no attraction, appeal, influence, or vitality. Thus, philosophy, and especially Marxist philosophy, is not seen in China as merely a scientific or academic pursuit, a preserve of scholars divorced from everyday realities. Indeed, this approach, so common in Western academia, is seen as a distortion and weakening of Marxism itself. Instead, philosophers and social scientists are by very definition engaged or organic intellectuals, focused on solving the major problems of the day. They also have the major responsibility of training the builders of socialism and their successors, who will be well developed morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically. The 4-character saying used here is Leid Shuren, with the senses of strengthening moral education and cultivating people, as well as fostering character and civic virtue. In this light, Marx's famous 11th thesis on Feuerbach gains a whole new meaning. Marxism has a distinctive practical character, which is not only committed to explaining the world scientifically, but is also committed to actively changing the world. 1.2.3. The General Secretary as a thinker. A question may linger for some. Isn't all this attention to the thought of a political leader a little too much like fawning and obsequiousness, or perhaps propaganda on his behalf? The question is pertinent since I will deal extensively with the thought of Deng Xiaoping and return to Xi Jinping. On this matter, we encounter a problem to which I will return a little later. One of the roadblocks for those unfortunate enough to have been raised in a Western liberal context is the absence of any serious attention to the thought of political leaders. Even if such a leader has written and published anything of substance, a rare occurrence indeed in the West, such material is of interest to only a few for the sake of what passes as political analysis. Indeed, the task of such analysis is to cut through or look behind the rhetoric that has been carefully crafted by professional spin doctors. It is assumed that such an approach is critical and objective, but in doing so, of course, it becomes an ideological prop of the Western liberal system itself. In light of such assumptions, it should be no surprise that there are in Western contexts very few serious engagements with any communist leader's thought when a communist party has been in power. Those familiar with the communist tradition have a somewhat different perspective. In this case, the thought of the party's general secretary is crucial, especially works that mark a new step in the development of Marxist theory in light of changing circumstances. Of course, to focus on an individual leader may seem a little strange for a tradition that emphasizes the collective as the foundation for a fully rounded individual, let alone the collective role of urban and rural workers. The answer is obvious. The General Secretary's work is never an isolated occurrence, but arises from a collective leadership and especially from periods of intense study and debate. Think of Mao Zedong's study circle in Yan'an in the 1930s, from which the landmark studies on contradiction and practice arose, or the late-night discussions of Deng Xiaoping's comrades as they sought to plot a path for the reform and opening up. These actions did not take place in a vacuum, for they were part and parcel of intense debates with the Communist Party itself. Fair enough, one might think. We can see the process in the past and study it carefully. But the present? Even Western Marxists balk at such a focus. They are happy to discuss and debate leaders of the past and their legacy, but not the present. They tend to toe the line that careful study of a current General Secretary's writings seems a little too obsequious, especially when, according to Western liberal assumptions, one should take a journalistic approach and engage in what passes for criticism. Not so for the communist tradition, in which the thought of current leaders, as well as those of the past, not merely deserves but demands careful study. It follows from all of this that the party's general secretary must be a thinker. Some may have spoken and written more and some less than others. Deng Xiaoping, for example, preferred to get down to work rather than write long screeds. It is simply not enough to serve one's time in the political workings of the party, to rise through the ranks by means of experience and merit. One must also be a thinker, and preferably a thinker of some substance. How then should their contributions be assessed? In his speech commemorating the 120th anniversary of Mao Zedong's birth, Xi Jinping identified Mao's major contributions to Chinese Marxism and China's socialist road. But he also observed, revolutionary leaders are human beings, not gods. We cannot worship them like gods or refuse to allow people to point out and correct their errors just because they are great. Neither can we totally repudiate them and erase their historical feats just because they made mistakes. 1.3 Chinese Characteristics. The title of this book is Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, Zhongguo Tese. This is the standard term used in China, along with the sinification Zhongguohua of Marxism. There is no mystique in such terms, despite efforts in some quarters to espy, with Orientalist assumptions, a deft concealment. Simply put, it means that Marxism has its basic principles and method, but that the method itself needs to take account of the specific historical, economic, and cultural realities of a country. Or, as Qi Yiming puts it, the Chinese characteristics entail China's specific practice of Marxism, the era in which China finds itself, and China's culture and history. But why not simply call it socialism, rather than adding the Chinese characteristics? History is important. The desire to express this reality dates back to the Zunyi Conference of January 1935. Held at the early stages of the Long March, the expanded conference of the Politburo finally brought to a head simmering tensions between Mao's circle and the Moscow-appointed leadership's effort to impose the model of the Russian Revolution on China. In light of recent military disasters resulting in the need to evacuate the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet, the former were removed by popular vote and replaced with Mao and other comrades. At last, they were able to enact a revolutionary approach that was sensitive to the specific conditions in China. Not long after this crucial event, Mao began to speak of China's own laws of development and its own national characteristics. In fact, there is no such thing as abstract Marxism, but only concrete Marxism, juti de mekisijui, by which Mao meant Marxism that is applied to the concrete struggle in the concrete conditions, juti huanjing, prevailing in China, and not Marxism abstractly used. Mao urged that the whole party needed to address the question of the sinification of Marxism, mekisijui zhongguoha. That is to say, making certain that in all its manifestations, it is imbued with Chinese characteristics, zhongguo de texing, using it according to Chinese peculiarities, zhongguo de tadian. Or, as Mao put it somewhat more poetically a few years later, the target is the Chinese Revolution, the arrow is Marxism-Leninism. This emphasis on Chinese conditions runs all the way from the strategy of using the countryside to surround the cities Nongkun Baowei, Changxi, to the socialist market economy of the reform and opening up. Alongside these historical realities are specific philosophical developments in light of dialectical materialism, with which I engage in more detail in Chapter 3. But there is an important consequence of this emphasis on China's specific conditions for the development of socialism. In the same way that the development of a China model for a proletarian revolution and the subsequent construction of socialism is not dependent on foreign templates or models, so also does China not seek to impose its approach on others. I will have more to say on this question in later chapters, but the fundamental approach of the China model Zhongguo Moshi is that China will lead by example and urge others to develop approaches suitable to their own conditions. But is it really? Socialism? Stress too much, the specific characteristics, and one risks losing touch with the core Marxist principles and methods. Thus, it always needs to be remembered that socialism with Chinese characteristics is socialism and not some other ism. 1.4 Historical Nihilism. It will soon become clear that I do not refer to much secondary literature of a Western provenance. The main reason is that a significant amount of this literature on China leaves much to be desired. To be clear, there are notable exceptions, from whom I have learnt much in my research. These include Domenico Lucerto's insightful Marxist work on China, The Wise Reflections of Colin Mackerras, the earlier careful studies of Nick Knight and Barry Sotman's sharp pieces. More limited assistance can be found in a few other works that try at least to take China seriously, but do not engage at all with Marxism. Beyond such works, one soon descends into what in China is known as historical nihilism, lishi shuizhui, by which is meant the denial of the proletarian revolution, negating the leadership of the CPC, and ignoring Marxism, or suggesting that Marxism is outdated and that China has abandoned Marxism. In a Chinese context, the disaster that befell the Soviet Union is seen as a clear example of the effects of historical nihilism. In that context, there was intense ideological struggle, during which the achievements of the October Revolution and the Soviet Communist Party were denied. Lenin and Stalin were belittled. Party organizations at all levels lost their way, and the military was no longer under the leadership of the party. The result, the massive Communist Party of the Soviet Union scattered like birds and beasts, Niaoshazen, and the vast socialist state of the Soviet Union collapsed and fell apart fenbeng lixi. In short, historical nihilism is the favored tool of those hostile to the communist project, those who seek to vilify and slander China and its path. I suggest that the various approaches of historical nihilism can best be categorized in terms of subgenres, some of them with vestiges of the more unsavory aspects of the Christian tradition that has an abiding influence on Western thought forms. 1.4.1 Typology of Western genres. Secular apocalypse, this type is also known as the China Doomer approach, in which someone seeks to predict yet again the apocalyptic crash of China's economic and political system. One of the earlier works that set the tone was Gordon Chang's The Coming Collapse of China, although one can trace such fantasies back to the establishment of the People's Republic in 1949.1. If one is fond of recycling this narrative, then it is quite easy to get such a work published in one or another less than reputable press. Every year a new title or more appears proposing a collapse or crisis, focusing on whatever aspect takes the author's fancy, but each time recycling the old Judeo-Christian myth of the apocalyptic end of the world. As this tradition makes clear, the weary repetition of such predictions does not seem to dampen the enthusiasm of those who propagate them. Dystopian fiction, such works peddle old anti-communist tropes, such as cultural genocide in Tibet, forced labor in Xinjiang, human rights abuses in Hong Kong, suppression of minority nationalities, a surveillance state, authoritarian dictatorship that suppresses freedom of the press, and so on and so on. This type of material is known as atrocity propaganda, an old anti-communist and indeed anti-anyone who does not toe the Western line approach that tries to manufacture a certain image for popular consumption. These pieces of atrocity propaganda feed off one another, creating a dystopia that can only be a fiction for anyone who actually spends some time in China, let alone lives there. The only way I can make sense of this type of material is that it belongs to the genre of dystopian science fiction, in which another planet is created with a country called China. This fictional representation has nothing to do with the real China here on Earth. Ghost story. This subgenre postulates that the Communist Party is a secretive and paranoid outfit that is terribly afraid of its own people and seeks world domination. Here, too, one can be assured of a publication in a less than reputable press if one suggests, for example, that the social credit system is geared to surveillance of a restive population, or that women are indoctrinated to produce the next generation of communists, or indeed that the CPC has a long-term plan to undermine global institutions and take over the world. Much like a ghost story, really, in which one has an irrational belief in ghosts, fits bits and pieces into an apparently coherent narrative of ghostly appearances, and then denies the overwhelming weight of empirical evidence to the contrary. The result? Spooks everywhere. Conspiracy theory, this one is particularly favored by the relatively few scholars who mostly belong to the small tributary or side stream known as Western Marxism. The theory relies on an initial betrayal. Think of Adam and Eve and the first sin, or Judas Iscariot with Jesus of Nazareth, of Marxism by one or another leader. In a Chinese context, the favored traitor is Deng Xiaoping, who is cast as a capitalist roader, and who supposedly undid all of the socialist achievements of Mao Zedong. Now the conspiracy theory comes into play. Since they believe that China has embarked on a capitalist road since the beginning of the reform and opening up, it follows that all of the many and detailed statements, along with all of the scholarly research projects that are based on empirical data and show that China is actually following a socialist path, must take the form of a massive conspiracy theory with an elaborately coded language. How massive? It has been going for over 40 years and includes the CPC leadership, tens of thousands of scholars, tens of millions of CPC members, and hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens. Quite impressive, really, but only if one believes in conspiracy theories. Orientalist mystery, an old Western and deeply racist trope, the Orientalist mystery has many levels. It runs all the way from the notion of implacable Asian faces, through the suggestion that people disappear when under police investigation, to the belief that the Communist Party is hiding some horrible truth. In terms of the latter, the possibilities are endless, but I am, for the purposes of the present study, particularly interested in the suggestion that the truth of Mao Zedong in terms of what he said and did, of the Cultural Revolution or Tiananmen Square in 1989, or indeed Xinjiang today, have all been concealed and kept from the public eye. Obviously, this subgenre is closely connected with conspiracy theories, but the Orientalist mystery brings to the fore the deeply racist nature of such assumptions. It goes back to the idea of the mystery, both dangerous and sexualized, of the East hidden behind a curtain or veil. Sectarian intolerance, once again an approach that afflicts Western Marxists, but there are many others who also respond with sectarian or ideologically inspired intolerance and rejection. I have experienced this response on a number of occasions when one aspect or another of the research contained in this book has been presented or published. Some listeners and readers simply block it out, suggesting that any effort to present empirical facts, such as the achievements in poverty alleviation, ecological development, promotion of rule of law and human rights, and the nature of China's socialist democracy, is partisan. Indeed, the absurd suggestion that anything that is not a dismissal is partisan, along with the passionate denial of the realities of China today, obviously overlaps with some of the other approaches mentioned above. But it also has a distinct air of the sectarian intolerance of Christian groups who are so often given to a zero-sum approach to other groups and reject them entirely. In all of these various subgenres, one finds not merely a residue of Christian narrative influences, even in Marxist scholars, but also a studied avoidance of Chinese Marxist scholarship. The obvious reason is that if a Western scholar did focus on such research, his or her pet narrative subgenre would fall apart. But some may ask, is this really fair, offering a caricature of much of Western scholarship on China? What about some who try to present objective scientific analyses? 1.4.2 using Western categories to understand China. On this matter, we encounter what Chinese researchers call yishi jizhong, using Western frameworks or categories in an effort to understand China. By this is meant not so much methods that initially had a Western provenance and have been Sinified, Marxism being the most notable, but the assumed framework of Western liberalism and its perspectives on what an economy, state, and society should look like. Within this framework, the assumed categories include civil society over against the state, politics as an antagonistic struggle between political parties or factions, Democracy defined as elections between different political parties, human rights as civil and political rights, the rise and existence of a middle class, and indeed a working class, and that a market economy is by definition a capitalist market economy, as the misleading slogan by Count Ludwig von Mises would have it. The alternative is still either socialism or a market economy. From this framework arises a distortion of language, such as socialist and post-socialist, with 1978 being the turning point. The terminology of conservative and reformer, with conservatives being communists like Deng Xiaoping and reformers being the odd liberal. The student unrest of 1989 as a turning point along such conservative or reformer lines, and the assumption that human beings everywhere hanker after the illusory freedom and democracy of a Western provenance. This whole framework, and its usually unquestioned assumptions, produces strange works that seek to analyze China as an emerging capitalist market economy, with a rising middle class that would demand its liberal freedom and democracy, were it not for a repressive communist party that is conservative to the core. It certainly leads to circular research results. A good example is the search for evidence of democracy, focusing on grassroots democratic practices. Since the whole perspective for what counts as democracy is the rather thin Western liberal notion, they typically fail to find evidence, and so must conclude that such an absence is due to an authoritarian political structure that represses such democracy. You cannot find what is not there, especially when you ignore the reality of a relatively mature socialist democracy. Why do these perspectives remain influential in Western efforts to misrepresent China? After all, what counts as the West is a relatively few countries, perhaps 12-15, that comprise only 14% of the global population. A major reason can be found in the fact that all of them are former colonizers and have, through such colonial endeavors, been able to assert a dominant discourse that arises from Western liberalism. Of course, this is a somewhat aberrant perspective in the world. As Igor Diakonov was fond of pointing out, the historical development of the Western Peninsula of the Eurasian landmass is quite unlike other parts of the world and should certainly not be seen as a model. For Chinese scholars, those who peddle Western perspectives and models fall into the trap of Yishi Zhejiang, seeking to understand China with Western eyes. To be sure, there are a few who seek to challenge such a framework in various ways, arguing that Western frameworks will always lead to mistakes when trying to understand China. Agreed, but they tend to do so through a culturalist approach that posits an inherent cultural difference. Let us go a step further and focus for a moment on Western Marxist scholars, some of whom I have already mentioned. In this case, Chinese scholars speak of Yixi Jiema, using Western categories to understand Marx. Isn't this a step too far, since Marx was after all a German and thus a Western scholar and communist? The point is pertinent, since there seems to be an almost constitutive inability within Western Marxism to understand socialism with Chinese characteristics. Having spent more time I should have done in the various lanes and alleys of Western Marxism, I have found that a number of factors play a role. We have already met the liking for betrayal narratives, with many potential candidates all the way from Engels to Deng Xiaoping, as well as the inherent deployment of Orientalist mystery. But here I should also mention a holier-than-thou attitude to many parts of the world deemed inferior and not living up to a supposed Western standard. An attitude that reveals Western Marxism's tailism to Western imperialism and colonialism. The deforming effect of utopian messianism, in which the possibility of socialism, let alone communism, becomes a hoped-for dream and is used as the basis for condemning actual proletarian revolutions and efforts to construct socialism. A reductionism that sees class struggle only in terms of bourgeoisie and proletariat, and thus fails to see that Marx and Engels also included anti-colonial struggles for liberation, as well as the struggle for women's liberation within the complexity of class struggle. A capitulation to the dominance of centrist liberalism, where Marxism becomes a liberal Marxism that retreats to defending bourgeois parliamentary democracy as a means for accelerated reform. And an overwhelming tendency to focus on the period before October, before a proletarian revolution, and to dismiss any development that has come after a successful revolution, all the way from Russia to China. The outcome is an approach that is empirically false, for it does not seek truth from facts, as one should when using a Marxist method, and methodologically highly problematic. As the observations above concerning betrayal narratives and conspiracy theories indicate, constitutive failure to understand Chinese Marxism, the reasons should be obvious by now. Indeed, many efforts to use Western Marxist assumptions to understand socialism with Chinese characteristics are not merely a cases of Yishi Jiema, but also Xiang Buhua, eating foreign food without digesting it. Method. In light of all of the above, what is the method I use in this book? Simply put, the method entails a careful reading of texts, both the primary and secondary works of Chinese Marxism in relation to socialism with Chinese characteristics. As is my wont, the references to such works are heavy in the work that follows, but I have found it necessary to provide such copious references so as to indicate how thorough this scholarship is, how it is based on in-depth empirical research, how much it has thought through the many problems faced in the construction of socialism in China, and how it provides the major way to understanding socialism with Chinese characteristics. To get to such a point required much work. I began with a need to dismantle most of the assumptions I had gathered in my indoctrination into Western liberalism, which I imbibed almost from my first breaths and soaked in through formal education and cultural assumptions. This process was by no means easy, producing many moments of deconstruction and reconstruction, many aha moments. It also entailed a removal of the assumptions of Western Marxism, where I had dwelt for too long. This process began with my work on Lenin and especially Stalin, during which I encountered a crucial distinction between before October and after October. The reference is, of course, to the October Revolution of 1917 in Russia, the first proletarian revolution in human history, which was able to seize and consolidate power by successfully seeing off the counter-revolution. The distinction itself became clear to me at a conference on Lenin held in Wuhan in 2012. Half of the delegates were non-Chinese and mostly Western, and half of the delegates were Chinese. Soon enough, a difference in focus began to emerge. The Western delegates were primarily interested in the Lenin before October, before the revolution. The Chinese delegates were interested in the Lenin after October, when he began to deal with the early problems of socialist construction. Obviously, the context of the delegates influenced their perspectives, with the Western delegates coming from situations of seeking a revolutionary seizure of power, and the Chinese delegates from a situation where communist power was well and truly secured. But it was more than that. It struck me that nearly everything changes when a communist party has gained power. Planning for and pulling off a successful revolution is the relatively easy part. Setting out to construct socialism is exponentially more difficult and complicated. This is the overwhelming perspective of Chinese Marxism. What remains after one has, as far as possible, dismantled unhelpful assumptions and frameworks of analysis, when one has washed one's brain, as Mao Zedong put it, or liberated thought, as Deng Xiaoping urged? The answer? A focus on the texts in question. Here I fall back to my most basic training in classical languages and textual analysis. At this level, I have found an intersection with the Chinese concern with written texts, which go back more than 3,000 years. But this method entails that one must study such texts in the languages in which they were written and passed down through the tradition. In light of this earlier training and its intersection with Chinese approaches, I have long maintained the absolute necessity of studying a distinct development of Marxism in the language in which it was written, primarily German and French for Marx and Engels, Russian for Lenin and Stalin, and of course, Chinese for socialism with Chinese characteristics. Some people may pick up languages more quickly, not me. It requires disciplined daily work. Despite Mao Zedong's famous quip that the whole world must learn Chinese, Quan Shiji Bigshu Shuexi Zhangwen, I have found the process of learning the Chinese language both arduous and rewarding. They say it takes about 10 years of daily study and practice to become fluent. I can read and write very well, and my oral skills draw ever closer to the point of fluency. Thus, the reader will find frequent references to Chinese terms and efforts to explain what they mean. I have read deeply in the Chinese texts of Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping, and Xi Jinping, and also of Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. I have also, as the references should show, read very many works of Chinese Marxist scholarship. There are so many, in fact, that I have had to restrict myself mostly to sources that are designated core hexen sources, and those listed on the Chinese Social Sciences Index. Language is the best insight into a distinct culture. The adage may be old, but it is nonetheless very true. So also is living in the country in question, as I do. This enables me to continue engaging with scholars, members of the CPC, and work in a school of Marxism studies, the first non-Chinese national to do so. As my old mentor, Yang Huilin, once put it, visiting China from time to time is good, but if you really want to understand China, you need to live and work here. The observation by Shirokov and Yankovsky in relation to the Soviet Union is apt. Foreign workers arriving in the USSR, even in a first cursory inspection, can apprehend the general character of socialist construction. However, to obtain a real and fruitful understanding of the working of our institutions, the foreigner must penetrate into the details, must understand the special task of each institution, and learn the special difficulties of each part of our socialist construction. In sum, this approach requires that one has big ears and a small mouth, is willing to listen, learn, and understand, so to build trust. Only on this basis can you begin to engage in serious discussion and debate. 1.6. A note on sources. I have already mentioned that by far the majority of sources used in this study are Chinese language sources. I cite these sources following East Asian naming conventions, in which the family name precedes the personal name. However, there will a reasonable number of readers who are not able to read Chinese materials, but who may be interested in reading further. Part of the process of cultural confidence and telling China's story well has been an increasing number of sources published in English. To begin with, I recommend works published by Springer, such as its China Insights series. The works in this series are written by leading Chinese scholars on a range of key issues concerning China's socialist path. There are also a number of journals that now publish materials in English, the oldest of which is Social Sciences in China. This journal publishes translations of articles from the Chinese language version, and a good number of the translated items concern aspects of Chinese Marxism and socialism with Chinese characteristics. I would also like to mention Marxist Studies in China, a print-only annual published by the Academy of Marxism within the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. This journal publishes major selected texts by Chinese Marxist scholars. More recent is the journal International Critical Thought, edited by the Academy of Marxism but published in London. The focus here is on Marxism in many parts of the world, and it is establishing itself as the leading English-language journal of research in Marxism. If one wants to keep up to date with the latest from the Central Committee of the CPC, then Chuxi is the place to go. While primarily published in Chinese on a bi-monthly basis, it also has an English edition. To return to the primary Chinese sources, where possible, I cite a source that has been carefully verified by the relevant academic authorities. This is a very ancient Chinese approach and is apparent today in all manner of ways, but it contrasts with the Western theologically inspired idea that an original text is in some way more authentic. The basis of this Western approach is, of course, analysis of the Bible, to which inordinate attention continues to be directed in order to ascertain what, for example, the authentic words of Jesus of Nazareth might have been. In terms of a Chinese approach to texts, a good example concerns Mao Zedong. I cite works that have been published in the Selected Works and Collected Works, along with other smaller collections. I avoid material that has been published in the Mao Zedong Wansui in 5 volumes. This material was published during the Cultural Revolution by the Red Guards, but it has neither place of publication nor editor listed. In short, it is an unreliable source that cannot be verified, so one should read this material with extreme caution. This reality has not prevented the incomplete series The Writings of Mao Zedong 1949-1976, as well as parts of the series Mao's Road to Power and occasional one-volume collections, publishing translations of much of the material from the Wansui. Why? It is seen as in some way authentic, raw even, but also includes the old anti-communist and even Orientalist racist trope that the CPC seeks to conceal and edit texts to make them conform to ideological orthodoxy. I close on a slightly different note. When one reads the texts I have studied for this book, one will soon encounter a distinct liking for numbering points. The list is potentially endless. 2 whatevers, 3 don'ts, 3 benefits, 4 modernizations, 4 cardinal principles, 2 inevitabilities and 2 impossibilities, and so on. Why such a liking? One influence is the Yi Jing, or Book of Changes, with its complex numbering of all manner of phenomena. But this practice enables me to make a final point via Xi Jinping. In his study of historical materialism, he cites the 2 inevitabilities Lianga Biran and the 2 impossibilities Lianga Juebui. The first is from the Communist Manifesto: the fall of the bourgeoisie and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. The second is from Marx's Preface to a contribution to a critique of political economy. No social formation is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed. And new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. For Xi Jinping, the 2 pairs help us understand why capitalism has not completely died, why socialism still has twists and turns like the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the upheavals in Eastern Europe, and why the communism foreseen by Marxism still needs a long historical development to come true. In light of this situation, Marxist dialectical and historical materialism enables a sound understanding of historical development, thus strengthening confidence in the path theory and system of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The whole point of such an approach is to continue improving the development of China's productive forces and people's living standards so that the advantages of the socialist system continue to be revealed and enriched, and the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics will become broader. Chapter 2, reading Deng Xiaoping. Revolutionary spirit is a treasure beyond price. Without it, there would be no revolutionary action, but revolution takes place on the basis of the need for material benefit. It would be idealism to emphasize the spirit of sacrifice to the neglect of material benefit. Deng Xiaoping theory is a major key to understanding socialism with Chinese characteristics. However, much like Engels in relation to Marx, Deng's distinct contributions are often overshadowed by those of Mao Zedong. Or at least, this is true outside China. One may find a stray quotation from Deng, usually taken out of context and twisted to say what it does not mean, or one may find more or less useful biographies, histories, and political assessments of his all-important leadership and legacy. But one struggles to find outside China a careful consideration of his thought. Part of the reason is that Deng was eminently a man of action rather than words. Many of his texts are short, drawn from observations and speeches. Occasionally, he penned a longer piece for a speech at a congress. This is not to say that Deng did not think. While he preferred to get down to work rather than sit and read heavy tomes of Marxist theory and write long screeds of his own, he did take time to think through and discuss matters. This was particularly the case with the time of banishment in Nanchang, during the tumultuous years from 1969 to 1974. With a quiet rhythm of factory labor, reading and keeping up with events, Deng was able to consider the disastrous developments of the Cultural Revolution and what needed to be done. When he shared these thoughts, he did so with close comrades and later in concise speeches that reflected the need to seek solutions to concrete problems, to seek truth from facts. One simply cannot disconnect his thoughts from action, developing policies on the basis of actual situations. The disadvantage is that one must work harder to identify the philosophical basis of his thought. But the philosophy is there, permeating his published texts as a type of applied philosophy, yin-yang jeksu. Deng was through and through a Marxist, and the tradition Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought was the horizon of his thought and action. The following focuses on what is regarded in China as the foundation of Deng Xiaoping theory, liberating thought and seeking truth from facts, articulated above all in a key speech delivered at the beginning of the reform and opening up. The speech was seen at the time as a clap of spring thunder Chun-Li, waking people from their ideological torpor and promising the nourishing rains of spring, especially after the chaotic aberration of the Cultural Revolution. The topics that arise from the speech run like a red line Hongxian throughout Deng's works, so they determine the structure of what follows: liberation of thought from its enslavement, liberation for socialism, the healthy exercise of democratic centralism, seeking truth from facts as an inescapable dimension of liberating thought, and the close connection with liberating the forces of production. 2.1 Liberating Thought. Liberate thought, emancipate the mind, use one's brains. Deng Xiaoping uses various expressions to emphasize this central idea, which I will analyze in some detail. In his key speech on this topic, Deng implicitly distinguishes between liberation from and liberation for. 2.1.1 Liberation from. Deng identifies 4 reasons why people have stopped using their brains, and then 3 outcomes. The 4 reasons: ideological taboos leading to blind faith, over-centralization, and the undermining of democratic centralism. A distortion of right and wrong through a false or phony Marxism, so that people lost their bearings and stopped thinking. Force of habit of small production, with the suggestion of a resort to much older feudal practices of small peasant production, following old conventions and unwilling to accept anything new. The immediate context is a need to come to terms with the disruptive deviation of the Cultural Revolution, while the Gang of Four Siren Bang, a term coined by Mao, bears a good deal of the blame, especially in the last few years as Mao's health deteriorated and he retreated even more. Mao himself is not without blame. As Deng puts it a little later, the Cultural Revolution witnessed an emergence of feudal, patriarchal practices in Mao's later years. I will have more to say below concerning Deng's effort to recover the line Mao took before his later years. So let us consider the 3 outcomes, which have a direct bearing on liberating thought, since these outcomes led people to stop using their brains, asking questions, and innovating. To begin with, people had begun to act according rules and regulations, veering with the wind and book worship. Rules and regulations. Tiao tiao quang quang is a pejorative term with a sense of outmoded conventions, restrictions, and taboos. In other words, one is encircled by regulations. Further, bending with the wind comes from a popular saying: grass on top of a wall sways this way and that with the wind, chang tu kao, sui feng dao. The point is that grass on top of a wall has little soil for its roots. A tuft may find some nourishment, but it is unable to grow deep roots, and so it sways this way and that way, depending on the direction of the wind. Finally, the criticism of book worship, benbenzuyi, is an old theme that we find consistently in Mao's works as well. The problem is not careful study as such, but that it does not proceed from actual conditions. The focus here is not so much the tradition of formulaic Chinese scholarship, but more dogmatic Marxists, who rely exclusively on what is said in the works of the founders, official documents, or leaders' statements. The twist here is that, despite Mao's warnings, his own works became the subject of such book worship. As Deng observes a little later, even if we paid constant lip service, kutu shang da zhang yanggu to Mao Zedong thought, we would actually be going against it. In sum, the immediate problem was coming to terms with the disruptive deviation of the Cultural Revolution, which had the consequence that thought was captured and not free. Indeed, Deng addresses the question directly a little later in the speech, insisting on thorough historical and scientific analysis. Significantly, Comrade Mao was not without shortcomings Quedian or mistakes Kwawu, for to demand such of a revolutionary leader would be inconsistent with Marxism. Thus, Mao's many achievements are indispensable and primary, his role in establishing the CPC, leading the long revolutionary struggle towards liberation and the new China, and providing the foundations in terms of Mao Zedong thought. His mistakes, especially in his later years, were secondary. But to assess these mistakes properly, one needs sober historical and scientific study, which takes time. 2.1.2 Liberation 4. After identifying what thought should be liberated from, Deng shifts to devote most of his attention to liberating thought for the socialist project, for human liberation. Deng's main points may be summarized as follows. Liberating thought is the correct ideological line. It requires a healthy exercise of socialist democracy. Both political and economic, it is the basis of the proletarian world outlook and is embodied in seeking truth from facts. In providing the impetus to innovation, to generating new ideas and new ways, it entails a dialectical transformation of liberating the forces of production and economic planning. Each of these points entails a contradiction, which should be approached from the perspective of the contradiction analysis that I will examine in detail in the next chapter. For our present purposes, the following points are pertinent. Each contradiction contains an opposition that is also complementary. While contradictions under a capitalist system are antagonistic and lead eventually to revolution, under socialism, contradictions should be non-antagonistic. Any situation has multiple contradictions, and their relations to one another constantly change in light of changing circumstances. So one always needs to assess the situation carefully and scientifically so as to be able to manage these contradictions. Let us see how Deng deals with the contradictions embodied in each of the points summarized above. The first contradiction, liberating thought, is all about the correct line of thought, or theoretical line, Sixiang Luxian. To quote Deng, the debate about the criterion for testing truth is really a debate about the theoretical line Sixiang Luxian, about politics, about the future, and the destiny of our party and nation. Obviously, we are far from any Western liberal free-for-all, a thought for thought's sake that is supposedly free from any ideological interference. Instead, for Deng, liberating thought is at one and the same time the correct theoretical line, particularly if we keep in mind the line in question is the living tradition of Marxism-Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought the very definition of the tradition is to liberate thought, for it is a living tradition rather than one ossified and dogmatically fixed on tests of the past. One can liberate thinking only on the basis of Marxist-Leninism. Only through liberating thought can this tradition, this theoretical line, develop even further. New problems demand new solutions, which Marx and Engels, and indeed Lenin and Stalin, did not experience and could not foresee it. Is not for nothing that liberating thought is primary. When it comes to liberating thought, using a heads, seeking truth from facts, and uniting as one in looking to the future, in the first place, Thurian is liberating thought. A specific and slurp example may help in understanding this contradiction. Deng's invocation of the Yan'an rectification movement of 1942 to 1945. As Deng writes, Comrade Mao Zedong said this time and again fanfal during the rectification movements Hengfeng Yundong, the danger of ossified thinking and book worship, observing at one point a prerequisite for maintaining close links with the masses and making fewer mistakes is to examine one's baggage, to get rid of it, and to emancipate one's spirit, Zijdijing Shen Hunde de Pifing. The anticipation of liberating thought should be obvious, although man uses Fengshen, spirit, or vital energy, rather than thought. Let me put it even main, sharply liberating thought requires periodic rectification. Without such exercises, the correct line of thought risks being lost, and this, the opportunity to liberate thought, also risks being lost. In light of my earlier observations on the need to deal with the cultural resolution, The invocation of Mao's rectification campaigns is yet another effort to connect with man before the deviation of the Cultural Revolution. In other words, Deng argues strongly that he is continuing the correct line that runs not only from man before his deviation, but also from Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and it is precisely this line, this tradition, which requires periodic rectification and even purging so as to provide the foundation for and foster liberated thinking, which in turn becomes the primary means for enabling the line to continue on its creative path. The second contradiction concerns socialist democracy, which is embodied in the term democratic centralism, Minshuzhongqi, earlier. I mentioned briefly that one of the problems during the Cultural Revolution had been a breakdown of democratic centralism, in which a turn towards greater centralism of a patriarchal and feudal nature, Deng 1980 Celsius's 347, 1980b, 344 to 345d undermined centralism itself through the waning of democracy and the reluctance of people to speak for fear of offending the leadership. As in the political sphere, so also in the economic, where economic management was over-concentrated, guoyu zhizhong. Since I will discuss the history of democratic centralism in Chapter 9 Sect, I focus here on Deng's constructive proposals for democratic centralism. In the speech under consideration, he makes a number points, each of which may seem somewhat lapidary on the surface but actually has significant implications. An overemphasis on centralism requires a correction in the direction of greater democracy, on economic democracy. Greater decision-making powers, and thus innovation, should be devolved to enterprises, provinces, and counties. Greater scope should be given for elections, management, and supervision by workers, which would lead to greater responsibility. A comprehensive legal system should be developed that enshrines democratic realities and responsibilities. To begin with, the correction towards greater democratic involvement may, on a cursory reading, suggest a golden mean in which one searches for a reasonable balance between two poles of a contradiction. Not so, for Deng points out that centralism is not strengthened but weakened without a healthy dose of democracy. Therefore, we must exercise democracy to the full so as to enable proper centralism. Obviously, we are in the territory of contradiction analysis, where the one strengthens the other by its full exercise. A little later, Deng would, again invoking Mao, elaborate on the contradictory unity of democratic centralism. We practice democratic centralism, which is the integration of centralism based on democracy with democracy under the guidance of centralism. While this integral element of the socialist system focuses on the collective and the greater socialist good, it entails a unity of contradictions, a unity of personal interests and collective interests, of the interests of the part and those of the whole, and of immediate and long-term interests. Further, the emphasis on economic democracy, on the household responsibility system, and on creative decision-making at different levels, should be seen in light of the interactions between the two components, or institutional forms, of market and planned economies in a socialist system. Here the key is that while a planned economy may give greater scope for centralized planning, a market economy has a greater tendency to foster decentralized initiative. As for elections and responsibility, we now broach the fascinating development of non-politicized elections, which I will analyze further in the chapter on socialist democracy. By non-politicized elections, a concept that derives from Marx and Engels, is meant the fact that elections are not the manifestation of class conflict in antagonistic political parties, but are based on qualifications, expertise, and merit for positions. Finally, there is the matter of a legal framework, concerning which the deeper issue is captured in Deng's observation that formally, what leaders say is taken as a law and anyone who disagrees is called a lawbreaker. Such a law changes whenever a leader's views change. The response: socialist democracy is unthinkable without a socialist legal system. Here Deng is anticipating the whole development of a socialist rule of law, which, again, I will discuss in detail later. The key opposite term is rule of a human being, renji, in which the will of the leader becomes law, and which had once again come to the fore during the Cultural Revolution, and by this caused untold havoc. Hence the urging for developing a comprehensive legal system. We have reached an inflection point. Thus far, I have dealt with two features of Deng's crucial speech on liberating thought, focusing on the contradictions of liberating thought as the correct theoretical line, and the exercise of democracy as the means to strengthen democratic centralism. On the way, I have flagged items that will be developed further in subsequent chapters, especially since Deng in many ways set the agenda for what was to come in the development of the reform and opening up. Two topics from the speech on liberating thought remain to be analyzed: seeking truth from facts and liberating the forces of production. 2.2 Seek truth from facts. The third contradiction brings us to truth from facts. This is an ancient four-character phrase that deploys three homonymic characters. Shishi 22 refers to what is an actual happening, a fact, but the word also includes the senses of action and what is practical. Chushi joins the character for seek, chu with another shi, now with the meaning of what is, and so what is true. Thus, one must seek truth from actual conditions, what is actually taking place, from, as a breakthrough article in Guangming Daily put it, social practice. Let me pause for a moment to emphasize this point. Truth from facts is not a version of vulgar empiricism, in which scientific investigation must seek to conform with material reality. Instead, the facts in question concern social practice, in all its complexity and contradictions. This specific concern should be kept in mind in the following elaboration. Although the centrality of truth from facts is usually attributed to Deng Xiaoping, it actually goes back to Mao Zedong, who first wrote it down while lecturing in Yan'an during the immensely creative period in the second half of the 1930s. In his published texts, Mao referred to this principle not infrequently, although the focus tended to be on a seeking truth from facts work style. To quote Mao, "To take such an attitude is to seek truth from facts. In more detail, facts are all the things that exist objectively. Truth means their internal relations, that is, the laws governing them. And to seek means to study." Again and again, we find an emphasis on the style of commendable party work by cadres, hard work and plain living, upright and honest in word and deed, able to cooperate with others and resist undesirable practices, acting boldly and resolutely in an experienced and professional manner, integrating theory with practice, and seeking truth from facts through close contact with the masses. This is, as Deng points out, the party spirit, so much so that it continues today to embody what it means to be a comrade, a member of the Communist Party. However, in the late 1970s, there was a distinct shift, when truth from facts was raised from being a feature of a cadre's work style to a central principle of not only the reform and opening up, but also the Chinese spirit and of Marxism-Leninism itself. The moment that marks the shift was a speech at an all-army conference on political work on June 2, 1978. Here, Deng elaborates precisely on what is meant by truth from facts, and he does so by digging deep into Mao Zedong's earlier material. In a slightly later speech, Deng provides specific historical examples of how Mao applied truth from facts, whether changing tactics to encircle the cities from the countryside, or shifting from a struggle against imperialism, colonialism, and racism to focusing on peaceful coexistence and working with other countries to ensure peace, or the change in focus from class struggle as the key to liberating the forces of production. A major reason for engaging so extensively with Mao's writings and his actual practice was a struggle over the legacy of Mao Zedong thought. Would it be letter or spirit? Would it be the two whatevers, Liang Gefanshi, as in, we will resolutely uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made and unswervingly follow whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave? For Deng and others, this was a betrayal of Mao. As of Marxism as a whole, neither Marx nor Engels put forward any whatever doctrine, nor did Lenin or Stalin, nor did Comrade Mao Zedong himself. Instead, the key is seeking truth from facts. For Marxism is not a dogma, as Engels already observed, but a guide to action. Only in this way is one able to restore the original features Benlai Mianmu of Mao Zedong thought. So what is the relationship between Mao Zedong thought and the Maoism of the Cultural Revolution? Mao Zedong thought, up until the late 1950s, was a genuine development of the Marxist-Leninist tradition. But the Cultural Revolution and its attendant Maoism was a deviation into phony Marxism that was not really Marxism at all. Or, as the resolution on historical issues from the 6th plenary of the 11th CPC Central Committee put it, the left deviation of the Cultural Revolution clearly deviated from the track of Mao Zedong thought, understood as a combination of the general principles of Marxism-Leninism and the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. Thus, the Cultural Revolution must be completely distinguished from Mao Zedong thought. What then? Is Western Maoism, which captured a number on the European left in the 1960s and 1970s, in light of the clarification outlined here? It is a curious amalgam of various bits and pieces of Mao's thought, from both Mao Zedong thought and the Maoism of the Cultural Revolution, and then reframed in terms of the utopian tendencies inherent in Western Marxism. Crucially, it errs by postulating a continuity from Mao Zedong thought to the Maoism of the Cultural Revolution, a continuity that can only be maintained by cherry-picking items from Mao's thought and fitting them into such a narrative. Obviously, a full analysis of Mao's text cannot sustain such a narrative. It follows that Deng Xiaoping's recovery of Mao Zedong thought was actually a recovery of the Marxist-Leninist line. As for Deng's own argument, there are a number of layers. The first is the point that socialism is also a scientific endeavor. It is nothing less than scientific socialism as first formulated by Engels. Thorough investigation of the data, formulation of a theoretical framework in response, and then further investigation. Nothing remarkable here, one might think. Does not all modern science operate in the same way? The answer is yes and no, for everything turns, and this is the second layer, on the theoretical framework one uses to interpret the scientific data, and indeed on how the framework is transformed in the process. For Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, and Deng, the framework is of course Marxism. As for the third layer, the method entails a constant dialectical interaction between facts and truth, between data and theory, between practice and philosophy, in short, dialectical materialism. The integration, shangjihe, of theory with practice entails that the theories developed in order to solve problems should be tested by being applied in social practice, even to the extent that instructions from higher units, up to the central committee, should be integrated with actual conditions. In sum, this is a process of proceeding from reality and of integrating theory with practice in order to sum up past experience, analyze the new historical conditions, raise new problems, set new tasks, and lay down new guidelines. A further level entails inveighing, as did Mao, against the constant danger of book worship and benjuyi, which in another parlance may be called Marxology. The image of those who are fond of trotting out selected texts from Marx, Engels, or even Mao himself, instead of actually engaging in some serious investigation of the situation in question, may seem like a caricature. But let us pause for a moment and ask, how often does a Western Marxist like to cite Marx's euphoric description of the Paris Commune and use it to judge the supposed failures of Russian Chinese Vietnamese, or North Korean socialism? Not only is this habit selective and ignorant of Engels's important contribution, and not only is it made by those with no concrete experience in the arduous task of constructing socialism, but it so often falls into the utopian and well-nigh messianic tenor of Western Marxism. For those who would peremptorily dismiss China's effort at constructing socialism, Deng's invocation to seek truth from facts has a distinct pertinence. Or, as Mao put it in 1930, no investigation, no right to speak. The final level of Deng's extended treatment is embodied best in Mao's observation. Our party has a tradition of seeking truth from facts, which is to combine the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with China's reality. In other words, truth from facts is a basic tenet of socialism with Chinese characteristics, if not its very embodiment. To add to my observations in the introduction, if one investigates the specific facts of a situation and seeks to develop an approach that is sensitive to these conditions and their history, then one has an approach, Marxism, that has specific characteristics. This is an obvious instance of materialist dialectics, but it needs to be asserted in light of the many mystifications surrounding socialism with Chinese characteristics. But does this approach mean we have merely an application of Marxism? Not at all, for truth from facts is the basis jichu of the proletarian world outlook wushenjiji shijiguan, as well as the theoretical basis, Sixiang jichu of Marxism. It is the point of departure, the most fundamental point, the basic component, and what summarizes Marxism itself and thus Mao Zedong thought. We come at last to the core of the contradiction in question. If seeking truth from facts means to integrate theory with reality, then liberating thought entails ensuring that thought conforms with reality. Some may ask, how can integrating theory with reality mean the liberation of thought? It sounds like another way of restraining thought. Instead of being tied to dogmatism and book worship, it is now bound to reality, to facts. Not only is such an objection framed by an idealist and individualist approach, but it also misses the crucial point. Thought needs to be liberated from dogmatism and for creative engagements with factual reality. By now, it should be obvious that the separation of liberating thought and truth from facts into two parts is actually somewhat artificial, for Deng is always keen stress their close interconnection. As Wang and Sheng put it, comparatively speaking, emancipating the mind emphasizes human subjectivity, while seeking truth from facts includes human subjectivity while emphasizing the objectivity of the world. Deng may have said that liberating thought is primary shuyan, but he also connects it closely with seeking truth from facts. For example, in the quotation with "I began the analysis of liberating thought," Deng says, "Only if we liberate thought, seek truth from facts, proceed from reality shiji in everything and integrate Liangxi theory with reality shiji." 3 of the 4 phrases concern what is actually happening, reality and practice. This intimate connection is expressed even more clearly in another text. Liberating thought means making our thinking conform shangfua to reality, making the subjective zhuguan conform to the objective keguan, and that means seeking truth from facts. Henceforth, if in all our work we want to seek truth from facts, we must continue to liberate thought. The real problem, then, is to be locked into old ways, old dogmatisms developed under different circumstances. One might study carefully, always a useful undertaking, the texts of Marx and Engels, or indeed Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, but the risk is that one takes them as ironclad prescriptions or models for all situations. Deng's point here is that such an approach is actually a betrayal of Marxism, for the key is the method itself rather than the specific results arising from the method in specific situations. Marx and Engels sought to analyze the situation in Europe of the second half of the 19th century, while Lenin and Stalin did so in Russia in the first half of the 20th century. Mao's extensive writings responded to and analyzed the situation in China in the early to mid to 20th century, while Deng Xiaoping faced new challenges as the overwhelmingly planned economy ran into contradictions. On the way, all of them developed not only solutions to specific problems, but did so by deploying an increasingly robust method that may be described as the dialectical and historical materialist approach of seeking truth. From facts, 2.3 Liberating the Forces of Production. In elaborating on the final contradiction between planned and market economies, let me begin with the following quotation from another text by Deng. Not liberating thought is out of the question, even to the extent of including the question of what socialism also requires the liberation of thought. If the economy remains stagnant for a long period of time, it cannot be called socialism. If the people's living standards remain at a very low level for a long period of time, it cannot be called socialism. I have begun with this quotation, since it makes clear the connection between liberating thought and liberating the forces of production, and thus the whole process of the reform and opening up. I will elaborate on the nature of the socialist market economy in chapter, so here I will emphasize specific features of Deng's approach in terms of liberating the forces of production. On this matter, we really should begin with a text from the Communist Manifesto, which I have occasion to revisit later in this book. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces, Produktionskraft, as rapidly as possible. I have italicized the last part of the sentence for obvious reasons. There are two ways we may understand this sentence, one philosophical and the other historical. Philosophically, the relation between the two terms, ownership of the means of production and liberating the forces of production, should be seen in a dialectical manner. Indeed, if we take a comparative Marxist approach, then we may understand how different emphases arise. Thus, in parts of the world where productive forces are already quite developed, there is a tendency to focus on ownership, even to the point of insisting that such ownership is the very definition of socialism. By contrast, in other underdeveloped parts of the world, where successful proletarian revolutions have actually taken place, the emphasis usually shifts to liberating productive forces so as to lift people out of poverty and improve socioeconomic well-being. The risk here, however, is to emphasize such liberation too much and lose sight of common ownership. Historically, the relation between ownership and liberation of productive forces can be analyzed in light of successful proletarian revolutions and the subsequent efforts to construct socialism. As mentioned, these realities took place in countries that were quite undeveloped, from Russia to China. In these contexts, the prior realities of bourgeois and landlord ownership of the means of production meant the primary task for a communist party in power has been to expropriate such owners and claim the means of production. For workers, this measure was also necessary in order to deal with the inevitable counter-revolution, and it enabled an economic surge in all countries that began the process of constructing socialism. However, the risk even in such places was to focus too much on the realm of the relations of production, on ownership of productive forces. This imbalance inevitably led to new contradictions between the forces and relations of production, with stagnating economic initiative and lack of improvement. So Deng's emphasis was resolutely on the other, often neglected, side, on the forces of production. Socialism is all about the liberation of the forces of production. The development of the productive forces is the most fundamental Zui Genben revolution from the viewpoint of historical development. There is no point to poor socialism. Socialism means nothing if it does not liberate the forces of production, stimulate the economy, and improve the living standards of all people. Later, on his famous Southern tour of 1992, Deng defined socialism in terms of what are now called the three benefits: whether it is conducive to the development of the productive forces of a socialist society, to the enhancement of the comprehensive national strength of a socialist country, and to the improvement of people's living standards. Obviously, this emphasis requires a distinct liberation of thought, a freeing of the mind from past dogmatisms so as to bring about a redefinition of socialism. Or, rather, it requires a recovery of an oft-forgotten feature of the Marxist tradition, which assumes that material productivity is the basis of all social and spiritual life. It remains to see to how this re-emphasis entails a contradiction. It does so at two levels. The first is between the forces and relations of production. In response to efforts in the early stages of socialist construction in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe to suggest that the contradiction had been overcome, and that socialism was all about the relations of production and ownership, which could determine economic development, Stalin argued that the contradictions between forces and relations of production continue under socialism. Should one dimension outpace the other, economic policy required an adjustment in favor of the laggard. In China, too, the problem had been an overemphasis on the relations of production, which initially, through a fully planned economy, enabled an economic boost, but it had by the 1970s begun to stifle economic improvement. Hence Deng's emphasis on liberating the forces of production and on the three benefits. This liberation was achieved through a socialist market economy, which will be discussed in detail in chapter. The point to be made here is that planned and market economies, as components or institutional forms of an overall socialist system, do not cancel each other out in a Chinese context, for both enable the liberation of productive forces. How is this possible? Do not planned and market economies negate one another? This may be the assumption of Western liberalism, and indeed the Western Marxists who follow in its wake, but in doing so, they share the view of the godfather of neoliberalism, Count Ludwig von Mises. The alternative is still either socialism or a market economy, but not in Chinese Marxism, and certainly not in the theory and practice of Deng Xiaoping, or indeed in the further developments that followed in his wake. It is not a case of either or, as is the tendency in the Western tradition, but both and, things that contradict each other also complement one another, shangfan shangcheng. Planning has by no means disappeared with the socialist market economy, but has achieved a whole new level of complexity and flexibility. With this observation in mind, we may understand the emphasis on planning in the final section of Deng's speech on liberating thought. Deng introduces this material with the observation, in order to look forward, we must study the new situation and tackle the new problems in good time, otherwise there can be no smooth progress. He goes on, in three fields especially, the new situation and new problems demand attention, methods of management, structure of management, and economic policy. In what follows this quotation, we find an emphasis on overcoming bureaucratism in management methods, on strengthening the work responsibility system by not relying on collegiate excuses but on rewards and penalties, and on a deliberate policy of uneven development, in which some regions would experience the benefits of liberating productive forces, so as to provide role models for others. Can one emphasize the liberation of productive forces too much? Yes, indeed. As the reform and opening up unfolded, there emerged precisely such an overemphasis on liberating productive forces at the expense of common ownership. This was particularly the case in the wild 90s, which I will analyze in greater detail in Chapter 4 Sect. New problems, new contradictions arose, which are much studied and well known: decline in working conditions and absence of social security and health care. The gap between the Communist Party and the people, leading to corruption and loss of trust and thus legitimacy, environmental pollution, a rising gap between rich and poor. In other words, new contradictions had arisen between the forces and relations of production, requiring new solutions. I will examine these solutions in later chapters in terms of deepening reform, as a dialectical way of overcoming problems produced through reform, in terms of the drive to a moderately well-off society in all respects, or indeed in terms of the new primary contradiction identified in 2017 as that between unbalanced and uneven development and the people's desire for a better life. However, in terms of this treatment of Deng Xiaoping, it is notable that we find in the last decade or more a renewed emphasis on justice and equality, and especially the need to ensure that public ownership is the core and mainstay of China's economic system. 2.4 Conclusion: Laying the foundations for communism. We have advocated Marxism all our lives. Actually, Marxism is not abstruse. It is a plain thing, a very plain truth. To sum up, liberating thought is both a liberation from book worship, the whim of the leader, distortions of right and wrong, and liberation for socialism, which entails an extraordinary concern with innovation for the sake of socialist construction. It also a thorough example of implicit contradiction analysis, in which liberating thought is the correct theoretical line, the manifestation of a healthy democratic centralism, seeking truth from facts as the basis of a proletarian world outlook and the Marxist method, and the liberation of productive forces in relation to ownership of such forces. Deng Xiaoping would return to the core theme of liberating thought on many occasions, whether in terms of education, writing and artistic production, rural policy, party and state leadership, and liberation from right, left, and feudal straitjackets. Let me close with a consideration of 3 topics: Chinese characteristics, the heresy of poor socialism, and Deng's relation to the Marxist tradition. Deng is, of course, well known for popularizing the phrase socialism with Chinese characteristics, although, as we have seen in the introduction, it has its seeds in Mao Zedong. To repeat my earlier point in regard to this very straightforward idea, Marxism has a universal method and principles, but it can become concrete only by taking into account the specific conditions, the particular history, culture, and social conditions. As Deng observes, in building socialism, each country should adopt policies commensurate with its particular conditions, Ziji Detadian. There is nothing mysterious about this approach. It applies as much to the developments of Marxism in Russia, Latin America, Eastern and Western Europe, as it does to China. One cannot apply a template that may have worked elsewhere to quite distinct conditions. An obvious point, for Marxism always takes into account the specific conditions in which it takes root. This is precisely the meaning of truth from facts. Further, Deng Xiaoping was resolutely opposed to the idea of poor socialism or poor communism. In the more immediate context, this was the standpoint promoted by the Gang of Four, that poor socialism was better than rich capitalism. But the idea has a much longer history. In Western Europe, this was ascetic communism, with a distinctly feudal and Christian dimension, against which Marx and Engels already set themselves. Marx and Engels, 1848a, 483, 484, 1848b, 508th. Engels, 1880b, 553, 1880a, 287. In China, with its distinct cultural history, this type of poor socialism took a different path, but Deng found it absolutely unacceptable, especially for a country had already experienced more than enough poverty. In his eyes, no one would be satisfied with socialism if it entailed grinding poverty. Such a situation would not be socialism at all, which is concerned with improving the material and spiritual lives of the vast majority, the rural and urban workers. Deng was very clear. We do not want capitalism, but neither do we want to be poor under socialism. Pinkyong de Shouajui. Even more, what we want is socialism, in which the productive forces are developed and the country is prosperous and powerful. Most fully, there cannot be poor communism, nor can there be poor socialism. So to get rich jifu is no sin. However, what we mean by getting rich is different from what you, the interviewer, mean. Wealth kaifu in a socialist society belongs to the people. To get rich jifu in a socialist society means common prosperity gongtong jifu for the entire people. The principles of socialism are, first, development of production, and second, common prosperity gongtong jifu. A few themes emerge from Deng's many criticisms of poor socialism and his proposal of the alternative, a strong socialistically modernized country. To begin with, he continuously emphasized the need to show the superiority of socialism over capitalism. A socialist system's superiority is predicated on its ability to improve the lives of the common people, rather than the relatively few under a capitalist system. Deng held a long-term view of this process, which would certainly take much, much longer than his eventful lifetime. On this matter, Deng drew from the experience of the Soviet Union. By the 1930s, it had become clear that the initial struggles against counter-revolution and internal capitalist elements, for the sake of establishing a socialist economic and political system, were beginning to bear fruit. The upshot was that one could begin to see the contours of a second stage of socialism. This insight was developed from the basis of Lenin's distinction, when exegeting Marx's critique of the Gotha program, between the stages of socialism and communism. In China, by the late 1980s, it had become clear that the effects of the reform and opening up were increasingly widespread. But in contrast to the Soviet Union, it was agreed that, due to the very low socioeconomic level, China was still in the primary or preliminary stage Chuji Jiduan of socialism. In discussing preparations for the 13th National Congress of the CPC, Deng Xiaoping penned a piece in which he discussed changes in the countryside in terms of the household responsibility system, along with observations on the political system. He concluded, "The 13th National Party Congress will explain what stage China is in, the primary stage of socialism. Socialism itself is the first stage of communism, and here in China we are still in the primary stage, Chuji Jiduan, of socialism, that is, the underdeveloped stage. This meant that in everything we do we must proceed from this reality, and all planning must be consistent with it. This has been the emphasis ever since. with a much greater wariness in proclaiming a second stage. Thus, Xi Jinping has emphasized time and again that China is still very much in this preliminary stage of socialism. Why the wariness? A major reason is the awareness that the attainment of communism requires a very high socioeconomic level. Before then, the task of constructing socialism is long and arduous, with more than one stage. Let me put it this way. If communism entails the principle of from each according to ability to each according to needs, then one requires the necessary socioeconomic conditions for such an eventuality. In China, the reality was that the proletarian revolution took place in a country that was extremely undeveloped and exceedingly poor. In this context, poor socialism was certainly no answer. Thus, in building socialism, we must do all we can to develop the productive forces and gradually eliminate poverty, constantly raising the people's living standards. Only when this outcome is achieved and there is significant prosperity for all will it become possible to begin the shift to communism. In the advanced stage of communism, when the economy is highly developed and there is overwhelming material abundance, we shall be able to apply the principle of from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. The point is clear. The dual liberation of thought and the forces of production is a necessary, albeit not exclusive, feature of the socialist stage that seeks to lay the foundations for communism. The final question concerns Deng Xiaoping's relation to the Marxist tradition. Already there have been enough indicators that Deng was clearly continuing the tradition. The reform and opening up was certainly not a path to a capitalist system, but rather through socialism to communism. Marxism entails not merely the lifelong study of writings by the founders, but is above all a guide to action. Premised on seeking truth from facts, Mao Zedong thought, as a continuation of Marxism-Leninism, needs to be upheld while also identifying the mistakes Mao made in the 1960s and 1970s. One must always maintain the correct theoretical line, for this line is the only way to liberate thought and constantly renew the tradition. But I would like to draw on an intriguing piece from 1989, entitled, "Let Us Put the Past Behind Us and Open a New Era, the Past." In question actually concerns the complex and difficult Sino-Soviet relations of the 1960s and 1970s. But in the process, Deng points out that we cannot expect Marx to provide ready answers to questions that arise 100 or several hundred years after his death, or indeed Lenin some 50 or 100 years after his death. Why? Conditions change even more rapidly in the recent past, and neither Marx nor Lenin could foresee what the new conditions might be. For example, could Marx possibly predict that the October Revolution would take place in backward Russia, or could Lenin foresee that the Chinese revolutionaries would win by encircling the cities from the countryside? As for the construction of socialism after a successful revolution, a country must not follow fixed models and conventions from elsewhere, but undertake construction in light of its own conditions. Does this mean that Marx and Lenin, or indeed Engels and Stalin, are irrelevant in new circumstances? Not at all, for a true Marxist-Leninist must understand, carry on, and develop Marxism-Leninism in light of the current situation. In this light, Zhang and Guo observe that liberating thought and seeking from facts in Deng Xiaoping's hands constitute a new era, Xin Shiqi, in the history of the sinification of Marxism. Or, as Deng himself put it, we'll be ashamed to go to see Marx if we fail to solve this problem well. Chapter 3. Contradiction Analysis, History, Meaning, and Application. 3.1. Opening Remarks. Why is it necessary to study dialectics to achieve the objective of changing China and the world? It is because dialectics is made up of the most general laws of development of nature and society. When we comprehend dialectics, we have gained a scientific weapon, and in the revolutionary practice of changing nature and society, possess a theory and method suited to this practice. Consequently, all revolutionary comrades, and above all cadres, should diligently study dialectics. In the previous chapter on Deng Xiaoping, contradiction analysis was mentioned on a few occasions. This chapter deals with contradiction analysis directly, since it provides another key to understanding socialism with Chinese characteristics, as well as the reform and opening up as a whole. The chapter is necessarily abstract and philosophical, but the reader needs to persevere since it indicates in more depth why, as mentioned in the introduction, Marxist philosophy is so important in China. In order to understand the development of contradiction analysis, we need to take a step back, all the way to Lenin, the development of dialectical materialism in the Soviet Union of the 1930s, and then Mao Zedong's creative engagement with this material in the 1930s. Here we find the seeds of an approach that has become government policy, but at the same time shapes Chinese cultural assumptions concerning everyday life. For example, we find it in the careful identification of the primary contradiction that directs all government projects, in framing 5-year plans, in the nature of traditional Chinese medicine, and in cultural assumptions concerning food. Why? Contradiction analysis is not merely a contribution from Marxist philosophy, for it is also found in the long Chinese cultural tradition that was thoroughly transformed in light of Marxist dialectics. It was Mao Zedong's distinct contribution to make the creative connection between Marxist analysis and the Chinese tradition. The touchstone is contradiction analysis. Even more, through this contribution, we will find the philosophical roots of socialism with Chinese characteristics, which was to be so assiduously promoted by Deng Xiaoping and those who followed. Explaining and analyzing contradiction analysis may take 3 possible paths. One path would be to follow the specifically Chinese cultural and philosophical assumptions concerning the role of contradictions, all the way from the I Ching to Mao Zedong. Another historical path would trace how contradictions were understood in the Marxist tradition, running from Hegel, through Marx and Engels' materialist inversion to Lenin's awareness that contradictions also appear under socialism, albeit in a non-antagonistic form. I will take neither path, not merely because I have done so in earlier work, but also because I have found the labor seems quite unnecessary in a Chinese context. To explain, a few years ago, I ran a couple of seminar series on contradiction analysis at Renmin University of China. The focus of the seminar series was Mao Zedong's On Contradiction, but we began with a belabored presentation of the historical development of Marxist dialectics and the growing realization of the reality of contradictions in the construction of socialism. The response from participants was, "This is obvious. Contradictions exist under socialism. Indeed, they must. So why go over the history of the idea?" I realized it was more about my own slow process of discovery. Having been imbued with the Western philosophical tradition's emphasis on either-or, it took assiduous study and the further washing of my brain to understand the logic and reality of contradictions in socialist construction. But the seminar participants did not need to hear about this path of self-discovery. Instead, for them, it was a given that contradictions are universal in life. That dialectical analysis entails the unity and struggle of opposites, and that even in communism, contradictions would not be entirely abolished, but would continue to exist in non-antagonistic form. Thus, I will follow a third path that is less a path of personal discovery and more a history of ideas. Its focus is dialectical materialism, the philosophical method of Marxism that finds its prime application in historical materialism. For our purposes, the approach begins with Lenin's concise and insightful on the question of dialectics, which was informed by his in-depth return to Hegel through the Marxist lens provided above all by Engels' anti-Düring and dialectics of nature. Lenin and Engels, supplemented by pertinent examples from Marx and Stalin, subsequently provided the pillars for the sophisticated elaboration of dialectical materialism in the Soviet Union of the 1930s. As the most mature and thoroughly developed form of Marxist philosophy at the time, it was to this material that Mao Zedong and his comrades turned for a period of intense study in Yan'an in 1936-1937. This window of time after the Long March and as the next phase of the anti-Japanese war was about to begin, provided the core materials that would set in train a consistent concern with philosophical matters in the CPC, the revolutionary path to liberation in 1949, and the subsequently long and arduous task of constructing socialism. In particular, contradiction analysis, forged from Lenin in 1915 to Mao in 1937, became and remains a centerpiece for the many stages of the Chinese socialist project. Finally, as the analysis unfolds, I will draw increasing attention to the way dialectical materialism provides the philosophical basis in Mao's hands for socialism with Chinese characteristics. 3.2 Lenin. Believe me, the philosopher Hegel was right. Life proceeds by contradictions, and living contradictions are so much richer, more varied and deeper in content than they may seem at first sight to a man's mind. Let us begin with a famous text by Lenin, which was quoted subsequently on many, many occasions. In a marginal note to his reading of Bukharin's book, The Economics of the Transition Period, Lenin writes, "Antagonism and contradiction are not at all the same thing. Under socialism, the first will disappear, the second will remain." In other words, contradictions are not always antagonistic, for contradiction and antagonism are two different categories. While antagonism, between classes, between the forces and relations of production, will begin to disappear in socialism, contradictions will clearly be part of the process. This comment would come into its own in the 1930s and beyond in the Soviet Union, when the category of non-antagonistic contradictions began to be elaborated. But is Lenin's observation an isolated occurrence, as some have asserted, perhaps due to the relatively brief years Lenin had left under very difficult circumstances after the October Revolution? Not at all, for he had already made a clear statement on the ubiquity of contradiction some years earlier, especially in the energetically condensed text. On the question of dialectics, the following observations by Lenin are key. The identity of opposites is the recognition of the contradictory, mutually exclusive, opposite tendencies in all phenomena and processes of nature. The condition for the knowledge of all processes of the world in their self-movement, in their spontaneous development, in their real life, is the knowledge of them as a unity of opposites. Development is the struggle of opposites. Let us exegete this energetically condensed passage for a few moments. To begin with, Lenin emphasizes the universality and ubiquity of contradictions in all phenomena and processes of nature, which includes within its orbit society and mind. At this basic level, there is no distinction here between nature and socioeconomic matters, between science and history. Lenin's more immediate inspiration may have been his re-engagement with Hegel's dialectics, but we should note that Marx had developed already in his doctoral thesis an argument that may justifiably be called an earlier version of a dialectics of nature in the thought of Epicurus. Even more, in the first volume of Capital, Marx observed that Hegel's law of the transformation of a merely quantitative change into a qualitative one is attested by history and natural science alike. It would, of course, be Engels in Dialectics of Nature, who elaborated on the processes in natural science, with the most extensive texts concerned with motion, mathematics, and physics. Indeed, it was from this material that Lenin came to assume Engels's point that it is from the history of nature and human society that the laws of dialectics are abstracted. Further, Lenin emphasizes that qualitative change happens in the process of self-movement, in the internal dynamics of a situation. Elsewhere in the same piece, he stresses that self-movement is the driving force, source, and motive of motion. The reason, the splitting of a single whole and the cognition of its contradictory parts, is the essence of dialectics. If the contradiction in question arises from an initial split from one into two, it follows that the process is internal, that the driving force of contradictions is internal. Lenin contrasts this self-movement with the alternative, motion, and thus change happens by means of external forces and entails quantitative changes in terms of increase or decrease. This is not real change, for one has merely quantitative change, mere addition or subtraction, and the item in question remains qualitatively the same. In contrast to this lifeless, pale, and dry approach, Lenin advocates the dynamic of self-movement, internal to an object. This point leads him to elaborate, via the example of Marx's approach in Capital, a dialectic of individual and universal, in which a single instance provides a microcosm of the dialectical contradictions of the whole. As it is with commodities, so it is with all aspects of life. Finally, Lenin emphasizes the simultaneous unity and struggle of opposites. So much so that in his notes on Hegel's The Science of Logic, he observes that dialectics can be defined as doctrine of the unity of opposites. This doctrine embodies the essence of dialectics. This emphasis by Lenin is quite intriguing, for it entails a variation in the ordering of Engels's three laws of dialectics: the transformation of quantity into quality, and vice versa, the interpenetration of opposites and the negation of the negation. Lenin elevates the second into the prime position, a move that would be followed by all of the Soviet-era material on dialectical materialism, as also Mao Zedong and his comrades. We should also note here the extraordinary fragment from Dialectics of Nature, where Engels undertakes a complete revolt against the Western tradition's focus on either or zero-sum. At one point, he exclaims that for dialectics there is no unconditional, universally valid either-or. Indeed, this approach bridges the fixed metaphysical differences, which is to say that either-or recognizes also in the right place both this and that. This realization entails considerable effort, given the Western philosophical tradition's deep assumption of either-or. Instead, Engels stresses the interpenetration of opposites. For Lenin, the importance of what he calls the unity and struggle of opposites seems to be less of a struggle compared to Engels. He stresses that the two sides of the contradiction between unity and struggle must be seen together. But what happens when we distinguish between the two sides? Lenin implicitly identifies primary and secondary sides. The unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. By contrast, the struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. The full unity of opposites may happen for a time in light of circumstances, but it never lasts. By contrast, the struggle of opposites is absolute and eternal, even though it takes place in a situation of contested unity. Here again we have the universal nature of contradiction, but even more so the eternity of the struggle of opposites. When I first read this text, and then the subsequent elaborations by Mao Zedong some years ago, I understood this point in terms of the absoluteness and eternity of antagonistic struggle. So much so that such struggle may overturn all the gains of a proletarian revolution and the construction of socialism. Perhaps I was subconsciously influenced by the events of 1989 in Eastern Europe, but the greater influence was a residue of the Western philosophical tradition's emphasis on either-or, against which Engels struggled so mightily. I feared that Lenin was stressing this side of contradictions, and I preferred the unity of opposites as the primary feature. Of course, I was wrong, for struggle in unity may take an antagonistic form, as is characteristic of capitalist systems, or it may take predominantly non-antagonistic forms, as with the construction of socialism. In fact, Lenin's observation should be seen as the obvious point that the absolute and eternal struggle of opposites also continues under socialism, albeit within a qualitatively different framework. To sum up, these concise and forceful observations by Lenin indicate that if contradictions are to be found in all phenomena, if self-movement is the mode of qualitative change, and if development is the struggle of opposites in unity, then one cannot escape the conclusion that the internal dynamics of the construction of socialism entail precisely such a struggle in unity. And if we include the observation by Lenin with which I began this discussion, then those contradictions are not, as a rule, antagonistic. In this section, I have analyzed two texts by Lenin, one a comment on Bakunin and the other a brief exposition of an early form of the dialectical materialist method. However, they were not published at the times of writing, but rather at important moments in the 1920s. Thus, On the Question of Dialectics may have been written in the excitement of philosophical rediscovery in 1915, but it was not published until 1925. Further, the marginal notes on Bukharin were first published only a few years later, in 1929. The timing was not pure happenstance. On a historical level, they became of interest for understanding the profoundly dialectical new economic policy of the 1920s. But they were even more important for understanding the theoretical implications of the extraordinary socialist offensive of the 1930s, with its dual processes of industrialization and collectivization of agriculture. These insights by Lenin provided, in that context, a distinct philosophical framework for analyzing and understanding what was happening. This philosophical framework would come to be known as dialectical materialism in the 1930s. 3.3 Dialectical Materialism. To this dialectical materialist project I now turn. In the first chapter sect, I mentioned Xi Jinping's definition of Marxist philosophy in terms of dialectical and historical materialism. There, the definition was necessarily brief, so here we have an opportunity to understand the background. Arising after the philosophical struggles of the 1920s, Soviet works on dialectical materialism began to be produced in earnest in the immensely creative 1930s. They tend to follow a similar structure, beginning with a detailed history of the philosophical precursors of the tradition, running all the way back to the pre-Socratic philosophers in ancient Greece and guided throughout by the observations of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. After dealing with key moments in the development of European philosophy, the accounts turn, not unexpectedly, to the breakthroughs by Marx and Engels. However, for the systematic explanation of dialectical materialism itself, a primary point of reference is Lenin, especially the text I discussed earlier, along with other material from the philosophical notebooks of 1914-1916. Engels is the other major reference, along with specific examples from Marx and Stalin. After distinguishing two lines of philosophy between idealism and materialism, these studies point out that a dialectical materialist method focuses on self-movement, on internal dynamics, from which perspective one may then understand the effect of external forces. As for the laws of dialectics, these follow, as noted above, the revision by Lenin of Engels' initial articulation, the main law of the unity and struggle of opposites, the transition from quantity into quality, and vice versa, and the negation of the negation. From here, a number of subsidiary positions follow in relation to essence and phenomenon, foundation and condition, form and content, necessity and chance, law and causality, and opportunity and reality. The texts often include a section on epistemology, but a question is left begging, what has happened to historical materialism? The answer, dialectical materialism is the philosophical and scientific method, while historical materialism is its application to historical development. Specifically in terms of factors that lead up to a proletarian revolution and what is entailed in the tasks of socialist construction. I have drawn this outline from a major multi-authored entry in the first edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, which was overseen by M.B. Mitten and translated in China Asin Jeksu Degang, Outline of New Philosophy. Many are the texts to which one can turn for further study, but I would like to focus on two other works on dialectical materialism, one entitled Materialist Dialectics, and the other a work called Dialectical and Historical Materialism. Why these texts out of many others? These two works were also translated into Chinese and studied by Mao Zedong and his comrades in Yan'an. Since these works cover similar territory, I deal with them together. To begin with, they emphasize the party nature or partisanship of philosophy, that it should be part and parcel of the Communist Party's project. While Western observers have become used to the subterfuge in which philosophy pretends to be an exercise of liberal inquiry, unfettered by party and ideological frameworks, the reality is quite different. The advantage of the Soviet philosophical studies is that they were explicit about dialectical materialism's agenda. It is not so much. That philosophy is class struggle in theory, but that the path to a genuine and rooted universal in philosophy is analogous to Lenin's argument for the partisanship of freedom and democracy as the path to true freedom, precisely through an explicit awareness of, and indeed promotion of, its partisan nature. As for the three laws of dialectics, they draw from Lenin and argue that the materialist dialectic of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin sees in the unity and struggle of opposites the fundamental law of dialectical development. These works elaborate on Lenin's brief exposition at some length, stressing the split of a unitary item into contradictory parts, and thus the primacy of self-movement, or the primacy of change as an internal process through contradictions in all relations of nature and society. Drawing from these lengthy discussions, I would like to focus on 3 points: the interpenetration of opposites, especially in terms of the conditional nature of unity and absoluteness of struggle, the differences between contradiction and antagonism, and dialectic of quality and quantity. In regard to the interpenetration of opposites, we find a range of examples, such as the contradictions of the new economic policy, the preferential policies of the Soviet Union in relation to minority nationalities, and strengthening the state as the condition for the state's withering away. Concerning minority nationalities, the reference point is Stalin, who observed that during the long transition period of the construction of socialism, national cultures would flourish, and indeed did so with the world's first preferential policies in terms of economic well-being, language, culture, education, and literature. In other words, national identity would become even stronger. Why? At this point, he argues that such a process was necessary for developing socialist culture as a preparation for the eventual withering away of nationalities. A comparable point is made in the very same text concerning the enhancement of state power for the sake of preparing, in the context of a future global socialism, for the eventual withering away of the state. Regarding the absoluteness of struggle and the temporary nature of unity, the preferred example concerns the relations between bourgeoisie and proletariat under capitalism. While the bourgeoisie and proletariat are inextricably linked through the structures of capitalism, so much so that the existence of one entails the existence of the other, the struggle between them is absolute and can be resolved only through revolution. At this point, the distinction between contradiction and antagonism comes into play, now in terms of a dialectic between the two. Thus, in the early stages of the struggle against feudal lords and serfdom, the nascent bourgeoisie and workers, along with the peasants, focused their struggle against the old system. Class contradictions were undeveloped, and the bourgeoisie and proletariat were yet to become antagonistic. With the bourgeois revolutions in Europe and elsewhere, the alignments shifted. The proletariat and the bourgeoisie became increasingly antagonistic, while the remnants of the old nobility aligned themselves with their former enemy, the bourgeoisie, and the growing proletariat began to draw non-proletarian workers into their common cause. By this time, the long process of exacerbating antagonism sets the stage for an eventual proletarian revolution. This argument is insightful, but it runs into a potential problem when we focus on the construction of socialism. In this case, the favored example concerns the relations between workers and peasants, or, more strictly speaking, between the working class and the peasantry. Again and again, we find an emphasis on the commonality of the fundamental interests of the vast mass of the peasantry with the interests of the proletariat, on two friendly classes that are no longer antagonistic, on contradictions within the bond vnutri-smychki of the working class and the main mass of the working people, especially the main mass of the working peasantry. It seems as though the unity of opposites has come to the fore and is no longer conditional, while the universality and absoluteness of struggle has fallen into the background. In short, does this mean that in the construction of socialism, the struggle of opposites is now conditional and that their unity is absolute? The answer has two levels. The first concerns the need to deal with the remnants of capitalist and even landlord elements, which may indeed form the major contradiction of the early phase of the construction of socialism. This contradiction appeared most clearly in the contrast between the rich or big peasants and the development of larger-scale socialist industry, and its solution was enacted through the collectivization of agriculture and the elimination of the kulaks as a class. More generally, as Stalin put it in orthodox Marxist terms, in the immediate aftermath of a proletarian revolution, the new state, as the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, would deploy all means available for suppressing and crushing the bourgeoisie and landlords, if not also the hooligan and laggard elements at the fringes of the working class, and defending the new socialist project from efforts at foreign intervention. Thus, it is not enough to remove the former ruling class from power and expropriate the means of production from the former owners. A further step is needed, and for this, the new form of governance must use persuasion and force to deal with potential counter-revolution. Obviously, in this situation, class conflict continues until the bourgeoisie and landlord remnants are completely destroyed or absorbed. To put it in terms of contradiction and antagonism, the struggle during at least the early period of socialist construction is indeed sharp, focused on dealing with the counter-revolution in its many aspects. But is it antagonistic? At this point, the second level kicks in and we need to turn to the treatments of quality and quantity. All of the texts stress, drawing heavily on Engels's Dialectics of Nature, the dialectical relation between quality and quantity, while at the same time pointing out that qualitative difference is determinative. While quantitative change may provide the conditions for a qualitative shift, the qualitative context determines the limits of how much can be achieved in terms of quantitative development. For example, socialist forms of production are ultimately impossible under the conditions of feudalism or capitalism, given the qualitative differences between them. The same point applies to contradictions. Those internal to a process are qualitatively different to contradictions within another self-moving process. Thus, the primary contradiction of capitalism is ever more antagonistic, moving through periodic crises that function as landmarks of further intensification toward a revolutionary confrontation as the way to solve such a contradiction. In fact, a proletarian revolution entails an abolition of the formerly dominant opposite and the establishment of a new contradiction that is qualitatively different. How so? Invoking Lenin, the texts point out that the new contradictions are primarily non-antagonistic, in the sense that they do not lead to a revolutionary confrontation. But this does not mean they are without struggle. Let us return to the example of the proletariat and the peasantry, now in terms of the middle and small peasants and not the big peasants. While there is an underlying common ground in which the peasant is a rural worker, the struggle itself moves forward in steps, but now each stage in the contradiction entails a further step towards its resolution. Shirokov and Yankovsky sum up this approach as follows. If in developed socialism there were no contradictions between productive forces and relations in production, between production and demand, no contradictions in the development of technique, etc., then the development of socialism would be impossible. Then instead of movement, we would have stagnation. Only in virtue of the internal contradictions of the socialist order can there be development from one phase to another and higher order. 3.4 Mao Zedong. It was precisely the material discussed in the previous section that Mao Zedong and his comrades came to study in the second half of the 1930s. But let us step back for a moment and set the scene. In October 1935, the Long March came to an end, with the various depleted sections of the Red Army meeting up in the Red Area based in Yan'an, Shaanxi Province. What was to follow was an immensely creative period of socialist construction and theoretical development. True, the Chinese communists had already gained significant experience in Jinggangshan in the late 1920s, and with the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet in the early 1930s. But now they could set out to provide the real foundations for the new China. In the relatively brief period before the anti-Japanese war resumed in earnest, they engaged in avid study, lectures, translation, and publication. Mao Zedong, freed for a time from too many other pressures, immersed himself in study, ushering in one of the most significant chapters in his development as a Marxist theorist. His focus was Marxist philosophy, and the most mature and fully developed form of this philosophy was to be found in Soviet works. As Edgar Snow observes, once when I was having nightly interviews with him on communist history, a visitor brought him several new books on philosophy. Mao asked me to postpone our engagements. He consumed those books in 3 or 4 tights of intensive reading, during which he seemed oblivious to everything else. Of course, Mao was not alone, and he did not step into a vacuum. He was part of a study circle that met 3 nights a week and included Ai Siki, Zhou Yang, He Xijing, Ren Beige, He Peiyuan, and Chen Boda, and he was actively involved in the many educational activities and lectures at the time further. The ground had been laid for an intense engagement with Marxist philosophy by the pioneering works of Ko Chubus in the S, and then the extensive writings of A.I. Siki and the uncompromising rigor of Li Da in the late S, and especially the S, as Knight observes. These percussion were persuaded philosophically by Soviet developments in dialectical materialism and sought to explain and analyze this material in light of Chinese conditions. Yet it fell to Mao Zedong, whose inclination was seek understanding of the world intellectually and philosophically, to think through and write some of the most important philosophical works on Chinese Marxism, with their essence expressed in 2 essays, on contradiction and on practice. However, I will not begin with these texts, preferring to go back to the initial marginal notes made by Mann in his study of Soviet material and key Chinese works, which I will supplement with points from the extensive lecture. Notes on dialectical materialism from July to August 1937, and on contradiction itself. Why begin with the marginal notes here? One can see a creative engagement, identifying and immediately sharpening core principles, as well as providing specific Chinese examples from philosophy, history, and the immediate revolutionary tasks at hand. Through the thousands of characters he wrote in the margins, one can almost see Mao's thoughts leaping out from the pages he was studying. At the same time, there is an intriguing familiarity with the material, not so much because he had studied it before, but because it seems to resonate in many ways with Chinese cultural assumptions. Mao studied carefully the material concerning the history of Western philosophy from ancient Greece onward, and the emergence of a dialectical materialist outlook. He saw as obvious the universality of contradictions in nature and society, and he was instinctively drawn to the sections on the unity and struggle of opposites, as well as the interpenetration of opposites and the relations between quality and quantity. In what follows, I draw out 3 pertinent topics. The main topic of the unity and struggle of opposites, the way he goes beyond the texts he is studying on the question of primary and secondary contradictions, and how he emphasizes, in the context of the dialectic of quality and quantity, the material concerning the qualitatively distinct nature of the self-movement of genuine change. Since this emphasis provides the philosophical background for socialism with Chinese characteristics. 3.4.1 Contradiction and Antagonism. Mao was particularly drawn to the material on the unity and struggle of contradictions, as well as the closely related interpenetration of opposites. He begins with a principle. The so-called unity of opposites is the dissociation of a unified entity to become mutually exclusive opposites, and includes the mutual connections between these opposites. This is the source of the so-called principal contradiction, and of so-called self-movement, or more directly in on contradiction, which arose from this study, the law of the contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law, Genbin phase, of materialist dialectics. While in the lectures on dialectical materialism, and in the influential essay This Basic Law Develops a Life of Its Own, let us stay with the reading notes and focus on the relations between contradiction and antagonism. A long note begins with, although contradiction exists universally, antagonism only emerges when the contradictions of certain processes have developed to a definite stage. Already there is a difference in emphasis from the Soviet works, which tend to speak of the way contradictions, under certain circumstances, may become antagonistic or non-antagonistic. For Mao, the key point is that contradictions, which is to say non-antagonistic contradictions, are obviously universal, while antagonism is not. This point may have been present in the Soviet works, but Mao immediately sharpens it in terms of the development of contradictions, which reach antagonism only at a definite stage. There follow some examples of antagonistic situations, drawn by and large from capitalist systems, between oppressing and oppressed classes and nationalities, between state and state, between political parties, as well as antagonisms that take the forms of oppression, war, clash, and conflict. However, Mao is keener to move on to non-antagonistic contradictions. Many are the examples offered from the communist movement through culture, economy, and nature to conditions under socialism, of specific interest. Here are the examples of the Communist Party and the construction of socialism. In the notes, Mao identifies the basic contradiction as that between the forces and relations of production, but let us supplement this material with the essay on contradiction, where we find the following. For instance, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is resolved by the method of socialist revolution. The contradiction between the great masses of the people and the feudal system is resolved by the method of democratic revolution. The contradiction between the colonies and imperialism is resolved by the method of national revolutionary war. The contradiction between the working class and the peasant class in socialist society is resolved by the method of collectivization and mechanization in agriculture. Contradiction within the Communist Party is resolved by the method of criticism and self-criticism. The contradiction between society and nature is resolved by the method of developing the productive forces. The first three examples, socialist revolution, bourgeois revolution, and anti-colonial liberation, are obviously antagonistic contradictions that require a revolutionary resolution. But the next three examples are qualitatively different: working class and peasants, within the Communist Party, and the liberation of productive forces. The solutions offered indicate that these three contradictions are primarily non-antagonistic, taking place within the socialist-communist context. As Mao's notes on Shirokov and Yankovsky observe, the method for the resolution of contradictions and that for the resolution of antagonism are different. Despite the quotation from On Contradiction above, in general, the concern in that essay with antagonism and contradiction seems somewhat muted, appearing almost as an appendix. Nonetheless, there is one significant development. Instead of an abstract formula, Mao observes that in light of concrete developments, some contradictions which were originally non-antagonistic develop into antagonistic ones, while others which were originally antagonistic develop into non-antagonistic ones. Notably, he goes on to focus on ideological struggles within the Communist Party and the town-country relation. In the latter case, the contradiction is antagonistic under capitalism as well under the rule of the Kuomintang, in which foreign imperialism and the big comprador bourgeoisie ruthlessly plundered the countryside. However, in a socialist country and in our revolutionary base areas, this antagonistic contradiction has changed into one that is non-antagonistic, and when communist society is reached, it will be abolished. Even so, a question remains. Is it possible that such contradictions may become antagonistic during socialist construction? If so, what is to be done? Mao offers only the principle that the methods for resolving contradictions will differ according to the specific nature of each contradiction. We need to wait almost 20 years for a more comprehensive assessment of this problem On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People. Obviously, the question had come to the fore once again during the first few years of socialist construction after liberation. And it is no coincidence that this was also the time when Mao labored over revisions to On Contradiction. Immediately in the Correct Handling piece, Mao assumes a position he had hammered out 20 years earlier: the qualitative difference in contradictions depending on their circumstances. Here the difference refers to contradictions with anti-socialist enemies of the people and contradictions among the people. The two are, he writes, totally different in nature. The main concern of the essay is contradictions among the people, but if we expected that such contradictions might have been somewhat simplified in the context of socialist construction, then we will be sorely disappointed. In this context, there are even more contradictions, within and between workers, peasants, and intelligentsia, between governance and people, centralism and democracy, collective and individual, and so on. He devotes considerable attention to practical matters in relation to a number of these contradictions. But the basic point is that contradictions among the people need to be managed carefully so that they do not become antagonistic and can be resolved in a non-antagonistic manner. In other words, Mao does not assume that internal contradictions are always non-antagonistic, that they can always be resolved amicably. There is always a risk that they may become antagonistic, and that counter-revolutionary forces, internal and external, may seek to exacerbate such antagonism. Thus, policies should always be concerned to avoid such developments, to direct contradictions in a non-antagonistic direction, and seek to resolve them in this manner. Mao writes that in ordinary circumstances, contradictions among the people are not antagonistic. However, if they are not handled properly, or if we relax our vigilance and lower our guard, antagonism may arise. To reinforce this point, Mao reverts to his initial insights from the 1930s. While some may have expected that the unity of opposites would become paramount during socialist construction, he reminds us of the core insight from dialectical materialism, now described as Marxist philosophy, that the unity of contradictions is temporary and transitory, but the struggle is absolute. In light of this primacy of struggle, socialist society grows more united and consolidated through the ceaseless process of correctly handling and resolving contradictions. 3.4.2 Principal and secondary contradictions. In regard to principal and secondary contradictions and their aspects, Mao devotes a significant annotation to the topic, going well beyond his source text. That text speaks only of the relation between a dominant aspect of a contradiction and its secondary aspect. By contrast, Mao immediately makes the distinction between principal and secondary contradictions, and then observes, because the development of the principal contradiction determines the development of the various secondary contradictions, if one cannot distinguish between the principal and secondary contradictions, Between the determining contradiction and those that are determined, one cannot seek out the most essential thing of a process. As Knight suggests, there is a direct path from this annotation to the lectures, and then the essay on contradiction. So much so that we can see the structure of the later work already emerging as Mao was studying the Soviet sources. Even more, the need to identify the principal contradiction, as formulated by Mao, has come to guide CPC policy and the development of the new China until today. Indeed, the determining feature of all government policy turns on identifying the principal contradiction to which all the other secondary contradictions relate. Importantly, it arose during Mao's close study of Shirokov and Yankovsky in 1936-1937, but it could arise only through Mao's sharpening of the point in response to Soviet treatments of dialectical materialism, a sharpening that simultaneously did so in light of the Chinese tradition and challenged its assumptions. As for the notes, the long annotation that is my focus is by no means the first time Mao had spoken of principal and secondary contradictions. Thus, in the initial treatment of the unity and struggle of contradictions, Mao picks up a relatively minor point in the source text concerning the need to identify a basic or fundamental contradiction in a process. Mao pounces, "It is necessary also to know the fundamental contradiction which allows development of the process, for that is the source of movement of the process." Thus, the fundamental contradiction of capitalism is between the forces and relations of production, as manifested in the tension between the social character of production and the private character of ownership. From here, Mao moves to the contemporary situation in China, where the principal contradiction is between China and Japan. And thus the way to solve this contradiction is through a united front against the Japanese imperialist invasion. Of most interest for my purposes is the third principal contradiction, which is focused on the transition from capitalism to socialism. Mao simply assumes, along with the text he is studying, that contradictions will indeed be a feature of socialist construction. The contradiction between the relics of capitalism, embodied above all in big peasants who exploit others, and large-scale socialist industry and the working class. The solution, further industrialization and socialization of agriculture, and, if necessary, internal force. With respect to the principal and secondary aspect internal to a contradiction, Mao moves well beyond the source text by Shirokov and Yankovsky. They stipulate a more static view concerning the foundational role of value in relation to use value, and of production in relation to consumption, but also of practice in relation to theory. Mao recognizes these points, but then asks, which aspect is principal? He observes, it is necessary to observe the situation of the development of a process, and it will be determined under definite conditions. He goes on to provide a long series of examples, including military, classes, and economic realities, and those between capitalism, feudalism, imperialism, and socialism. But who is to decide which aspect is primary and which is secondary? When a process attains a definite stage of development, the strength of the two sides in the struggle will determine it. Even more, the dominant and the non-dominant change from one to the other. In fact, this is precisely the point with which Mao began the whole analysis of primary and secondary aspects, framing it in terms of the results of a struggle between the two aspects, leading to a change of mutual interpermeation, which entails not merely a transformation to achieve identity, but even more a transformation to its opposing aspect. This reality is not a case of simple identity, for precisely through this transformation can one find the indivisible interconnection of the two opposed aspects. As commentators point out, this emphasis is a distinct contribution from Mao, apart from constant need to identify the primary contradiction that determines the many secondary contradictions. Within each contradiction is a primary and a secondary aspect. The relation between the two will change in light of circumstances. In the notes, Mao initially developed this analysis in the context of his study of the unity and struggle of contradictions. But by the time he came to write the lecture notes on dialectical materialism and then revise the text of On Contradiction, the whole question of primary and secondary became a topic in its own right. 3.4.3 Chinese Characteristics. The final point to be drawn from the notes is the philosophical background for what later became known as socialism with Chinese characteristics. In the first chapter sect, I provided some historical background, and in the previous chapter sect, I noted how Deng Xiaoping promoted the idea and its practice, so here I am concerned with the philosophical foundations. The philosophical key is to be found in both the self-movement of qualitative change and the qualitative difference between processes and their contradictions. The first point is obvious. If internal processes are the primary contexts for qualitative transformations, then it follows logically that the Chinese Revolution, as well as the arduous task of constructing socialism, have their own particular characteristics. Of course, Mao denies neither the role of external causes nor the internal-external dialectic, as the notes on I. Siki's philosophy and life and on contradiction make clear. But he does agree with his source texts that internal cause determines the necessity of change in things, not external cause. Thus, it is only through the intrinsic attributes of each stage that the nature of the process will develop. In regard to quality and quantity, Mao almost immediately observes, in knowing a process, we must first determine its quality and the differences between it and other processes, that is, know its special characteristics. Special or particular characteristics, Tedian or Texing, would of course come into its own soon enough to designate the specific characteristics in China, Zhengguo Teise. But let us stay with the question of contradictions. Mao elaborates that the first step is to indicate all of the particular characteristics of a process, especially the fundamental particularity. Here we touch on the need to identify a principal contradiction, now meshed with the specific characteristics of a context. In the same note, Mao goes on to indicate the second step of the process. Only then is it possible to know the laws of development of a process, because the laws phase are contained in the development of the contradictions of the basic particularity. In other words, the fundamental or basic characteristics of a process of development are contradictory, and this principal contradiction is a contradiction particular to a specific context. Such contexts necessarily differ, whether one considers Western Europe, the Soviet Union, or China. Indeed, if one studies a specific course of development such as China in its more recent past, multiple contradictions emerge, each of which has its own particularity. A little later in the notes, Mao points out that a dialectical materialist approach enables one to identify the particularity of contradictions within a process, but also that it is necessary to know the contradictions of the various aspects of a process. It is not enough to identify the specific nature of a basic contradiction in a particular context, for it also needs a careful awareness of the way such a contradiction changes in light of developments. By now, the connection with the interpermeation and indeed transformation of principal and secondary aspects of a contradiction throughout an internal process should be clear. Given Mao's interest in the particularity or specific characteristics of a contradictory process, it should be no surprise that in the lectures on dialectical materialism and then in On Contradiction, this emphasis too would become an important section in its own right, entitled The Particularity of Contradiction. Noticeable in this material are the extensive examples, which begin with science and nature, move on to the Russian Revolution, and then focus extensively on China's specific context. As for the notes, Mao enthusiastically seeks to identify a host of contradictions, not only from the immediate context of the communist revolutionary struggle in China, but also from the Chinese tradition. Our situation is unique, he wants to say, not only in terms of the contrast with capitalist contexts, but also with other socialist projects, of which the Soviet Union was, in the 1930s, the prime example. On a theoretical level, Mao observes, qualitatively different contradictions require different methods for their resolution. On a practical level, as On Contradiction puts it, why is it that the Chinese Revolution can avoid a capitalist future and be directly linked with socialism without taking the old historical road of Western countries, without passing through a period of bourgeois dictatorship? The sole reason is the concrete conditions, Juti Tianjian, of the time. Time to sum up. I have emphasized the way Mao Zedong's creative engagement with this material from Soviet Marxist philosophy provided him with the philosophical framework for the development of the key idea that the communist struggle in China had its own distinct characteristics. It should be no surprise that a year later, in 1938, he observes in a key work, The New Stage. The history of this great nation of ours goes back several thousand years. It has its own laws of development, its own national characteristics, and many precious treasures. As regards all this, we are mere schoolboys. Today's China is an outgrowth of historic China. We are Marxist historicists. We must not mutilate history. From Confucius to Sun Yat-sen, we must sum it up critically, and we must constitute ourselves the heirs to this precious legacy. Conversely, the assimilation of this legacy itself becomes a method that aids considerably in guiding the present great movement. A communist is a Marxist internationalist, but Marxism must take on a national form Minzu Xingxi before it can be put into practice. There is no such thing as abstract Marxism, but only concrete Marxism, Juti de Marxisui. What we call concrete Marxism is Marxism that has taken on a national form Minzu Xingxi, that is, Marxism applied to the concrete struggle in the concrete conditions Juti Huanjing prevailing in China, and not Marxism abstractly used. If a Chinese communist, who is a part of the great Chinese people, bound to his people by his very flesh and blood, talks of Marxism apart from Chinese peculiarities, Zhongguo Tidian. This Marxism is merely an empty abstraction. Consequently, the sinification of Marxism makes Xizhui Zhongguohua, that is to say, making certain that in all its manifestations it is imbued with Chinese characteristics, Zhongguo Detexing. Using it according to Chinese peculiarities, Zhongguo Detedian, becomes a problem that must be understood and solved by the whole party without delay. It is no coincidence that in the same year we find Ai Siki, Mao's close conversation partner on philosophical matters, urging, now there is a need for a sinified Zhongguohua, actualized Shanshiwa movement of philosophical research. But let us turn to Deng Xiaoping's pithy rearticulation at the opening of the CPC's 12th National Congress in 1982. We must integrate the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete realities of China, blaze a path of our own, and build a socialism with Chinese characteristics. That is the basic conclusion we have reached after reviewing our long history. 3.5 Conclusion. This chapter has entailed a step back, before the reform and opening up, in order to identify the philosophical background of the contradiction analysis that remains today a core feature of socialism with Chinese characteristics. This task has entailed working through Lenin's initial succinct deliberations, the extensive development of dialectical materialism in the Soviet Union of the 1930s, and Mao Zedong's creative engagement with this material in light of Chinese conditions. My focus has been on the themes of the unity and struggle of opposites, the quality-quantity dialectic, contradiction and antagonism, as well as the philosophical basis for socialism with Chinese characteristics, or the sinification of Marxism. Importantly, this basis emerged in Mao Zedong's creative and critical engagement with Soviet and Chinese works on dialectical materialism in the 1930s, specifically in terms of the priority of self-movement and in the qualitative difference of contradictions. Thus, the path of revolutionary struggle and, after liberation, the task of constructing socialism would be determined primarily by the internal and qualitatively distinct contradictions of the Chinese context. Of course, such a Marxist approach could not work without the universal principles of Marxism, but these principles had to be concretized. However, it was not merely these features of dialectical materialism that supplied Mao and others with the philosophical basis. For contradiction analysis as a whole comes into play, Marxism is at one and the same time thoroughly universal, as a philosophical method and revolutionary program, and concretely specific in light of local conditions. For Marxism is not Marxism without such scientific rigor. Without one, you do not have the other. This dialectical reality of universal and particular is embodied in the phrase, socialism with Chinese characteristics. Let me close with a brief survey of government policy in light of contradiction analysis since the founding of the new China and in the process of socialist construction. In more than years, there have been only 3 principal contradictions. To begin with, at the 8th National Congress of the CPC it was resolved that the principal contradiction facing Chinese society has become the one between the need for building a modern industrial country and the reality of the backward agricultural country, and that between the needs of the people for rapid economic and cultural development and the failure of current economic and cultural supplies to meet their needs. After the chaos and loss of direction during the Cultural Revolution, a second principal contradiction was identified at the 6th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee in 1981. Between backward social production and the ever-growing material and cultural needs of the masses. The third principal contradiction came 36 years later, identified by Xi Jinping at the 19th Congress of the CPC in 2017. Pointing out that socialism with Chinese characteristics has made major developments, a new principal contradiction has emerged between unbalanced and inadequate development and the people's ever-growing needs for a better life. Mei Hao Shenghuo. One can see the similarities and differences between the 3 principal contradictions. Structurally, they all share an emphasis on production and on the people's needs. Each differs as well. As productive forces have been liberated ever further, the emphasis shifts, moving from an absence and then backwardness in production to unbalanced and inadequate development in 2017.47 in terms of the people's needs. These move from material and cultural needs to the need for a better life, which encapsulates material, cultural, political, public, and environmental life. Obviously, contradiction analysis is alive and well, but so is the dialectical materialism that provides its philosophical framework. For those who have taken the time to work their way through this chapter, this point should be obvious, although it is a dialectical materialism updated and refitted for the times. One can hardly begin to understand China's Marxist project, or indeed the worldview and methodology of the CPC, without understanding the central role that dialectical materialism continues to play, and thus of Marxist philosophy as a whole. Further, one does not toss out ever new contradictions on a whim. Only 3 have been identified since the foundation of the new China, with each one requiring assiduous research and assessment by multiple government departments and research institutes. One more dialectical twist: the 3 principal contradictions are not seen in terms of either evolution or revolution, but rather in terms of the dialectical interaction of change and not change. Thus, each new principal contradiction indicates a new era, whether in 1956, 1981, or 2017. But, as we saw in the previous chapter, the fact that socialism is still in its initial or primary stage has not changed. Chapter 4. The Marxist Basis of the Reform and Opening Up. 4.1. Opening Remarks. What constitutes dialectical movement is the coexistence of 2 contradictory sides, their conflict and their fusion into a new category. On the November 24, 1978, representatives from the 18 families of Xiaogang village of Fingyang County and Anhui Province met and signed what was then a secret document. In 79 characters, the document stated that each family would subdivide their collective land, work their allocated plots to meet government quotas, and then sell any surplus for their own benefit. The reason: back in 1958, the village population was 120, but 67 died from hunger during 1958-1960. Starvation had haunted them once again in 1978, and they feared for the future. The result of the secret agreement: in the following year, the farmers of Xiaogang village produced 6 times the amount of grain compared to the previous year, and the per capita income of the farmers increased from 22 to 400 RMB. Why was the document a secret? With the fully collectivized system in force, any form of buying and selling was regarded as a capitalist exercise and thus punishable. The farmers knew they were taking a risk, but they were fortunate that the local and provincial CPC officials were sympathetic to their endeavor. So also was the new leadership of the country, with Deng Xiaoping at the head. By the next spring, the word of Xiaogang's move was out, while some accused them of undermining socialism. The country's leadership saw it very differently. This would be the beginning of the household responsibility system, and thus of the rural reform that drove the first period of the reform and opening up. By 1984, the household responsibility system had been implemented across the country. I have begun with this specific example since it reveals the democratic origins of the reform and opening up, and I will return to its immediate implications in a moment. But let us step back for a moment. The concern of this chapter is the reform and opening up, which can be understood only in light of the contradiction analysis presented in the previous chapter. In other words, if we deploy dialectical analysis, we can see clearly that the reform and opening up is a socialist project. Some of the background to the reform and opening up has already been considered in previous chapters, whether in terms of liberating thought, seeking truth from facts, and liberating the forces of production, or the contradiction between productive forces and relations of production during socialist construction. In this chapter, my concern is with the way contradiction analysis appears at every turn of the reform and opening up. I bookend the analysis with the questions of the resultant household responsibility system and the one country, two systems breakthrough. In between, the bulk of the chapter concerns the nature of the reform in terms of the wild 90s and deepening reform, and then the question of opening up to developed capitalist countries while maintaining self-reliance and sovereignty. The discussion of opening up also enables a treatment of the recalibration of class analysis in terms of internal and external dynamics. 4.2. One big pot and household responsibility. To return to the pioneering act of Xiaogang village, as far as narratives of origin go, it is not quite up to the grandeur of the Long March. Humbler and simpler, but it is an origin narrative nonetheless. And being of such a genre, it expresses both a historical truth and bears the necessary embellishments and simplifications of a retelling that has a specific ideological point. It is precisely for this reason that the story of Xiaogang village is so important, raising for my purposes 3 initial questions concerning the reform and opening up, the relation of rural and urban, collective and individual, and equality and inequality under socialism. 4.2.1. Returning to the countryside. To begin with, the impetus from the countryside was by no means new. Mao Zedong had already begun formulating the strategy of the surrounding the cities from the countryside, Nongkun Baowei Chengxi, in the late 1920s. Given that China was an overwhelmingly rural country with undeveloped industry and a fledgling urban working class, Mao realized that the Chinese Revolution needed to begin with rural workers and then liberate the cities. From Jinggangshan through the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet based in Ruijin to the key red area around Yan'an, this turned out to be a successful revolutionary strategy. Analogously, a major impetus for the reform and opening up began in the countryside rather than in the cities. One with the exercise at Xiaogang village expressing Mao's democratic adage, from the masses to the masses. The timing was fortuitous, for the post-1976 leadership was looking for initiatives to get the socialist project back on track. In doing so, this leadership circle around Deng Xiaoping reveals a continuity in discontinuity with Mao's initial revolutionary strategy, which should be understood in the dialectical terms of contradiction and Aufhebung, or Yangti. 4.2.2. Collective and individual. The more substantive philosophical question concerns the contradiction between collective and individual, which is expressed in the Chinese context in terms of eating from one big pot dago fan and household responsibility system lian chan dao hu. The first image is of a large pot in which the meal for everyone is cooked. People help themselves to how much they want, irrespective of the contribution each person has made to the food in the pot. The second term, household responsibility system, is obvious. Each household takes responsibility for the production of agricultural produce, meeting the government's quota and then being able to sell any surplus for their own benefit. It was precisely the shift from one to the other that the 18 households in Xiaogang village enacted in 1978, a system that was extended to the whole country by 1984. Is this a shift from socialist collectivism to capitalist individuality? Not at all, unless we assume the facile equations of socialism equal to collective and capitalism equal to individual. The equations may take other forms, such as Asian societies being collectively oriented, while Western European societies are individual. Not only are these equations facile, they are also undialectical. The whole liberal tradition sees the collective formed through the individual, who contributes to the social reality through his or her selfish endeavors. By contrast, the communist tradition assumes that the full flourishing and fulfillment of the individual can take place only through the collective. This is the philosophical point that the household responsibility system reflects. It seeks to enact not a capitalist path to vast income, differentiation, but a socialist path to socioeconomic well-being for all. Note carefully 2 points. First, it speaks of households and not individuals. Second, as with the initial impetus in Xiaogang village, villages today continue to own their land collectively. Decisions concerning how the land is used by households are up to the village itself. For example, Xiaogang village flourished during the 1980s, but found it had to shift to leasing land in the 1990s when young people began going to the cities to work. By the 2000s, with the deployment of a new generation of technologies, the village once again began pooling resources to make the most of the new situation. 4.2.3 Equality and Difference. All of this brings us to the question of egalitarianism, which has been a repeated trap of the communist movement. As Stalin already observed in the early 1930s, the idea of radical equality has more to do with primitive peasant, communism, religious ascetics, or petty bourgeois misconceptions. Socialism is not about the same wages for all, wearing the same clothes, or eating the same food in the same quantity. Skills, tastes, and needs vary. It is not for nothing that socialism has been defined already from Lenin's time as, from each according to ability to each according to work. In terms of the collective-individual relation, Stalin observed that socialist society alone can most fully satisfy and firmly safeguard the interests of the individual. We do not need to rely only on Stalin, for Marx and Engels already castigated the crude notion of radical equality found in utopian socialism. So too, for Deng Xiaoping, eating from one big pot was a formula for poverty, suffering, and disaster, and it would certainly not liberate the productive forces and improve the lives of all. In this sense, it should be no surprise that eating from one big pot should take on the figuratively negative sense of indiscriminate egalitarianism. Finally, the development of the household responsibility system was seen clearly as an exercise in enabling socialist democracy. It would not do to have every decision made by the center, for this would be a betrayal of democratic centralism. Instead, centralization works only with healthy decentralization, with initiatives coming from the masses. And if they work, they can then be implemented countrywide, as happened with the initiative from Xiaogang village. 4.3 Reform. From the micro to the macro, on the November 12, 2013, the third plenary session of the CPC Central Committee produced a significant document entitled Decision of the CPC Central Committee on Several Issues, concerning the comprehensive deepening of reform. I will address the content of the decision in a moment, but first we need to ask, why was this document produced at this time? Much had changed since the initiative of Shaogang Village and the initial steps of the reform and opening up under Deng Xiaoping's tenure. From personal experience in China in the first decade of the 21st century, I witnessed much debate about the direction in which China was going. It seemed as though everything was on the table. The CPC's legitimacy was at an all-time low, corruption was rampant, the gap between rich and poor was growing, and many schools of thought vied to get their views aired. Did the loss of a moral compass require a recovery of hierarchical Confucian values, as the Renaissance of Confucian studies proposed? Should the achievements of the CPC be denied and the path of bourgeois liberalization be pursued? Should Marxist political economy be pushed aside and neoclassical economics, and indeed neoliberalism, be embraced? Should China shift to a Western model of democratic socialism, or should it return to the values and practices of the Cultural Revolution? These and more were the questions being asked and proposals being made, not least by a swathe of Chinese thinkers and policymakers who had returned to the country from abroad in the 1990s. All these questions turned on the perceived shortcomings of the reform and opening up. As I write, these questions have been resolved and the country's direction is very clear indeed, with more than 90% of the population confident about China's direction. A decade or more ago, I would talk with older CPC members and they would say they were embarrassed about the party, but that at least conditions in China had improved. These days, I talk with even more with CPC members. The young members say they see no other path for China and hope to make their contribution to the greater project. The older members are once again proud of a hard-working and unified party. Much of this change has to do with the decision from 2013 and what has been enacted since then. Notably, the document was produced after the first year of Xi Jinping's tenure as chairman of the CPC. 4.3.1 Deepening Reform. Let us consider the document on deepening reform in a little more detail. It is certainly comprehensive, dealing with the integration of rural and urban development international engagement with a focus on the Belt and Road Initiative, developing further the socialist democratic political system in order to give full play to the superiority of the socialist political system in China, comprehensively enhancing rule of law, restricting and supervising the exercise of power, socialist cultural power, with a balance of cultural openness and cultural confidence. Social programs, which include education, employment and entrepreneurship, income distribution, an equitable and sustainable social security system, medicine and healthcare. Social governance focused on peace and stability, as well as public security in terms of food, drugs, disaster, and national security, ecological civilization. And national defense, which includes civilian military integration. Of these, pride of place is given to economic matters. The initial point is that the basic economic system Jibinjingjijidu will be enhanced with a clear focus on state-owned enterprises as the core. In other words, public ownership is the key, side by side with other diverse forms of ownership. I will have more to say on this matter in the next chapter. Suffice to point out here that the basic economic system is clearly socialist, within which one finds a socialist market economy playing a decisive role Juding Xing Zuoyong in the allocation of resources and distribution, along with the comprehensive enhancement of government planning. These two, market and planning, are components of the overall socialist system. The essence of the document appears in its opening section, where it speaks of the reform and opening up being a great new revolution, Shindewaida Jeming, led by the party under the new conditions of the new era. Further, there will be no end Yangyuan Jizheng to practice, no end to emancipating the mind, and no end to the reform and opening up. The first two phrases recall Deng Xiaoping's emphasis on liberating thought and seeking truth from facts. Since these are the philosophical foundations of the reform and opening up, the latter too will have no end. And the overall goal of comprehensively deepening reform is not only to improve socialism with Chinese characteristics and modernize China's system and capacity for governance, but also to enable China to become a socialistically modernized society that is strong, democratic, culturally advanced, and harmonious. The text addresses directly the question as to whether China is following a socialist or capitalist path. In implementing the party's basic line, it is necessary to reject the old and ossified path of closure and rigidity, and reject any attempt to abandon socialism and take an erroneous path. The erroneous path is, of course, capitalism. By contrast, we will stay committed to the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics and ensure that reform is carried out in the right direction. I will have more to say on this point below, which is usually described as distinguishing between two paths of reform. But let me close this identification of the key points of the 2013 decision by asking, why deepen reform? The initial response is that the decision attests to the sense that the reform and opening up is by no means complete. although to put it that way suggests that it will at some point come to an end. Instead, in the current context, there is to be no end to such a process. More significantly, the text addresses implicitly the many problems that had arisen during what may be called the wild 90 seconds. These problems relate to all of the topics mentioned in the document that need further reform, from the economy through social, cultural, and environment problems to national defense. We do find a more explicit reference to these deep problems in the treatment of social governance. Here are mentions of the root causes and symptoms of social problems, and for more effective and efficient measures to prevent and resolve social conflicts. The purpose is to ensure social harmony, peace, and stability. This question, too, will be a focus in what follows. But let me close this discussion by observing that the problems of the past are but one motivation for the decision. As the text makes clear, more are anticipated. It is not merely a case of crossing the river by feeling the stones, but that reform has entered a new, deep water zone. By pooling the wisdom of the whole party and society to the greatest extent, the need for the future is to ford dangerous rapids by promoting the self-improvement and development of the socialist system with Chinese characteristics. 4.3.2 Revolution and Reform. Two issues requiring further analysis arise from the decision: the relation between revolution and reform, and the wild 90s. As for revolution and reform, this is an old question in the communist movement, a question that was initially framed in terms of either a comprehensive revolutionary process that sweeps away the old system, or working to reform that system to the point where quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. But the opposition is a false one, as Lenin already observed in an insightful solution. Either revolutionary class struggle, of which reforms are always a byproduct, or no reforms at all. In other words, reform should always be enacted in terms of revolution, and not as a path to socialism. How does this work? Before a revolution, a communist party should advocate reforms that temporarily improve the conditions of workers. But the party should always make it perfectly clear that a revolution and its resultant socialist system is the only real answer. Reform for the sake of reform, tinkering with wash basins under a capitalist system ultimately benefits that system and weakens the working class. By contrast, in a socialist system, especially one under construction, reform is absolutely necessary in order to construct socialism. The relics of the former capitalist system need to be overcome, and more socialist features need to be established in light of conditions. But the context is always revolution. It is in this light that we should understand the statement in the Decision on Deepening Reform that the reform and opening up is a great new revolution. Of course, it was Deng Xiaoping who initially observed that the reform and opening up, with its liberation of the forces of production and modernization, is also a revolution. In other words, if a communist revolution aims to establish a different socio-economic system with the aim of improving the lives of all workers, then reform is a crucial component of this aim. A socialist system does not emerge ready-made when power is in the hands of rural and urban workers through a communist party. Much needs to be done in light of the specific conditions of a country, especially if it is relatively backward in economic terms. Indeed, a distinctive feature of proletarian revolutions is that, unlike bourgeois revolutions, they have mostly not been able to set up conditions beforehand in terms of cultural framework, social assumptions, and economic realities. All of this reforming work needs to be done after a communist party is able to gain power through a revolution. And what is the aim of all this reform? Communism, of course. But this means that the lengthy stages within socialism require constant reform as preparation for the ultimate goal. At the same time, revolution and reform are distinct processes. Chinese material distinguishes between two dialectically related stages. The period from 1949 to 1978, with its fully planned economy, becomes the stage of revolution, while the period from 1978 to the present is the stage of reform. Distinct, yes, but also intimately connected with one another in light of seeking truth from the facts of specific conditions. As Xi Jinping observes, there are three important aspects to this understanding this crucial economic and political question. First, the period before 1978 laid the necessary groundwork for socialist construction, while the period after 1978 enabled a far greater development, so that China has not fallen into the disaster that befell the Soviet Union. Second, although the two historical phases are very different in their guiding thoughts, principles, policies, and practical work, they are by no means separated from or opposed to each other. In this light, many good proposals were put forward in the initial period, but they were executed poorly at the time and required the reform and opening up for their realization. Third, the two periods require proper evaluation. Thus, the pre-reform period should not be used to deny the experience of the reform period itself, and vice versa. Instead, the conditions for the reform can be found in the pre-reform period. so much so that the exploration of socialist practice after the reform and opening up is the persistence, reform, and development of the previous period. 4.3.3 The Wild 90 Seconds. The second matter that arises from the 2013 decision on deepening reform concerns the spate of problems and contradictions that emerged particularly in the 1990s, which may be designated as the wild 90 seconds. The new contradictions that arose were indeed profound and multiple. In terms of the economic base, a disjuncture emerged between the productive forces and relations of production. As Zahn Johnson summarizes, the leading role of the public economy began to be weakened. Labor conditions took a turn for the worse, with a significant rise in labor unrest. Income distribution became unbalanced. With a rapidly rising Gini coefficient, the resolute emphasis on economic growth began to have disastrous effects on the health of land, water, and air. At a superstructural level, a break emerged between the Communist Party and the people, with widespread corruption, ignorance of the basics of Marxism among some leading cadres, and deep mistrust. Further, there was a large gray area between the letter of the law and actual practice. One could get away with much, but as long as it did not lead to social unrest, the police would let the situation be. As Zahn observes, these problems have seriously eroded the mass base and the foundation of political power of our party, seriously damaging the party's image and the relationship between cadres and the masses. Strong medicine was needed. There was also the rise of ideological diversity in light of these problems, dominated by right and left tendencies. The most significant was what Chinese scholars call historical nihilism, which entails the following suggestions. Marxism was outdated and socialism had failed. The CPC was an aberration in Chinese history, fawning on foreign powers, and the denial of or farewell to the revolution. In sum, this was a moment of historical amnesia. While there were concerted efforts to show that such historical nihilism was another face of bourgeois liberalism, with its roots in the soil of historical idealism, it also had a number of offshoots. These included challenges to Marxist political economy as the guide for China's development and its replacement by Western neoclassical economic theories. Indeed, there was a time when more and more economics departments in universities turned away from Marxism and taught neoclassical economic theory as the basis for China's reform and opening up. The landmark article that challenged the drift and set in train a wholesale restoration of Marxist economic theory was by Liu Guoguang. At the same time, there was a comprehensive assessment of the failures of neoliberal economic policies. Studies noted the 10 years of economic destruction in Russia and Eastern Europe, the lost 10 years for South America, Japan's creeping decade, slowdowns in the United States and Europe, all of which led to the initial crash of 2007-2008, to which we can now add the massive crash of 2020. In terms of political ideology, there were pushes to adopt the trappings of a Western capitalist state, with its antagonistic political parties and bourgeois civil society. But the idea that had most traction for a time was democratic socialism. Although the term may seem appealing, with its conjunction of democracy and socialism, Chinese Marxist scholars saw its danger. It was, they argued, a capitalist ideology, with a mixture of economic components based on private property. Apparent political and ideological pluralism ensured that the capitalist system remained the basis, so that it should really be called social capitalism. Ultimately, it denied the guiding position of Marxism and negated the leadership of the Communist Party and asserted the eternity of capitalism. In short, democratic socialism has nothing to do with socialism, let alone scientific socialism as the basis of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Many were the other proposals, whether universal values, which involve a recoding of bourgeois class interests and are thus anti-communist, or a new Enlightenment, humanistic reading of the young Marx, with a focus on depoliticized human liberation, or the dead end of postmodernism, which not only reflected the decline of the West through the search for a utopian and individualistic poetic dwelling place and its associated identity politics, but also through its suspicions of science and the state, implicitly denied the path of Chinese modernization and rejuvenation. Conversely, there was also a response in a rather different direction, entailing a recuperation of traditional Confucian values in order to fill what was felt to be a vacuum of values. While the wave of new Confucian studies emphasized harmony as the key component, critics pointed out that such harmony also entailed feudal hierarchies. Indeed, as Wang Fumin also points out, many of these proposals took as their underlying aim the need save China. One wonders, of course, from what China needed to be saved. The problems, or rather contradictions, of the wild 90s were many and deep, and Chinese scholars and policymakers were certainly not afraid to address them directly. But it was precisely these contradictions that led many in the West to assume that China was following a capitalist and bourgeois liberal path. Marxists, liberals, and conservatives seemed to be on the same page, although their judgments differed. Foreign and mostly Western Marxists bemoaned or denounced what they saw as China's capitalist path, deploying all manner of betrayal narratives and conspiracy theories with their coded languages. Not a little Orientalism, with its deeply racist undertones, infused such misperceptions. Liberals, on the other hand, sought to cheer China onward, assuming that the supposedly capitalist direction of China would eventually lead to what they saw as the necessary corollary of a capitalist political system and bourgeois democracy. They were and are wrong, but why? The answer has three dimensions, the first of which concerns the distinction between two paths of reform. One path is to move from socialism to capitalism, which is what happened in Eastern Europe in the S. The other path is reform on a socialist trajectory. The latter path was clearly the one to take, but this involves both reform and socialism. As Zhou Xincheng observes, if we talk only about socialism without reform, socialism will become lifeless and have no future. If we talk only about reform and do not adhere to socialism, socialism will lose its inherent essential characteristics and turn into capitalism. An insightful way of putting this distinction between two paths of reform is in terms of what to change and what not to change. What should be reformed are contradictions within the task of socialist construction. What should not be changed is the overall socialist system. However, reform is not an end in itself. We do not reform for reform's sake. For reform is to adjust the relations of production with the aim of promoting the development of productive forces. In other words, reform is the way to deal with the internal contradictions between forces and relations of production, between economic base and superstructure of socialist construction. This leads to the second part of the answer in terms of contradiction analysis. I would like to focus on the insight from dialectical materialism on the primacy of internal contradictions and the need for such contradictions to be resolved through internal processes. As we saw in the second chapter, the initial problems in China were those of stagnating economic performance after a few decades of an exclusively planned economy. While such an approach initially enabled the liberation of the forces of production by removing the ownership of productive forces from former landlord and capitalist bosses, after time it led to new bottlenecks that had to be addressed in light of China's internal conditions. More specifically, the relations of production entailed in an exclusively planned economy no longer met the needs of developing productive forces, so that the latter began to stagnate. Hence the reform and opening up, which sought not only to release the forces of production from their restrictions, but also to adapt the relations of production to new productive developments. In turn, this process led to new contradictions as productive forces leapt ahead. This was the case particularly in the wild 90 seconds, which continued to have implications into the early 2000s. The answer, however, was not a winding back of the reform and opening up, but a deepening of the process itself. Further, the emphasis on the reform and opening up as an internal dialectical process enables us to understand the role of external factors. These include the shock dismantling of the Soviet Union, which posed at many levels the question, whither socialism, as well as the developments of capitalist countries that had adopted neoliberal policies from the late 1970s. While these developments no doubt had an influence, with Chinese researchers studying them in great detail, they were not determinative of China's own socialist path. Third, and specifically in relation to the wild 90 seconds, there is a crucial distinction between incidental contradictions and those that are systemic. The mistake made by those who saw China's path as capitalist was to confuse incidental or cyclical problems with those that are systemic. Thus, the problems of social and labor unrest, rural migrant workers in the cities, the gap between rich and poor, disjunction between the CPC and the masses, environmental degradation, these and more were of an incidental nature at a certain stage of the reform and opening up. They were certainly not systemic. Thus, the way to solve these problems was not to wind back the reform and opening up, but to take it further, to deepen it. In this light, we can see the logic of deepening reform as an answer to the internal and incidental contradictions of the wild 90s, as Zhou Xincheng observes. Acknowledging that there are still contradictions in socialist society, it logically follows that they must be solved through reform. Moreover, once a contradiction is resolved, new contradictions will arise, which need to be solved through reform. It is in the process of constantly emerging contradictions and resolving them through reform that socialist society has developed. Therefore, reform is an eternal topic in socialist society. Reform is only ongoing, not complete. The facts speak for themselves. A decreasing Gini coefficient in light of the resolute poverty alleviation program and closing the gap between rural and urban development, the growth of a middle income. group of more than 500 million, the most extensive anti-corruption campaign since Mao Zedong, the rolling out of a comprehensive social security system on a sound economic basis, which is set to be completed with the 14th five-year plan of 2021-2024, the restoration of the unity, focus, and Marxist orientation of the CPC, which has re-earned public trust, levels of trust and confidence in governance in China's direction ranging from 80% to over 90%, and the comprehensive project of ecological civilization, in which China, through typical Chinese speed, is now leading the world. The list can go on. But now we are witnessing a whole new development of productive forces, in which government sows. And private enterprises are instigating a synergized technological transformation that simply cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Yet in China they do not celebrate too much, for the decision on deepening reform warns that China has entered deep waters, requiring concerted effort as it moves forward. 4.4 Opening Up. Let us now turn to the Opening Up Kaifeng part of the slogan. In this case, the emphasis is mostly on the international dimension, although it has ramifications for internal processes. My focus is on the relations between socialism and capitalism, which will lead to a treatment of how Marxist class analysis has been redeployed. 4.4.1 How to relate to capitalist countries. Recalling that contradiction analysis emphasizes both unity and struggle, I draw on two perceptive articles that identify the layers of such an analysis in relation to the international dimension entailed in opening up. They begin by pointing out that in terms of international relations between socialist systems like that of China and capitalist systems, one must always keep in mind that the two systems are fundamentally opposed. Ultimately, this opposition comes out in favor of socialism, which is both better than a capitalist system and the only way that China can be saved and develop. We should not, however, jump to the conclusion that on a global level we can have either socialism or capitalism and not both. This assumption would entail deploying a typical Western either-or perspective. Instead, the Chinese approach is to argue that the two systems also have distinct connections. The most obvious of these concerns science and technology. Already with Deng Xiaoping, we find the arguments that science and technology are also forces of production, and that China should learn as much as possible from scientific and technological developments in capitalist countries as to advance its own interests. Crucially, science and technology may have made significant progress within capitalist systems in the 19th and 20th centuries, but this historical reality does not make them capitalist by nature. Here our authors, following Deng Xiaoping, deploy a version of the old Zhongdi Xiong saying, Chinese substance, Western know-how. Proposed in the second half of the 19th century, it was an effort to deal with the intractable problems of how to relate to a technologically more advanced West, while not betraying China's richer cultural and historical heritage. The relatively few countries that comprise the West were seen to have little to no cultural substance worth adopting, but much technical knowledge and experience. The problem already then was how to avoid the corrosive and corrupting influences that came from the West while making the most of its then more advanced science and technology. As one would expect, the problem itself and its succinct four-character expression have been the topic of immense debate in China for more than a century. With Deng Xiaoping, we find the beginnings of a new approach to this old problem. Deng clarifies again and again that engagements with Western capitalist countries would include science and technology, controlled levels of foreign investment, and opening up trade with those countries, but that all of these would take place in terms of the socialist road. Here Fang Kelly's well-known recalibration of the saying is pertinent, since it brings out what Deng Xiaoping was seeking to express. For Fang Kelly, it should be not merely Zhongdi Xiong, Chinese substance and Western know-how, but Mahun Zhongdi Xiong, the spirit of Marxism, the system of China and the application of the West. In other words, Marxism provides the overarching spirit and framework in which one can understand the role of Chinese substance and Western technological prowess. To be added here is the fact that Fang Kelly was responding to debates raging in the wild 90s. On the one side were the modern Neo-Confucians, who urged a minimization of Marxism and a recovery of the Confucian value of harmony, even though this included its attendant hierarchy. On the other side were those who argued that capitalism was better than socialism and that China should embrace capitalist modernization and bourgeois liberalization. These approaches we have already encountered, but it was Fang Kelly's proposal, initially made in 2006, that won wide approval and is seen to have resolved the debate. That was the debate in the 1990s and into the early 2000s, when it was still assumed that China lagged behind Western capitalist countries, due to China beginning the process of modernization far behind the West. As I write, however, it has become increasingly apparent that the former colonizers known as the West have lost their innovative edge, which was actually based on plundering technological advances from other countries, or at least seeking to clone or crush. Competition. In our time, technological innovation has clearly shifted east, so much so that Western countries are increasing lagging behind and even backward. 4.4.2 Self-reliance and globalization. A further dimension of international engagement with capitalist countries leads to another contradiction, now between self-reliance and globalization. In the early days of the People's Republic, the reality of economic blockades led to Mao's emphasis on independent and self-reliant socialist construction, relying on the strength of the Chinese people. At least this was true in relation to capitalist countries with their relatively advanced technologies. China did have close connections with the Soviet Union and other socialist countries until the Sino-Soviet split of the 1960s. However, the turn inward led to an exacerbation of China's economic stagnation and backwardness. From the late 1970s, the emphasis was that China could not rebuild itself behind closed doors, and so it sought closer cooperation with developed capitalist countries so as to make up for the widening gap in economic development and technological innovation. The modern world is an open world, observed Deng Xiaoping, and the path of history is for ever greater integration and interaction. At the same time, China will never again depend on another country for its socialist development, since it will rely on its own efforts, hard work, and creativity. The point here is both retrospective and perspective. The long history of humiliation and semi-colonization by foreign powers in the 19th and 20th centuries has made China resolute in maintaining its sovereignty and brooking no interference. This position also entails no interference by China in any other country's internal system, a principle embodied in the Belt and Road Initiative. Prospectively, the increasing cooperation with other countries, including capitalist ones, is mutual. As China develops, its increasing economic strength will benefit others and contribute to global economy and culture. We may put it this way: global interaction through self-reliance, win through anti-colonial sovereignty, neither dependent yifu on others, nor plundering luoduo others. That said, China still has a long way to go in its international engagement. As Chen Shiguang observes, China's economic strength may now be the main driver of global economies, but its cultural and discursive power remains relatively weak. To deploy the Marxist distinction between base and superstructure, mutual cooperation at the economic level is relatively easier and follows a global path of ever greater integration. By contrast, mutual understanding at a superstructural level, politics, culture, ideology, is more difficult and will take much longer. 4.5 Class analysis. Closely related to the question of opening up to developed capitalist countries is that of class analysis. A casual observer may feel that China has put aside class analysis, especially since the chaotic and traumatic Cultural Revolution's emphasis on class conflict as the primary contradiction. The decision of the CPC Central Committee on a Harmonious Socialist Society, Shawihexi, may add to this impression, especially if one assumes that harmony is incompatible with contradiction. Internationally, peaceful coexistence, win-win cooperation, and a community of common destiny for humankind may suggest that the struggle between socialist and capitalist systems is over, or at least that the desire is to relegate this struggle to the past. These perceptions are mistaken, for class analysis remains an important feature of Chinese Marxist analysis, both internally and externally. Internal class contradictions. Internally, class analysis is deployed to understand developments during the reform and opening up. To set the scene, in the aftermath of the wild 90s, it became reasonably common to see international observers, including some Marxists, suggest that China was seeing the rise of a new bourgeoisie or middle class. Led by an increasing number of wealthy entrepreneurs, this group's numbers swelled quickly, and they would, so it was hypothesized, at some point enact a bourgeois revolution and seize power, turning China into a capitalist state with bourgeois democracy. This perception gained China significant support among capitalist countries, giving it space to grow at Chinese speed. But it is a profound misreading. The reality is quite different. The almost 600 million people whose living standards have been drastically improved are urban and rural workers. These improvements are the result of liberating the forces of production and its associated targeted poverty alleviation program. The latter has lifted more than 800 million people out of poverty, which constitutes 7 out of 10 worldwide who have escaped poverty. By the dawn of 2020, absolute poverty had been eradicated. Being lifted out of poverty is one step, but seeing one's livelihood improve to the level of Xiaokang, moderately well off, healthy, and secure, is another. It is these people who are now called in China the middle-income group, with immense capacity as an internal economic driver. As I write during the extraordinary year of 2020 and into 2021, this reality has enabled China to become the global recovery engine after the COVID-19 pandemic. But do they comprise a new bourgeoisie or middle class? No, for the terms are redolent with the history of capitalist systems in Western Europe. In that part of the world, the bourgeoisie arose in towns where they engaged in manufacture and trade. While they pressured governments, many of them absolute monarchies, to enact legal reforms, construct infrastructure, and establish firm borders with uniform policies, they were ultimately opposed to such forms of governance. Through a series of bourgeois revolutions, from the 16th century Netherlands onward, they took political power, established secular capitalist states, and gradually introduced bourgeois parliamentary democracy, or the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. This history is not China's history, which has followed its own path. In China, the middle-income group is clearly aware of the core role of CPC policies in improving their livelihoods, and they are overwhelmingly supportive of the CPC and confident in the direction in which China is going. Indeed, a sizable portion of them are members of the almost 100 million strong CPC. Questions remain concerning the wealthy private entrepreneurs, party officials who leverage their positions for corrupt gain, and low-paid migrant workers. During the wild 90s and into the early 2000s, there was increasing concern that private entrepreneurs, many of them new billionaires, would form a new political force outside the CPC. Not only have they never become a class in itself with associated class consciousness, but they have by and large become CPC members or non-party supporters. Further, the overwhelming expectation in Chinese society is that if one has benefited from wider support, then one's turn must come to contribute to the well-being of others. We may call this philanthropy with Chinese characteristics, since it is not based on individual will or a guilty conscience, but on an inescapable social and cultural assumption. As for corrupt CPC officials, these are being comprehensively eradicated in an ongoing Tigers and Flies anti-corruption campaign that is the most resolute since the time of Mao Zedong. Migrant workers. While my earlier observations on rural and urban workers being lifted out of poverty applies here, the problem of migrant workers Nongmingong and their left-behind children Lushu Ertong in rural areas has been a topic of major research projects and thus a focus of social policy concern. The solution, with a refocus on rural regeneration, the countryside has begun to provide more and more opportunities, so much so that a good number of technically trained and educated young people, agricultural specialists, teachers, medical professionals, and so on, have been increasingly moving to the countryside for work. At the same time, the migrant workers who have so many jobs in the cities are now the focus of policies ranging from safe and convenient transport, housing, adequate care for their children, and reform of the residency system to enable their families to move to cities where needed. In short, in the same way that there is no European-style bourgeoisie in China, so also there is no working class opposed to them. In fact, according to classifications in China, everyone is a laborer, ladongzhe, with each type of work carefully specified. A worker gongren is one who works in a factory, which is one type of laborer. Let us turn to the underlying philosophical questions, shaped in terms of contradiction analysis. The first step is to recall Mao Zedong's distinction between contradictions among the people and with external hostile forces. Internal contradictions are primarily non-antagonistic, but also, due to emerging problems and stirred on by external forces, need to be managed so they remain non-antagonistic. Further, given that contradictions will be a feature of the long socialist stage, these contradictions will be manifested in terms of different classes. For a long time to come, or what may be called a differential society, Chaixing Shehui. But they are not to lead to polarization and class conflict, upon which capitalist states and their political systems are erected. It is for this reason that we find the development not of the antagonistic political parties typical of capitalist states, but of consultative multi-party democracy in China operating through consultation, cooperation, and debate. 4.5.2 International Class Antagonisms. Ensuring non-antagonistic contradictions between classes may be the emphasis within China today, but this does not mean that antagonistic class struggle has disappeared. Internally, we see such struggle in the agitations in the Hong Kong SAR, whose capitalist system means that class struggle dominates, or in the Xinjiang and Tibet autonomous regions, or indeed on Taiwan Island, where externally supported separatism, extremism, and terrorism rise and fall in a cyclical manner. But these are cards played by both former European colonial powers and especially the last European colonial power, the United States. In their efforts to stir up trouble and vainly hope for the breaking up of China, they engage in class struggle on an international level. While Chinese analysts are keen to emphasize peaceful coexistence and development based on a community of common destiny for humankind, they are under no illusions concerning the agenda of some external capitalist forces. From the founding of the People's Republic, there have been waves of attempts to restrict China's rejuvenation, keep it in a backward and subservient state, or dismantle it as a whole. Witness the economic and political blockade by former colonizers in the 1950s and 1960s, or the round of sanctions after the attempted color revolution in Tiananmen Square after 1989, or the desperate last-ditched efforts by a rapidly fading United States in the 2020s. Obviously, the Chinese are well accustomed to such efforts and know well how to deal with them. But let us distinguish between the economic base and superstructural elements. Economically, colonial capitalist powers have alternated between trying to restrict or contain China or to cajole it into following a capitalist path. In terms of superstructure, some of the items mentioned earlier under the wild 90 seconds are applicable. These include the promotion of universal values, an unchangeable human nature, historical nihilism, and democratic socialism, all of which may be summed up as bourgeois liberalization. The assumption by former colonizers that Chinese people hanker after such liberalization and its elusive values is a profound misreading of the Chinese situation. For the simple fact is that Chinese people can see that liberal freedoms actually constitute a community of the free and its dictatorship over peoples unworthy of liberty. Both economic and superstructural efforts continue to fail, although China remains on guard against their potentially corrosive influences. This is where class analysis comes to the fore, since these struggles are ultimately class struggles. International bullying, waging a world war without gun smoke, seeking neo-colonial hegemony, these and more are the weapons of class struggle waged periodically by a few capitalist countries on China, among others. China's refusal to be intimidated or deviate from its path comes from a long experience of dealing with such international class oppression against socialism. Where does this leave the core philosophical category of the identity and struggle of opposites? Obviously, it is not simply a shift from struggle to identity, from anti-colonial struggle to peaceful coexistence. Identity may have an increased emphasis, both internally and externally, but it cannot be separated from the reality of struggle. 4.6. One country, two systems. Earlier, I intimated that Hong Kong SAR are manifestations of class struggle, both internally and externally. Both parts of China have capitalist systems, in which class struggle is inescapable. Both are also sites of Western efforts to interfere with China's internal affairs, and are thus manifestations of international class struggle. At the same time, Hong Kong SAR and Taiwan Island, along with Macau SAR, embody another deployment of contradiction analysis, now in terms of one country, two systems. Since Deng Xiaoping was the architect of this unique policy, my primary references are to his explication of the practice, albeit with an eye on the philosophical implications. To begin with, Deng Xiaoping specifies that the one country, two systems concept should be attributed to Marxist dialectical materialism and historical materialism, as this tradition has been developed in China more. Specifically, contradiction analysis is the key, in terms of the way socialist and capitalist systems can work together non-antagonistically within one country. Here, some terminological clarification is needed. The four-character phrase reads Yiguo Liangji. This is a shortened version of the original formula Yige Guojia, Liangzhengjidu, or one country, two types of systems. The one country refers to China as a distinct sovereign state, with its inviolable borders, political structure, and social structure. Two types of systems, Jidu, means specifically two socioeconomic systems. Jidu is the key, for it has the senses of system, or an overarching framework with a primarily economic reference. Thus, China has a socialist system, while Hong Kong SAR, Macau SAR, and Taiwan Island have capitalist systems. It is important to understand this specific terminology, for it is often misunderstood outside China. For example, former colonizers such as the UK misinterpret one country, two systems as referring to two political structures, two forms of governance. Thus, Hong Kong, they believe, follows a Western bourgeois model, while the mainland does not. Clearly, this is a mistake. For Deng Xiaoping and his comrades, the systems refer primarily to socio-economic realities, and not to the political and territorial questions of a state. However, the systems do not have equal status in two respects. First, Socialist China permits a few special regions Teshu Dik to retain their capitalist systems for quite some time, perhaps even for a century. Second, the main part of the country continues under socialism. In other words, A sovereign one country is the dominant and determining category, and this one country follows a socialist system within which the capitalist systems of Hong Kong SAR, Macau SAR, and Taiwan Island play a subordinate role. The philosophical point that arises here concerns the internal relations between the opposites of a dialectic. As Mao Zedong already specified, one side of a contradiction is always dominant, while the other is subordinate. Even so, this contradiction must be managed not only so that damage from the subordinate side is contained, but also so that it can contribute the socialist whole of China. This point is even more pertinent to Taiwan Island, which the United States regards as its unsinkable aircraft carrier. While the proposal for the policy in relation to Taiwan indicates even greater flexibility, so much so that the island could even keep its armed forces for a time, Deng also indicates what became a consistent policy. The mainland would never give up the option, if necessary, of using non-peaceful means for normalizing the situation with Taiwan Island. Deng also deliberated at length on questions of governance and potential disturbances in Hong Kong SAR. He was fully aware that Hong Kong as a colony never had a Western-style bourgeois democracy. Further, such a parliamentary approach, which arose in the specific conditions of Europe, does not transfer well to other parts of the world. No Western system can be copied in toto, and one should certainly not judge whether Hong Kong is democratic or not in terms of whether or not it has copied such a model. We can now see that the efforts to impose bourgeois democracy on former colonies has either failed or led to another form that may be called colonial democracy. More of that elsewhere. Suffice to note here that Deng also specifies that the administrators of Hong Kong SAR should be competent, committed to China as a whole, and that the process of selecting such administrators should undergo a twofold process involving initial elections and then appointment by the central government. In regard to potential disturbances, another feature of contradiction analysis arises, now in terms of the identity and struggle of opposites. While the one country, two systems approach focuses on identity, on mutual benefit in which things that oppose each other also complement one another, Deng knew well enough that the struggle of opposites would not disappear. Concretely, he knew that external and internal forces may well seek to create trouble in the period leading up to Hong Kong's return to China, as well as afterwards. Apart from the British negotiators threatening a disastrous effect, Zheneng de Yingxiang, he also foresaw anti-communist forces within, and without seeking to use Hong Kong SAR as a lever to cause trouble elsewhere on the mainland, as had already happened in the 19th and 20th centuries. The answer, if needed, intervention from the central government would be more than appropriate to maintain peace and stability, especially if such disturbances involved sabotage and separatism. As I write, the one country, two systems approach to Hong SAR, Macau SAR, and Taiwan Island may seem like a well-established practice, albeit misinterpreted by some former colonizers. At the time, it was clearly a breakthrough, something new without precedent in world history. Deng saw it as a unique deployment of contradiction analysis. In contrast to capitalist countries that play a zero-sum game in relation to socialism and seek imperialist hegemony. Indeed, Deng hoped that this policy would have global ramifications, especially for other developing countries with whom China has a particularly close connection. Throughout this brief explication of the breakthrough one country, two systems policy, I have sought to draw out the philosophical points arising from contradiction analysis. These include the reality of two systems functioning within one distinct entity, the primacy of one aspect of a contradiction over the other, and the reality of both identity and struggle between the opposites. As is so often the case with Deng Xiaoping, these philosophical points arise from between the lines, from the practical considerations of Chinese reunification, although he was aware of the precedent set and its potentially global ramifications. 4.7 Conclusion, one central task, and two basic points. In this chapter, I have presented Chinese research on the reform and opening up by using contradiction analysis as the key. We began with the return to the countryside, and found that the household responsibility system was a way of recovering the socialist principle, from each according to ability to each according work. In terms of reform itself, Lenin's principle came into play, in which reform should always be undertaken in light of revolution, especially during the long and arduous task of constructing socialism. This led to a treatment of the dialectic of reform itself, in which the answer to the internal and incidental contradictions of the wild 90 seconds was to deepen reform itself as an ongoing process. When it came to opening up to the rest of the world, I examined how a socialist country relates to capitalist countries, which then led to an exploration of how class analysis has been recalibrated in terms of the international dynamics of class conflict and the internal realities of managing contradictions between classes so that they remain non-antagonistic. The final specific example was the unprecedented one country, two systems policy, with the one country being China and the two systems being a dominant socialism on the mainland and capitalism in the SARs of Hong Kong and Macau, as well as Taiwan Island. This 1-2 example leads me to a final point concerning a Chinese Marxist formulation in relation to the reform and opening up, one central task and two basic points, Yi Ge Zhangxin, Liang Zhijibendian. To wit, the central task is to focus on economic development and improvement of people's lives, while the two basic points concern adherence to the four cardinal principles and adherence to the reform and opening up. Obviously, much is contained in this brief formulation, but before elaborating on its dialectical features, let me note a slight reformulation in terms of two aspects and one key point, Liang Dianlun He Zhang Dianlun. Why the change? It indicates a clearer continuity with Mao Zedong's explication of dialectics at the intersection between Chinese tradition and Marxist philosophy. Not only did he speak of two aspects Liang Dianlun in relation to the yin-yang relationship in Chinese philosophy, albeit as a metaphysical precursor to the materialist dialectics of Marxism, but he also invoked the essence of dialectics in terms of one divides into two, Yifen-Wire. We may identify two traditions behind this formulation. One stems from traditional Chinese philosophy, clearly expressed by Zhu Xi of the Song dynasty. The master thinks that one divides into two, Yiweifener, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. He pointed to the heart of the fan with his hand and said, "There is only one principle, divided into two Fenwei Lianga." The other comes from Lenin's engagement with Hegel in 1914, where he writes of the splitting of a single whole and the cognition of its contradictory parts is the essence of dialectics. As we saw in the previous chapter, it was primarily from Lenin and the Soviet development of dialectical materialism that Mao Zedong developed the idea in the 1930s. As he did so, Mao turned Chinese philosophy over and placed it firmly on its materialist feet, to borrow a metaphor Marx used in relation to Hegel. 4.7.1 Reform and opening up. To return to Deng Xiaoping, the one central task is to focus on economic development by liberating the forces of production. Since I have discussed this topic in the second chapter and will return to it in the next, I will not address it here. My concern is with the two basic points, with the reform and opening up and the four cardinal principles. These two prongs aim to counter leftist and rightist tendencies in relation to the project of economic development. The reform and opening up itself sought to counter the leftist risk, which was very fresh in everyone's memory due to the chaos and turmoil of the Cultural Revolution. Trying to make a hasty and impractical leap to full communism, this leftist deviation meant nothing more than universal poverty, pubian pinkyong. Such leftism neglected the realities of socialist construction in terms of liberating the forces of production, from each according to ability and to each according to work, the importance of initiative and innovation, and the observance of economic laws, in short, the scientific socialism that was a necessary and patient preparation for communism. 4.7.2 Four Cardinal Principles. The four cardinal principles were targeted at the rightist risk. In a key speech delivered in the context of the all-important third plenary session of the CPC's 11th Central Committee, Deng touched on liberating thought, seeking truth from facts, and the focus on socialist modernization. But his main concern was to identify four ideological and political principles. 1. We must keep to the socialist road, shi wei zhui daolu. 2. We must uphold the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. We must uphold the leadership of the Communist Party. 4. We must uphold Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. None of these points are particularly new, as Deng points out. They are part and parcel of the socialist project. But why identify and emphasize them at this crucial juncture? In the speech, Deng identifies the rightist deviation as their target. The reform and opening up may be seen by some as a path to capitalism and bourgeois liberalization, and thus an abandonment of Marxism-Leninism. While this assumption may come from those of a leftist bent, who would see the new project as a turn to the capitalist road, it was more likely to come from the rightist deviation, which would urge full bourgeois liberalization. In the hindsight of 4 decades of the reform and opening up, we can also see the rightist deviation is a recurring problem among international observers, who have urged and assumed that China was indeed going down the capitalist road. The four cardinal principles are a clear statement to the contrary. China will not and cannot deviate from the socialist road, which focuses on improving the socio-economic conditions of the masses and is thus ultimately superior to capitalism, the dictatorship of the proletariat as the broadest and thus a higher form of democracy. The leadership of the Communist Party, since without a party integrated with the masses socialist construction of the new China would be impossible, and the fine tradition of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. It should be no surprise that the four cardinal principles have been a touchstone ever since Deng's speech, especially since their affirmation in the crucial declaration from 1981, which was the culmination of a few years' arduous work. Hard. Both hands should be hard. Thus, the two basic points emphasize the need to manage the contradiction between leftist and rightist deviations, between ill-advised efforts to ignore China's specific conditions in constructing socialism and the dangers of the capitalist road. I close on a related note, which captures Deng Xiaoping's practical approach to the dialectics of contradiction analysis. It concerns the concrete image of the two hands. Deng used this image on a number of occasions, but I am interested in how it relates to the two aspects of the reform and opening up and the four cardinal principles. For Deng, it will not do for one hand to be hard yin, and the other soft ruan, for both hands should be hard yang ji should do yao ying. Chapter 5. China's Socialist Market Economy and Planned Economy. 5.1. Opening Remarks. A constituent feature of the reform and opening up is the socialist market economy. Much is the mystification around this concept, especially by those outside China, and much is the ignorance concerning its true nature. Most importantly, China has by no means moved from a planned economy to a market economy, for these are both components of the fundamental economic system and the overall socialist system. I will have more to say about the relationship between planned and market economies later, but the primary concern of this chapter is the socialist market economy. The reason, when one engages seriously with the topic of China's socialist market economy, one soon notices a distinct disjunction. In China, key issues in the debate have largely been settled some time ago, while outside China, significant misunderstanding remains. A major reason for this ignorance is that non-Chinese researchers remain disconcertingly uninformed concerning Chinese language scholarship. Thus, my purpose here is to present the major developments and breakthroughs of this scholarship. The chapter is structured as follows. It begins with the need to de-link a market economy from a capitalist system, and so also a planned economy from a socialist system. This entails an initial engagement with Deng Xiaoping, who, as should be obvious by now, is so important for understanding the reform and opening up as a whole. I also include in this treatment of de-linking a historical survey, beginning with Marx, on market economies throughout human history. In the following sect, I delve into Chinese scholarship and its deployment of Mao Zedong's contradiction analysis. Here the concern is to identify the primary contradiction in the context of the construction of socialism, or rather the manifestation of the contradiction between the forces and relations of production. For Chinese researchers, this manifestation is in terms of the overall socio-economic system and its specific components, or what may be called institutional forms, which include planned and market economies. Given that a primary purpose of socialism is to liberate the forces of production, the question now concerns what institutional form enables such a liberation. Initially, a planned economy was able to liberate productive forces, but later, and in light of its unfolding contradictions, a market institutional form becomes necessary, although planning does not disappear. The next sect concerns the dialectic of universality and particularity, in which a market economy has universal or common features, but its nature is determined by the particular socio-economic system of which it is a component. In this way, this section also seeks to answer the question as to whether the market economy in the context of socialism is indeed socialist, an answer that entails a return to Marx and Engels. The final sect deals with more recent developments concerning the dialectical sublation or transformation of both market and planned economies. Obviously, planning has not been abandoned, but it has been transformed to a qualitatively new level, as has the socialist market economy. I hardly need to remind readers by this stage that the framework for all this analysis is resolutely Marxist, with a distinct bent for applying Marxist philosophy to economic questions. 5.2. Delinking, planning, and the market. The first step, to which all of the Chinese scholars I have consulted devote more or less space, involves delinking a market economy from capitalism and a planned economy from socialism. While this task may seem to be relatively easy and able to be dealt with quickly, it requires some more attention. The reason, the assumed link remains remarkably persistent in our own day, not least because of the initially exasperated due to the viability of socialism when it was written slogan of Count Ludwig von Mises. The alternative is still either socialism or a market economy. Since he is one of godfathers of an increasingly defunct neoliberalism, von Mises's deceptive slogan has become a commonplace all the way from neoliberal true believers to many Western Marxists. Socialism inescapably entails a planned economy, while a market economy is by definition capitalist. In this light, I begin with Deng Xiaoping and his circle, since the narrative of his steady efforts against recurring opposition to lay the groundwork and set the agenda for a socialist market economy raises a number of important questions for the discussion that follows. Second, I deal with the historical question concerning different market economies in human history. 5.2.1 Deng Xiaoping and the Socialist Market Economy. In 1979, Deng Xiaoping observed, "It is wrong to maintain that a market economy exists only in capitalist society and that there is only capitalist market economy. Why can't we develop a market economy under socialism?" Developing a market economy does not mean practicing capitalism. We cannot say that market economy exists only under capitalism. Market economy was in its embryonic stages. As early as feudalist society, we can surely develop it under socialism. This is the basic delinking move, to which Deng would return on a number of occasions over the next dozen years, depending on the audience and the need to remind doubters and dogmatists that it was not the beginning of the capitalist road, and certainly not a heresy yiduan. Instead, as nearly all the Chinese scholars I have consulted make clear, the whole approach relies on the Marxist basis of liberating thought and seeking truth from facts, thereby overcoming the too rigid dogmas of traditional economics. At the same time, there was a distinct development in Deng's thought and in the related resolutions of the Central Committee and CPC National Congress. Here I follow the account of Deng Xiaoping, who identifies three stages: the breakthrough, in which socialism can also engage in a market economy; the transition, in which planning and the market are combined; and the establishment of a socialist market economy. The initial breakthrough is credited to the quiet-spoken scholar Yu Ziyao, who published in March of 1979 a paper entitled "An Attempt to Discuss a Socialist Market Economy." Here we find the first distinct effort at delinking, the proposal that a market economy can be based on public ownership and a recognition of the importance of the law of value. Although Yu's proposal was not widely appreciated at the time, Deng Xiaoping clearly picked up its import and began to speak openly for such a position in only a few months. Initially, a market economy was seen to have an auxiliary role, fuzhu zuyang, and function as a supplement, weifu, as early resolutions put it, to the planned economy, to which priority, vaizhu, would still be given. Next came an effort to find a balance or symbiosis between planning and market, particularly in light of the evident contradictions arising in the planned economy, which had begun to stifle economic performance. Earlier resolutions moved somewhat cautiously, the means of production moved more swiftly. Increasing market functions led to further theoretical reflection. Thus, in 1985, Deng Xiaoping observed in response to questions, "There is no fundamental contradiction between socialism and a market economy," and a little over a year later, he observed that we should no longer say that, in an echo of his comment in 1979, a planned economy is primary vaizhu. Note the shift. It was no longer a case of an overall planned economy warily shaping the direction of a market or commodity economy, but the fact that there was no fundamental contradiction between them, that a market economy did not necessarily violate the principles of socialism. To provide the theoretical justification for this position, Deng deployed two positions. First, one should see a market economy or a planned economy as a method fangfa. Second, this method has the primary purpose of liberating the forces of production, Jiefang Shengchanli. We will return to both points later, but the whole argument would lead to the 13th National Congress of the CPC of 1987 adopting a distinct combination of planned and market economies in terms of an internal unity nezai tongyi. Even so, this breakthrough in 1987 still spoke of the state regulating the market and the market guiding enterprises, so there was still some way to go. The third stage culminated in the report of the CPC's 14th National Congress in 1992 and of the third plenary session of the 14th Central Committee of the Party in November 1993. The latter stated, "The socialist market economic institutional form is integrated with the basic socialist system. The establishment of a socialist market economic institutional form is to make the market play a fundamental role in the allocation of resources under the state's macro control." The lead-up to this decision required on Deng's part both reiteration of earlier statements on delinking and some further development. Planning happens under capitalism as well. Both planning and market economies should be seen as economic means shuduan, and they function to serve fuwu, a larger system. As to how it so serves, Deng spoke in his southern tour of what became known as the three benefits, sangeyu liu. The essence of socialism is the liberation and development of the productive forces, elimination of exploitation and polarization, and the ultimate achievement of prosperity for all. Let us summarize the main points that have arisen: delinking itself, description of a market as a method, fangfa, and then a means, shuduan, that is distinguished from and determined by the larger socio-economic system. This means serves fuwu, the larger system. The essence of socialism is to liberate the productive forces, eliminate polarization, and enable prosperity for all. Importantly, the delinking move was by no means original to Deng, for it had already been established in the debates of the 1930s in Eastern Europe. Further, and in relation to the second point, in Eastern Europe, the market was widely understood as a neutral tool or economic mechanism that could be used by different socioeconomic systems. The third and fourth items begin to indicate precisely what such differences might be, with the concept of serving a larger system indicating that a market economy is a component or institutional form of such a socio-economic system, as well as the proposal that socialism's major concern is with liberating the forces of production. I will return to these points in greater detail a little later. For now, I turn to the historical point. 5.2.2 Market Economies in History. This point is rather straightforward. Market economies have existed in many periods of human history, but they have by no means been capitalist market economies. This reality was already foreshadowed in the text I quoted earlier from 1979, where Deng Xiaoping observed that a market economy was in its embryonic stages as early as feudalist society. Further, on a number of occasions he offered the comparative point that a planned economy is also part of capitalism, the more so during times of economic difficulties. While most Chinese scholars make similar observations, neither they nor Deng were the first in the Marxist tradition to deploy historical arguments in relation to market economies. The first was actually Marx, in the third volume of Capital, where he examines the market economy of ancient Rome. His concern is to trace the effects of usurer's capital, found in the most diverse economic formations of society. In Rome, a portion of this capital led to commodities, money, trade, borrowing, surplus, and profit. In other words, we have some of the core components of a market economy. But is it a capitalist market economy? Not at all. It is a slave economy, for its primary purpose was to find, transport, and buy the labor of others as slaves. The whole market economy of ancient Rome was geared for and subordinated to this purpose. Marx subsequently outlines the way some of these components worked. Usury, interest, surplus, money, labor, and so on were arranged quite differently and functioned in ways that are far from a capitalist market economy. Or, if they do at times seem similar, they function in altered conditions without a capitalist framework. Marx moves on to outline how some elements of feudal markets worked, and then how the different constellation of a capitalist mode of production overturned and reconfigured many of these earlier features. For Marx at least, market economies are not all the same, and do not function in exactly the same way. They may have some components in common, and to a casual observer such market economies may appear to be similar. But it is both the arrangement of the parts in relation to each other and the overall purpose or function of the market economy in question that indicates significant differences between them. We may add to Marx's initial thoughts that it was precisely a slave market economy that was a major component of the ancient mode of production of both Greece and Rome, and that the ancient Persians of the first millennium BCE developed a military market economy by deploying the relatively recent invention of coinage, and that the European feudal market economy was primarily focused on the estate's own production and well-being. I mean, not local peasant produce markets, but statewide and even empire-wide socioeconomic systems, of which market economies formed an important component. As Chinese scholars routinely point out, market economies have existed throughout human history and constitute one of the significant creations by human societies. But they also point out that these market economies are by no means capitalist in nature, since they are shaped by the socio-economic system of which they are a component. To assert otherwise is, as Deng Xiaoping made clear, to become dogmatic, or to fall into what we may also call economics imperialism, in which the assumptions of a capitalist market economy are dehistoricized, desocialized, universalized, and superimposed on any historical market economy, thereby skewing analysis. 5.3 Contradiction Analysis. While Deng Xiaoping and his circle may have laid some of the foundations for a socialist market economy, there was wide recognition of the need to develop the argument further. A key move was to deploy contradiction analysis more extensively, especially the concern with the need to identify the primary contradiction in any situation, which is the key to dealing with secondary contradictions. More specifically, researchers picked up the point that the main contradiction during the construction of socialism is between the forces and relations of production, as well as the established point that the nature of contradictions under socialism is qualitatively different from that of a capitalist system, since they are primarily non-antagonistic contradictions. 5.3.1, From Ownership to Liberating the Forces of Production. To see how this approach is deployed in relation to the socialist market economy, I begin with the influential work of Huang Nansen, which is widely regarded as having settled the question. Huang points out that while Mao was correct on his main points, he made one crucial mistake concerning the manifestation of the main contradiction between the forces and relations of production. Let us be clear, the assumed position, which was by now well established in the Marxist tradition since Stalin, is that during the construction of socialism, contradictions continue to exist between the forces and relations of production. The question, however, concerned how such contradictions manifest themselves. Mao reasoned that since the contradiction was manifested in a capitalist system between the socialized nature of production and the private ownership of the means of production, a socialist system would seek to solve this contradiction by ensuring the social or public ownership of the means of production. Thus, both the process of production and the means of production would become socialized. So we find that Mao and those around him rapidly and even artificially raised the levels of public ownership, hoping to solve the inherent contradiction they had inherited. However, this approach, argues Huang, is ultimately non-dialectical on two related counts. There would seem to be an absence of contradictions after this one is solved, and this result would negate the point that, under socialism, the contradiction between forces and relations of production would continue, albeit in a distinctly different manner. Let me emphasize this point for a moment. The resolute focus on ownership of the means of production was far too one-sided, for it relegated to second place, if not ignoring altogether, the forces of production. Mao and those around him were certainly not the only ones who pressed heavily on public ownership. It has become a staple for many in the communist movement. And even today, in the midst of bourgeois states, the nationalization of a bank or a rail network is regarded as socialist. A one-sided reading of Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto assists with such an assumption, where centralization, nationalization, and the abolition of bourgeois private property are seen to be the core project for communism immediately after a successful proletarian revolution. But is this really the case? We need to remind ourselves of a text that I have quoted in an earlier chapter. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total all-productive forces, productionskraft, as rapidly as possible. I have added the italics for good reason, since for Marx and Engels the issue is both ownership and liberation of the productive forces. What happens when the forces of production are returned to the dialectic? As we have seen, this was a key feature of Deng Xiaoping's emphasis again and again. He insisted that the main project of socialism in his era was to liberate the forces of production, rather than settle for poor socialism. Only by liberating productive forces, which also required a significant liberation of thought, would it be possible to eliminate exploitation and attain prosperity for all, or what he would come to call a Xiaokang society, one that is moderately well off, healthy, peaceful, and secure. All of the Chinese scholars I have consulted emphasize this feature of Deng's approach, even to the point of observing that it is central to the Marxist method itself, in which the productive forces are the ultimate determinant of social relations, also in the process of socialist construction. 5.3.2, Primary Contradiction. On this basis, Huang Nansen reassesses the manifestation of the primary contradiction between the forces and relations of production. Instead of seeing it, as Mao did, in the form of productive forces and the ownership of such forces, Huang proposes that it is actually manifested in terms of the forces of production and the economic institutional form. To non-Chinese readers, this may seem to be an unfamiliar way of formulating the question, so let me explain. The argument deploys specific technical terminology. In Huang's usage, the term for the overall or basic system is jidu, while that used for the specific institutional form is tiji. However, if one casts a cursory glance at a Chinese dictionary, one finds both terms translated as system, although tiji is also a structure, setup, or way of organization. By contrast, the usage in Huang and others is quite specific. So I have translated jidu as the overall or basic system. While I have used a term from regulation theory to translate tiji, an institutional form is a specific building block or component of a larger system, and is it one among others. Thus, a socialist system includes the institutional forms of planned and market economies. Another sense in the semantic field of tiji is a way or mode of organization. Thus, the institutional form of a market economy organizes in a particular way the means and relations of production, so as to allocate resources and distribute products by means of the law of value, price signals, and competition. However, a planned economy organizes the forces and relations of production in a somewhat different way, by means of regulation, long-term calculation of means and ends, dealing with challenges, and setting perimeters for what can and cannot be done. How these two institutional forms work together in a socialist system continues to be the focus of considerable Chinese research, to which I return later. To reiterate the key point here, an institutional form is a component of and shaped by the whole system. Thus, to identify a market economy institutional form with a capitalist system is a category mistake, as it is to identify a planned economy institutional form with a socialist system. Instead, the logic is that if the system is capitalist, then we have a capitalist market economy, but if it is socialist, then the market economy will be shaped by that overall system. To return Huang Nanson's identification of the primary contradictions manifestation, he argues that it appears between the overall system and the institutional form, which in a socialist context must enable the liberation of the forces of production. If an institutional form enables such a liberation, then the contradiction is resolved for a time. But if the institutional form hobbles the liberation of productive forces, then it is necessary to bring another institutional form into play, such as a socialist market economy. 5.4 is it socialist, universality and particularity. A further feature of contradiction analysis concerns the relation between universality and particularity, or commonality and individuality. In this light, the institutional form of a market economy is a universal or common reality, while its integration within a socio-economic system evinces the particularity of each type of market economy. But it raises the question as to what is socialist about both the overall socialist system and the particular form that a market economy takes within the system. It also entails an analysis of whether and how the universal institutional form of the market economy is shaped and determined by the particular system. 5.4.1 Universality and Particularity. A number of earlier works broach the question of universality and particularity, although to understand how the dialectic works, we need some further discussion of technical terminology. As we have seen, a market economy is an institutional form, a component of a larger and overall socio-economic system. Now it is precisely the institutional form that becomes the universal term, found in quite a number of human societies throughout history. The socio-economic system becomes the particular or individual term, for each is distinguished from the other by specific features. Further, many describe both market and planned economies as methods. Fangfa means shu duan, and more technically as a mechanisms jiji, all of which already appear in the important report from the CPC's 13th National Congress. However, their usage tends towards seeing a market economy as a neutral tool or piece of machinery. At this level, it is easy to see how it can be seen as a universal feature, a tool that is found in many societies and economic systems. This approach was by no means new, for, as mentioned earlier, it was already the majority position in the Eastern European experiments with market economies, where they spoke of an economic mechanism. The gain was that it enabled them to de-link a market economy from a capitalist system, and this also appears to be the reason for earlier Chinese deployment of such terms. The negative side was that risked seeing market economies under different systems as identical with one another, with no distinguishing features. The logical outcome of this line of thought is that the only difference between capitalist and socialist systems is the political structure and perhaps the cultural tradition. Chinese arguments explicitly recognize this problem, for to emphasize that a market economy is merely a method, means, or mechanism is to fall too heavily on the universal or common side of the dialectic. This is where the relations between institutional form and overall system come into play. Thus, both planning and market are seen as institutional forms, with the former often designated as a regulatory institutional form Tiaokong Tiji, and the latter as a market economy institutional form Shichang Jingji Tiji. As for the system itself, it is variously described as a basic socialist system, Shouizhui Jiben Jidu, and a basic socialist economic system, Shouizhui Jiben Jingji Jidu. Should one have any lingering doubts, the consistent usage of basic or foundational jiben indicates precisely how the system functions. As to how they relate to one another, Huang Nansen observes, a market economy can become the commonality, gongxing, of the capitalist economic institutional form Tiji and the socialist economic institutional form Tiji, and capitalism and socialism are their individualities gexing. Or in more detail from Peng Lixun, a socialist market economy is the organic combination of the market economy and the basic socialist system, Shouizhui Jiben Jidu. Further, the difference between it and the capitalist market economy is not the generality of the market economy, but the particularity of combining it with the basic socialist system. Thus, to confuse an overall system with an institutional form is a category mistake. Now, in terms of universality and particularity, the outcome of this detailed terminology and the necessity of a dialectical relation between common institutional forms and particular systems is that the nature of the institutional form in question is shaped by that system. Not merely shaped, for this way of putting it suggests that a market economy is in some way an independent entity, the market, as the neoclassical ideologues like to suggest. Huang Nansen answers, there is no market economy institutional form that is independent of the basic economic system of society. One cannot have the institutional form of the market economy separate from the system of which it forms a part. But how is this institutional form determined by the system with which it is integrated? One may begin by asking how a market economy can serve fuwu, either capitalism or socialism, or indeed any other system as a whole. But this is only the first step. 5.4.2. What makes it socialist? The more elaborate answer addresses directly how the system as a whole shapes the nature of a market economy. Let us begin with the three benefits Sangyu Liu, mentioned by many, that can be used to judge any institutional form. Whether it is conducive to the development of the productive forces of a socialist society, to the enhancement of the comprehensive national strength of a socialist country, and to the improvement of people's living standards. The first point picks up a core feature of socialism noted earlier. It should seek to liberate the productive forces, not for the sake of such liberation in and of itself, but for the sake of socio-economic well-being, the core human right in the Chinese Marxist tradition, as I will show in Chapter 7. The second arises from the long Chinese experience of humiliation and semi-colonization by Western powers, as well as the experiences of constructing socialism in different parts of the world where international blockades, outright military aggression, and the external sponsoring of internal destabilization and plots were to be common. In this context, comprehensive national strength, specifically of an economic nature, is a must. The third, concerning the improvement of people's lives in all respects, is now expressed in terms of the people's desire for mei hao sheng huo, for a beautiful and good life. These three systemic benefits relate not merely to the institutional form of a socialist market economy, but also to other components of the whole system. Another way of indicating how a market economy may serve society, gongtong ti fuwu, appears in Huang Nansen's contribution. He identifies 5 features of the foundational socialist system to which a market economy must contribute. The system contains a multiplicity of components, but public ownership remains the core economic driver. While both state-owned and private enterprises must be viable, their main purpose is not profit at all costs, but social benefit and meeting the needs of all people, in short, people-centered. It deploys the old socialist principle of, from each according to ability and to each according to work. Limiting exploitation and wealth polarization and seeking common prosperity, the guide for action always remains Marxism. The primary value should always be socialist collectivism rather than individualism. Public ownership as the basis, of course, harks back to the other side of the dialectic in the Communist Manifesto. While I have emphasized the liberation of the forces of production, Chinese scholars by no means ignore the importance of public ownership. Added to public ownership is social benefit, seeking common prosperity, socialist collectivism, and Marxism as the guide. A concrete example drawn from today can illustrate the social responsibility reports. Each enterprise, whether state-owned, private, or foreign, must produce annual reports of this type. They are primarily the responsibility of the local Communist Party branch in the enterprise. Any enterprise, Chinese or foreign, with 3 or more party members must have a branch. While it is the task of governing board to ensure economic viability, the social responsibility reports focus on social benefit, poverty alleviation, environmental improvement, education, guidance and improvement of public opinion, core socialist values, party building, and contribution to socialism with Chinese characteristics. These are not secondary to profit-making, seeking to show a compassionate face for the enterprise in question. Instead, they are central to the enterprise's activities in serving the common good. A final comment, if after reading this section, a reader still has in mind government interference in an independent market, then this is a mistake. Such an assumption arises from a saturation in a capitalist system, and the influence of its ideologues who maintain that the market is in some way an independent entity with its own way of functioning, in which a government more or less intervenes. Why a mistake? A Chinese Marxist approach does not assume this framework. To quote Huang Nansen once again, there is no market economy institutional form that is independent of the basic economic system of society. 5.4.3. A basis in Marx and Engels. Another way of broaching the question of socialist identity is to ask how it arises from the work of Marx and Engels. Earlier material assumed that one could not find the basis of a socialist market economy in their works, but that it was the outcome of using Marxism as a guide for action and seeking truth from facts in the actual construction of socialism. Thus, Marx and Engels could not have had access to vital empirical data in order to seek truth from facts. My earlier resort to Marx's historical point concerning the quite different market economy of ancient Rome may now be seen as an effort to address this concern from another angle. Others have also made the effort, with two tendencies: a search for Marxist methodological underpinnings and more detailed examinations of the founders' texts to identify substantive features. As for the former, we have already encountered the emphasis on forces of production as the ultimately determining factor of social relations, specifically in terms of the need to liberate productive forces rather than an imbalanced concern with ownership. More recent is a return to Marx's theses on Feuerbach as the basis of both Mao Zedong's On Practice and his slogan, "Seek Truth from Facts," which became a cornerstone of Deng Xiaoping's approach. In a Chinese Marxist framework, this entails the obvious point that the Marxist method must be combined with the actual historical, cultural, and socio-economic conditions in China to make any sense. More detailed efforts began to appear later, with a focus on the content of human nature, practice, and history. Since I have already mentioned practice, let me focus on human nature. The starting point is the well-known text from the Manifesto: "In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all." Other texts, from the German ideology to capital, also appear in a similar vein, but they are connected with the three stages of human development outlined briefly in the Grundrisse. The first entails limited human productivity and human dependence, while the second is one of relative independence, in which there is the social exchange of matter, universal relations, requirements, and capacities. For these Chinese scholars, the first is pre-capitalist and the second not so much capitalist, but one of a market economy. This stage creates, as Marx observes, the conditions for the third, free individuality, based on the universal development of the individuals and the subordination of their communal social productivity, which is their social possession, is the third stage. For these scholars, the final stage is the same as that envisaged in the Manifesto, namely communism, with its all-round development of individuals. This particular example reveals a development in some areas of Chinese scholarship. Let me put it this way. Since the common institutional form of a market economy is not necessarily capitalist, but is shaped by the larger socio-economic system of which it is a component, it becomes possible to examine the texts of Marx and Engels in relation to the commonality of market economy in order to identify how it works. This approach is neither undertaken naively nor in a way to justify veering onto the capitalist road, but rather to identify both the benefits and shortcomings of a market economy. The ideal, of course, is to draw on its benefits within a socialist system, while being wary and preventing its dangers. That this is an arduous task, requiring constant diligence and adjustment, goes without saying. 5.5 Dialectical Transcendence, Beyond Planning and Market Economies. Thus far, most references to Chinese scholarship have come from the 1990s, when the debate was strongest and there was a need to examine the Marxist underpinnings of the socialist market economy. However, this material comes from 2 or more decades ago, and while it reflects the reality that most of the core issues were settled in the 1990s, there have been subsequent developments in light of the significant progress of the reform and opening up. The most significant is a further elaboration of the dialectical argument, now in terms of the sublation or transcendence of the distinction between planning and market economies. I distinguish 3 steps: the earlier temporal narrative, the effort to achieve a balance, and transcendence itself. 5.5.1 From temporal narratives to managing the contradiction. As for the temporal narrative, it is not the case that a planned economy as such has been superseded during the reform and opening up, even though this is a common assumption outside China. Instead, what has passed is a highly centralized and rigidly planned economy, which has been replaced with a flexible combination of both planning and market. In more detail, while a largely planned economy immediately after a successful communist revolution is a necessity, with its nationalizations, collectivization, and crushing or transformation of the former bourgeois landlord owners of the means of production, it leads after a few decades to new contradictions that stifle economic efficiency and improvement. From the perspective of liberating the forces of production, there is no case in socialist countries where the old form of the planned economy failed to give their economies a boost and develop productive forces. But only for a while. At this point, a new arrangement of institutional forms is needed, and a market economy begins to be introduced, as was tentatively attempted in some parts of Eastern Europe. Through the whole process of the reform and opening up, planning has clearly not been abandoned. But how planned and market economies might work together within an overall system is the concern of much of the material I have studied. The effort arises from contradiction analysis and the move to designating both as institutional forms within a socialist system. Apart from earlier positions that allotted planning, the primary role, later proposals include an organic combination and complementary interaction of planning in terms of macro control and a market economy's micromanagement, with both seen as methods of economic management. Thus, the market is the foundation and national macro control is the guide, both of which, to gloss Deng Xiaoping, must have hard hands. A more extended effort to seek a balance comes from Yang Jinhai in an article published in English. Assuming Mao's contradiction analysis, specifically in terms of the unity of contradictions captured by the phrase, "What is contradictory is also complementary," Shangfan Shangsheng, Yang proposes a contradiction between justice and efficiency, which must be managed to avoid antagonism. Thus, justice appears in terms of a planned economy, public ownership, equal distribution of resources, and fair recompense according to work. And efficiency is a feature of a market economy, with its logistical capabilities and fostering of innovation. The challenge is to ensure that justice and efficiency function in a both-and manner, rather than, as in the Western European tradition, as an either-or option. Under a capitalist system, the contradiction is seen as either a market economy or a planned economy, either bourgeois private ownership of the means of production or public ownership. Opting for the former, the market economy under capitalism is like a wild horse without reins, producing crises, social polarization, and injustice, without being able to address the burning question of justice. By contrast, in a socialist system, we find a rather different situation, with both the efficiency of a market economy and the justice of a planned economy with its public ownership. They are, Young suggests, like the two wheels of a cart and the two wings of a bird, which function in terms of the unity of contradictions. Too much of the market economy leads to a lack of equity and potential conflict. Too much of public ownership and a planned economy stifles efficiency and weighs heavily on the people. Historically, one can see that earlier, the emphasis was far too much on equality, but it was an equality of poverty. In the middle period of the reform and opening up, efficiency was paramount, but it led to income disparity, widespread corruption, protests, flouting of the rule of law, lack of trust, and potential conflict. During what I have called earlier the wild 90 seconds, Yang points out at the time of writing that the urgent problem was to focus on justice and equality, an emphasis that is even greater a decade later, with a noticeable decline in corruption, protests, and the Gini coefficient. As the rule of law is being enforced, and with a concomitant concern with poverty alleviation, prosperity for all, and ecological civilization. Yang concludes that ensuring the non-antagonistic relation between the contradiction of justice and efficiency needs constant work. But that China has certainly not abandoned public ownership in light of developing a socialist market economy. 5.5.2 Dialectical Transcendence. Nonetheless, seeking a balance between two institutional forms in tension with one another is only a halfway house, mirroring the middle stage of the development of Deng Xiaoping's thought. More significant are some who argue that China's overall system is in the process of achieving a dialectical sublation or transcendence of planned and market economies, or more broadly, of the traditional socialist economic model and that of a capitalist system. As a way of dealing with this proposal, I begin by asking what features of a market economy are seen as appropriate. Again and again, one encounters the point that nearly all aspects of a market economy need to be developed. For example, Yang Xiaoji observes that the general laws of the market economy include a method and means of allocating social resources, such as the law of value and the relationship between supply and demand, price signals, and the role of competition mechanisms in resource allocation. A more detailed list appears in Zhao and Zheng. Market resource allocation plays a fundamental role. Economic activities should follow the law of value. These activities should adapt to changes in supply and demand. Price leverage and competition will enable efficient connections between resource allocation and benefits. As well as putting pressure on enterprises for the sake of innovation, economic signals should coordinate production and demand, and hard budget constraints and even survival of the fittest should not be avoided. Noticeably, these proposals appear relatively early in the debate. Chinese scholars had studied the Eastern European experiments in great detail and noted that the latter had not been willing to deploy fully the market, realities of hard budget constraints, price signals, and, most importantly, the law of value. The conclusion, from early on, was that if a market economy in a modern context is to function properly, it should include these features as well. As Zhang and Zhuang point out, a Chinese approach should give full play to the role of the law of value in optimizing the allocation of resources and regulating the circulation of commodities. Since the objective necessity of following the law of value is the internal premise of a market institutional form. Without the law of value, a market economy would become a tree without roots and water without a source. Clearly, the law of value is not restricted to analyzing capitalist market economies, but is applied and developed as a central feature of a socialist market economy. Simply put, without the law of value, you cannot have a market economy. As to its specific function, two approaches appear in the critical literature. The first and majority position is that the law of value applies only to the institutional form, to the component of a market economy. It does not apply to the basic socialist system as a whole, let alone to other components such as culture, politics, and law, which are determined by the three benefits that constitute the domain of planning. By contrast, the minority position entails an effort to reinterpret both the law of value and Marx's theory of labor in a socialist context. On the one hand, the category of labor must be expanded to include a much wider variety, from rural to urban and from manager to employee. On the other hand, the surplus value of a socialist market economy is not focused on profit at all costs, but directed at innovating the conditions of production, as well as education, medical improvements, poverty alleviation, and other public welfare programs. In other words, this social value is focused on the cause of socialist construction and the common prosperity of all. This is a minority position, but the implication is that the three benefits are not merely the responsibility of planning, but may also be found in the socialist market economy itself. Both approaches, however, indicate that the Chinese approach entails the full deployment of a market economy, going all the way. Thus, in 2013, Xi Jinping was instrumental in revising a position that had been standard since 1992. The market economy in the socialist system was no longer to play a basic role, jiqixing zuoyang, but a decisive role, judingxing zuoyang, in allocating resources. However, going all the way with a socialist market economy is only one side of the picture. It is, after all, an institutional form tiji in the basic economic system jibinjingjijidu. As the text of the 2013 decision clarifies, the same text stipulates that such a process also entails going all the way with a planned economy. This is not a return to old-style planned economies that sought to ban any market activity, but a qualitative transformation of planning itself. Thus, planning works with and through a market economy, since both are forms of economic management, to prevent the polarization, chaos, economic disruption, and the pattern of boom and bust typical of capitalist market economies. Positively, it works to ensure the well-being of all, strengthening the country and making it secure and harmonious, achieving a moderately well-off society, to which may be added the complete removal of absolute poverty, ecological civilization, and promoting core socialist values, summed up the phrase, people-centered development, yi renmin wei zhongxin de fajan. In this light, planning has undergone a qualitative transformation, deploying all of the sophisticated technologies available, setting both long-term plans and being flexible enough to deal with specific challenges. Now we can begin to understand how the full deployment of planning and market is increasingly seen in terms of dialectical transcendence. As Zhou and Wang put it, China's practice has proved that the combination of a market economy and socialism is a new form of exploring socialist practice, which overcomes the dual disadvantages of a traditional planned economy and a capitalist market economy, and which realizes the twofold transcendence, shuangchang chaya, of a traditional planned economy and a capitalist market economy. What does this mean? Simply put, it means going all the way through with a market economy in all respects, and it also means giving full play to the planned economy, so as to, in Hegelian terminology, realize their mutual Aufhebung. Only in this way can their roles be coordinated and unified. A little earlier, Zhang Shuikui elaborated on the Chinese model as a new form of socialist practice. For the combination of a market economy and socialism overcomes the dual disadvantages of a traditional planned economy and a capitalist market economy. At the same time, it also makes good use of the dual advantages of the institutional forms of planned and market economies, so as to achieve organic unity in equity and efficiency. Market regulation and government regulation, private economy and public economy, distribution according to work and distribution according to production factors, and so on. In short, it is the dual sublation yangqi and transcendence keiyu of a traditional planned economy and a capitalist market economy. Transcendence has a longer background in Chinese thought, but yangqi is the translation of Hegel's Aufhebung, the leap to another dialectical level that overcomes the problems and blockades of the two previous terms. Or, in Chinese parlance, it is to develop what is useful and healthy and discard what is not. Lest we dismiss such formulations as mere philosophical wordplay, there is indeed substance to this approach. Think of China's extraordinary development in the last 40 years, the move from being one of the poorest countries in the world to one of its most prosperous, lifting 800 million people out of poverty. A rate of innovation that leaves everyone else behind, global technological leadership in more and more areas, the Chinese speed of ecological civilization, the growth of cultural confidence on the global stage, all of which may be captured not in terms of finally catching up, but a dialectical leap into the future. Some simple statistics indicate what is at stake. At the time of liberation, 97% of the population lived in poverty and life expectancy at 35, while 72 years later, the last vestige of absolute poverty has been eradicated, and life expectancy is in the high 70s. One more example, with a return to the old opposition of public and private ownership. To begin with, state-owned enterprises have seen a further deepening of reform in terms of mixed ownership. However, this approach to public-private ownership should not be seen in light of capitalist SOEs, which are geared to be stabilizers during economic crises and line further the pockets of big capitalists. Instead, in a socialist system, SOEs are owned by the whole people and focus on achieving prosperity for all. How does this work when private enterprises are involved? At a basic level, the state and collectives maintain control in both macro and micro terms, that is, through the state-owned assets and control commission and through the reality of public ownership. More dialectically, to focus purely on relations of production is one-sided, for the mixed ownership approach is ultimately to spur the development of productive forces. Ultimately, the purpose is not to weaken SOEs in terms of capitalist privatization, but to strengthen them as core economic drivers. Already we can see results, with SEOs contributing to the lion's share of economic development, becoming hubs of innovation, winning contracts throughout the world with their superior technology, efficiency, and lower costs. Further, the multiplying of private enterprises, now as a major feature of targeted poverty reduction, may be seen as a people-based economy in which the vast majority common people, or the rural and urban workers in their many different forms involved in the socialist project, are the owners. As mentioned earlier, all enterprises, whether private or public, Chinese and foreign, village or local government-owned enterprises, new economic organizations, startups, and so on, with 3 or more CPC members must establish a local party branch, elect a secretary, and engage in party building. The larger the company, the larger the party membership. For example, the world's leading online retailer, Alibaba, has more than CPC members, with significant party building as part of its core mandate. While these party organizations do not interfere with management decisions, they do ensure that the company adheres to social responsibility principles. 5.6 Conclusion and Implications. I have moved from Deng Xiaoping's initial forays into a socialist market economy through the hard work of the 1990s, with its focus on liberating the forces of the production and the primary contradiction between overall socio-economic system and institutional form, to the beginnings of a dialectical sublation of both planning and market. Throughout much of the material, Mao Zedong's Contradiction Analysis has framed the form of the arguments, a reality that counters the idea entertained in some quarters that Deng Xiaoping departed from or even betrayed Mao. We have also encountered the need to avoid some category mistakes between a system and an institutional form, and between universal and particular, both with relevance to the tendency among some to confuse a market economy with capitalism and a planned economy with socialism. I would like to add another category mistake, seeking to analyze China's socialist system and its institutional forms by assuming that it is a capitalist system and thus using methods including Marxist. For the analysis of capitalism, as I have emphasized on a number of occasions, China's socialist project is guided and driven by Marxist political economy, so much so that it is the process of filling a gap in this approach, how to achieve a modernized socialist economic system. Chapter 6, Seeking a Xiaokang Society, or Socialist Modernization. 6.1, Opening Remarks. The so-called 4 modernizations are aimed at changing the poor and backward situation in China, gradually raising the living standards of the Chinese people, restoring China to a position in international affairs commensurate with its status, and making more contributions to humankind. The 4 modernizations we are going to achieve are those with a Chinese-style zhongguoxi. Our concept of the 4 modernizations is not a concept of modernization like yours, but a concept of a moderately well-off family, Xiaokang Zhijia. I have begun with this quotation from Deng Xiaoping, since it captures the topic of this chapter, a Xiaokang society that would result from the 4 modernizations. This was the first time that Xiaokang was used in such a sense in China since liberation, but it has an ancient pedigree. Xiaokang comes from the Confucian classics and designates a moderate or acceptable time of health, well-being, prosperity, and peace. Deng sought to reinterpret the term, also used in everyday parlance, within a Marxist framework. In other words, it was yet another example of the sinification of Marxism, or Marxism, made concrete and set on its feet in a Chinese context. There is another feature of Deng's observation, his reference to the four modernizations, Sige Xian Dai Hua. It is precisely these modernizations that he seeks to define in terms of a Chinese style or a Xiaokang society. Why this specific reference? It entails a distinct emphasis on continuity, for the four modernizations stem from Zhou Enlai in 1963 and were affirmed by Mao Zedong. In other words, Deng clearly appropriates the four modernizations for the project of the reform and opening up, which would achieve a moderately well-off family, Xiaokang Jijia, or, as he clarifies a little later in the same text, a moderately well-off country, Xiaokang de Guohia. The following analysis sets out to explain the interrelated terms of the four modernizations in Xiaokang society. It begins with an analysis of the four modernizations in agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology, through the initial proposals of Mao Zedong and especially Zhou Enlai, and then its explication with Deng Xiaoping. The crucial question here is what gives these modernizations their distinctive Chinese characteristics. In order to answer this question, I analyze the reinterpretation of Xiaokang, which will be left in transliterated form since it is almost impossible to translate. This task entails what may initially seem like a detour, an examination of the Confucian tradition's notion of Deitong, or great harmony. As the highest stage of social development, it would come to be reinterpreted through Mao Zedong in light of communism. Before the stage of Deitong comes Xiaokang, a more moderate and achievable middle ground, above chaos and disorder, but not at the same level as the great harmony. It was specifically Deng Xiaoping who reclaimed the term Xiaokang and reinterpreted it in light of socialism, the stage, according to orthodox Marxism since Lenin, before communism. The analysis closes with a consideration of the comprehensive Xiaokang society, which has become a core feature of Chinese government policy. 6.2. The four modernizations. In early 1963, at a meeting in Shanghai, Zhou Enlai proposed, if we want to build a powerful socialist country, we must modernize agriculture, industry, national defense, science, and technology. This statement would become the recognized form of the four modernizations Sige Xian Dai Hua. Yet, this was by no means the first occasion at which modernization, or indeed their numbering, were mentioned. For both Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong had been developing the idea since the 1950s. It is not my task here to delve into a detailed history of their emergence and clarification. Instead, I am interested in how they are articulated, in how they are different from modernizations elsewhere. In other words, what gives these four modernizations their distinctly Chinese characteristics? The answer to this question already appeared almost 10 years earlier. In Zhou Enlai's work report, since then a typical task for the premier, at the inaugural National People's Congress of 1954. In his presentation, which offered a preliminary list of four modernizations, Zhou points out that the task before the new China is to overcome backwardness and poverty, brought about by the three mountains of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism. The method, to liberate productive forces Jifang Shengchanli and focus on economic development. The aim, to improve the people's material life, Weiwu Shenghuo, and cultural life, and strengthen the nation's independence and security, Anquan. We may summarize as follows. The purpose of the four modernizations was to overcome China's chronic poverty through liberating the forces of production so as to raise the level of material and cultural life so as to secure China's strength. Or, as Zhou Enlai puts it later in the same speech, the sole aim, Wei Yi Mudi, of a socialist economy is to satisfy the people's material and cultural needs. Turning to Deng Xiaoping, it is striking how his renewed emphasis on the four modernizations is in marked continuity with Zhou Enlai from the 1950s. By now, this continuity should not be a surprise. We have already seen how Deng and his comrades strove to pick up and enhance the line of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought from the late 1950s. By contrast, the Maoism of the Cultural Revolution was a deviation. A comparable point applies to the four modernizations, which the Gang of Four in particular disparaged. They saw the modernizations as a path to capitalism, opposed developments in science and technology, and advocated poor socialism in their place. In the wake of the Cultural Revolution, Deng and his comrades strove mightily to recover the four modernizations and take them to a whole new level. In his many invocations of the four modernizations, Deng connects a wide range of topics, so much so that the modernizations become an alternative term for the reform and opening up. But what is the point of the whole process? The four modernizations mean changing the poor and backward situation in China, gradually raising the living standards of the Chinese people, restoring China to a position in international affairs commensurate with its status, and making more contributions to humankind. The continuity with Zhou Enlai's identification of the nature and purpose of the four modernizations should be obvious, with an added emphasis on an international dimension in relation to China's status in world affairs, especially as a socialist country with a deep affinity for developing countries that were formerly colonized. In fact, in the sentence preceding the text I have quoted, Deng explicitly invokes Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai. Elsewhere, Deng stressed similar themes in relation to the four modernizations: China's backward economic condition and the need to overcome poverty, the resolute focus on economic construction and the productive forces, and the need for a materially advanced socialist civilization with a rich and diversified Feng Fu Duokai cultural life, inspired by high ideals Gaosheng. When he came to provide more specific details, Deng spoke of China's advantageous conditions, notably the abundance of natural resources in terms of minerals and energy, a firm material foundation in the development of industry, the hard work, wisdom, and creativity of Chinese people who are experienced in struggle, and an opening up policy that will enable principled engagement with other countries that are more advanced in terms of science and technology. Further, when addressing the modernization of science and technology, he specifies that these are productive forces in their own right. In this case, Deng invokes not only China's achievements in this area in the past, but also the need to develop this core area in the modern world so that China would once again take the lead, albeit in light of a socialist system in which mental labor is of service to rural and urban workers. None of this would be easy, far from it. The modernizations would entail much toil and struggle, especially in light of the need to keep to the socialist road. In a more philosophical vein, he observes that the four modernizations represent a great and profound revolution in which we are moving forward by resolving one new contradiction after another. In order to enable the four modernizations, Deng specifies the struggle involved in structural reform, in constructing a socialist civilization with a high cultural and ideological level, in combating economic crime and corruption, and rectifying the CPC's work style, organization, and leadership. Clearly, Deng Xiaoping took the four modernizations to a whole new level. He was also resolute on the role of the CPC as the vanguard of the new China, which required a firm and consistent political line, political stability and unity, hard struggle, and a pioneering spirit, as well cadres who had both resolute socialist orientation and professional competence. Deng was also clear that the four modernizations would eventually prove the superiority of a socialist system and that they would enable China, and indeed other countries, to counter hegemonism Bakuan, or to struggle against hegemony Fanba Duzheng. I will return to this theme in the next chapter. Suffice to note here that countering hegemonism functions as a replacement for the anti-colonial struggle. China has had more enough of bullying and hegemonism by countries that followed the European model of colonial depredation, and it is certainly not going to allow such a situation again. In closing this analysis of the four modernizations, let me return to the key question: how do they evince a Chinese-style Shi or Chinese characteristics Tez? For Zhou Enlai, these characteristics entailed overcoming China's backwardness through economic development so as to improve material and cultural life. We may rephrase this answer as follows: the purpose of capitalist modernization, enabled through imperialist plunder and colonial domination, is to enrich a small percentage of the population, specifically those who hold the reins of industry and trade, and who monopolize scientific and technological development. The vast majority of rural and urban workers continue to struggle, mostly missing out on the gains made. By contrast, socialist modernization is, in the long term, for the improvement of the material and cultural lives of this vast majority. As we have seen, Deng Xiaoping agrees, elaborating much further as he sought to identify the four modernizations with the reform and opening up itself. But Deng also made a distinctly new contribution as to what gives the four modernizations their distinctive Chinese characteristics. Initially, he observes, the aim was to realize the four modernizations by the end of the 20th century. However, Deng and his comrades realized that this aim was too ambitious. Later, we changed the goal to Chinese-style Zhongguoshi modernizations, intending to lower the standard a little. A lapidary answer, is it not? But it contains a more profound meaning. This lowering of the standards entails the deployment of a term hitherto not used, Xiaokong. As the quotation with I began, this chapter makes clear, Modernization in China means a Xiaokang family, a Xiaokang country, or as Deng observes elsewhere, the primary task we have set is to achieve by the end of this century the initial goal of modernization, that is to say, to reach the level of Xiaokang. It is to the meaning of Xiaokang that I now turn. 6.3 De Tong, from the Confucian tradition to Mao Zedong. In order to understand Xiaokang and why Deng Xiaoping appropriated this term from the Chinese tradition, we need to step back and deal with the question of De Tong, with the core meaning of great unity, togetherness, or harmony. The tradition relating to this term is notable not for its lengthy discourses, but for the briefness and sparseness of its key moments. It is as though the weight of the moments has increased precisely because of this brevity. The Book of Rites, the first articulation of De Tong and thereby its locus classicus, appears in the Cycle of Rites Liyun chapter of the Book of Rites, compiled in the 3rd to 2nd centuries BCE. When the Great Wei Dadao was practiced, all under heaven was as common Tianxia Wei Gong. They chose men of worth and ability for public office, they practiced good faith and cultivated goodwill, Zhumu. Therefore, people did not single out only their parents to love, nor did they single out only their children for care. They saw to it that the aged were provided for until the end, that the able-bodied had employment, and that the young were brought up well. Compassion was shown to widows, orphans, the childless, and those disabled by disease, so that all had sufficient support. Men had their portion of land, and women their homes after marriage. Wealth they hated to leave unused, yet they did not necessarily store it away for their own use. Strength they hated not to exert, yet they did not necessarily exert it only for their own benefit. Thus, selfish scheming was thwarted before it could develop. Bandits and thieves, rebels and traitors did not show themselves. So the outer gates Waihu were left open. This was known as the period of the Great Unity, Da Tong. A few observations are in order. To begin with, the Chinese text is very concise, with one character often functioning as a whole word. Translators are tempted to fill in the meaning for readers. For example, Dadao is literally the big road, but metaphorically the Great Way. Think of Taoism or Daojiao, the teaching of the way. One may seek to expand the meaning by calling it the Great Way of Virtue, but this adds even more layers of interpretation. The text explains Dadao as one in which all under heaven Tianxia was literally as common Waigong. How one interprets the phrase, which comes down to us through millennia of interpretations, says as much about the translator as the text. It may be expanded to mean that something serves or acts as common, or the common good. Some translations go further, offering public good, a public and common spirit, public-spirited, or one community. All may offer angles on the initial phrase, but it is important to keep in mind that the focus of the text is primarily on the common, so I have rendered the two characters in terms of as common. Further, this social reality is simultaneously envisaged as an expanded family, and one that undermines the family by focusing on the common good. Thus, the primary concern is not one's immediate parents and children, but all in society, including the widowed, childless, orphans, and sick. All should have opportunities in life and appropriate care, although distinct roles were still appropriate for men and women. The text reinforces this common good with a powerful image. The outer gates of the family compound were left open. The character for gate or door, hu, also bears the meaning of family or household. If the outer gate Waihu is open, it means not merely that households are connected with another, but that the very sense of household expands well beyond the gates so that the family itself is not primary. While the vision may be an ideal, the overall framework is from a ruling perspective. This appears initially with the phrase Tiangxia, a traditional imperial term for all under the ruler's sway. In this context, it meant China, however large or small it may have been, although it also came to be seen as encompassing the known earth. Further, the setting for this brief description of De Tong has Confucius saying the words to a certain Yan Yan as they stood on a balcony after a ritual. Confucius sighs over the current state of Lu, offering his vision of what it had been like and what it might be. The discourse is primarily for rulers' ears, who should be worthy and have ability, exerting power not for their own advantage but for others, able to bring about the common good, or, as the final word has it, De Tong. 6.3 Tong. Hishu's revision, De Tong as topos. Crucially, in Liji, the De Tong is viewed as a past era, as the opening phrase of the following stanza indicates. The way has fallen into disuse and obscurity, Jian. De Tong lay in the past, so one had to do the best in the current circumstances. The next significant moment in the tradition reworks this assumption, appearing in a commentary on a commentary. More precisely, it is the commentary of a certain Hishu on one of three commentaries on the spring and autumn annals. While the annals themselves are sparse indeed, The commentaries explore every possible implication, based on the assumption articulated by Mencius, that Confucius was the author or editor and had compiled the annals according to specific criteria, embedded through subtle phrasing weiyan, which had to be unearthed through careful exegesis. Of the three commentaries by Guliang, Gangyang, and Zuo, the one by Gangyang is the most intriguing. It is this tradition which came to be called New Text, to which He Shu added his layer of commentary. Briefly put, He Shu distinguished three ages, with one superseding the other, the decayed and disordered Shuailuan world, one of rising peace, Shengping, and one of the great peace, Deiping. At this point, we need to be careful, since He Shu is not commenting on the Liji and its mention of Detong. Instead, he is adding a layer of commentary to the spring and autumn annals. Thus, he does not speak of Detong directly, but instead refers to Deiping, the great peace. We may equate Detong and Deiping in light of later developments with Kong Yue, especially since they speak of a very similar desired reality, but this is a later development. More importantly, He Shu identifies three ages, moving through chaos, rising peace, to the greatest peace. In other words, he reverses the sequence. Confucius may have seen Detong as in the past, as a lost world that provides the model to which one should aspire. He Shu sees Deiping as yet to come. At the same time, there is a risk that He Shu's three-age sequence takes on a purely evolutionary sense, rising from chaos and disorder to the great peace. Scholars have been keen to stress other criteria, such as legitimacy, virtue, and ethics, rather than inheritance as the criterion for office. A cyclical process in which the closer one comes to Detong, the greater is the risk of chaos, or, relatedly, the possibility of moving in either direction, especially if one juxtaposes Confucius's sense of loss in Liji to the progressive schema in He Shu's interpretation. Nonetheless, the most important contribution of He Shu's commentary lies elsewhere. The world of great peace is not of the imagination, of rumor and innuendo, but one that can be seen and is thus verifiable. To explain, He Shu follows an earlier interpreter, Deng Xiaoping, who distinguished between two types of meaning, inner and outer. In He Shu's hands, this becomes a threefold schema of words and worlds that are rumored Suochuan when heard of or recorded Suoan, and seen Suojian. Now for the breakthrough, for He Shu, these become the characteristic features of the three eras. Thus, what is rumored becomes the decayed and disordered Shuailuan world, one of chaos in which the heart is coarse and unrefined cuckoo. The country is broken up into small states and the records virtually non-existent. Rumors abound of skullduggery, assassination, intrigue, and inappropriate behavior in light of established rituals. By contrast, the recorded Suoan or reported world has records, and it unites all of the Chinese people while outside are the foreign tribes. This is known as the time of rising peace, Shengping, although not ideal, for it still has leaders and people engaging in less than appropriate behavior. It is a distinct improvement. The seen Suojian world, one directly experienced, becomes the great or indeed greatest peace and tranquility. Here the world is one, whether distant or nearby, large or small, while the heart or inner being is now deep and thoroughly known. This insight provides a significant contrast between Chinese and Western philosophical assumptions concerning utopia. Let me put it this way. He Shu's interpretation valorizes the seen as the most ideal world, in contrast to what is rumored and for which no records exist. The ideal world is precisely the one that is fully recorded. In short, it is a world that one experiences directly and can thus be empirically verified and studied. The unrecorded and unseen world, of which only rumors and hearsay exist, is the world of chaos and disorder. This approach is in contrast with Western theological and philosophical assumptions concerning ontological or external transcendence. For here it is precisely what is unseen and unknown that is the ideal world, of which the known world is only a poor copy. This external ontological transcendence, with its polar opposite in immanence, runs through Western European assumptions at many levels. But how does it influence perceptions of utopia? To put it sharply, for a Western tradition, the ideal world is a transcendent one, a utopia so distant that it is beyond human experience and knowability. By contrast, for the Chinese tradition examined thus far, Detong and Taiping constitute a topos, a known and verifiable place. While the Western tradition assumes that the unreachable no place is also the best place, the Chinese tradition should, if we use such terminology, be called a topian one, focused on a verifiable topos. 6.3.3 Kang Yue's Confucian Reformism. The next major step would come many centuries later with Kang Yue. In order to understand the path to his core text, the Book of Datong, let us return for a moment to the two main traditions that arose out of the commentaries on the Spring and Autumn Annals. As mentioned earlier, the Gongyang commentary became the source of the new text tradition, which came into favor during the early Han dynasty, only to fall into disfavor due to a perceived esotericism. From the late Han, the more rationalist Old Text school, based on the commentary by Guliang, was at the forefront, forcing the new text tradition into the background for a while. The rival traditions were nearly always at loggerheads, with one or the other dominating for a time, and rulers keen to see that neither was completely dominant for long. However, with the imminent collapse of the whole dynastic system and ensuing profound turmoil, the new text tradition gained a new lease of life in the work of the Confucian reformer Kang Yue. This was precisely the tradition to which He Shu had made his daring contribution many centuries earlier. The following quotation from Kang Yue will indicate both how much he is indebted to and how he seeks to reinterpret this tradition. The divine sage king, Confucius, reflected on and worried over this problem from early on. Therefore, he established the law of 3 governments, Santong 20 and 3 ages Sanxi. After a world according to disorder, Luan, it will change into ascending peace, Shengping, and then into the greatest peace, Taiping. After Xiaokang, it will advance to Datong. Once again, the text is brief indeed, although Kang Yue offers later a comprehensive table of the main features of each age. Yet, this sentence makes the profoundly influential connection between the Confucian text of Liji and the Gongyang commentary by He Shu. The latter's terms appear first, with the 3 ages of disorder, ascending peace and greatest peace. Immediately following are the 2 terms that appear in the Lion chapter of the Liji, Xiaokang, and Datong. Indeed, Kang makes explicit the slight shift from the Great Peace Daping of He Shu's commentary and the Greatest Peace Taiping by which it is usually known. The connection between Confucius and He Shu is crucial. Ascending peace is thus explicitly connected with Xiaokang, while the Greatest Peace expands upon Datong. Kang Yue's influence lies primarily with these connections, but there are 2 further relevant issues. First, the major problem to be overcome concerns the current world's many boundaries. The bulk of the work is devoted to the method of overcoming the boundaries of nation, class, race, sex, family, occupation, and private ownership, unequal laws, and suffering itself. The question that arises is whether the resulting age of Datong is one of homogeneous commonality, without any differences. His answer is no, but he comes at the problem through competition, which is both necessary for improvement and potentially destructive. Without competition, laziness ensues, but competition also leads to strife and a return to disorder. Further, if everyone receives equal pay and is equal on all counts, little incentive would be found for further innovation. Kang concludes, now, the way of heaven Tiandao is not peaceful. Not being peaceful, it is disorderly Luan. The human way Rendao is afflicted by the misfortunes of disorder Luan Huo. Therefore, they decide to assist one another and make every effort to achieve peace. But having arrived at the time of peace, then misfortunes also arise. The problem concerns not only the cyclical, or better dialectical, risk that the closer one comes to Datong, the greater is the risk of chaos returning, but also the need for differences. Kang seeks a way to continue the fostering of competition and innovation, offering as a solution 3 criteria: striving for excellence, encouraging knowledge, and encouraging Ren. But the very need to foster competition indicates the continued need for differences, even in the era of Datong. How such differences might relate to one another is a problem he did not solve. For that we need to await Mao Zedong and the category of non-antagonistic contradictions. Second, assessments of Kang Yue's overall project vary considerably. Those keen to see Kang as a preeminent reformer and visionary do so from the perspective of Western liberalism and bourgeois ideals. The underlying reason for this praise should indicate an alternative and persuasive assessment from a Chinese Marxist perspective. In this case, we find a greater emphasis on Kang's Western influences, particularly the liberal tradition in which bourgeois parliamentary democracy is the highest order. Indeed, Kang equates at a political level the age of Datong with this historical form of democracy, seeing constitutional monarchy, which he advocated for China at the time, as the achievement of Xiaokang. Philosophically, Kang may have espoused Confucian reformism, but this was infused with liberal idealism, so that even the core category of Ren, with the basic sense of two-person mindedness, was equated with universal love AI as the condition for Datong. Needless to say, these liberal evolutionary assumptions put Kang Yue at odds with not merely the Republican movement of Sun Zhongshan, but especially the revolutionary communist movement. To sum up, while Kang Yue's connection between the text of Liji and the contribution of He Shu has been deeply influential, His legacy in China and abroad is quite mixed. Perhaps we may put it this way. Kang repeatedly deploys the four-character phrase, Tianxia Wei Gong, all under heaven is as common. As the shorthand definition of Datang, the phrase is from the initial articulation of Datang in Liji. But Kang's understanding of this term was very much in the imperial tradition, in which the emperor viewed all under his sway. By contrast, Sun Zhongshan also invoked the term, but in a rather different way. He drew it towards socialism in light of the terminology found in the Liji, with its image of education of the young, care of the old, and appropriate work for all. Kang Yue and Sun Zhongshan were by no means the only ones propagating such ideas at the time. As the last imperial dynasty stumbled into oblivion, and as China still felt the sting of colonial humiliation, many such ideas and their interpretations flourished. For example, another influential piece of literature was Cai Yuanpei's short story, New Year's Dream. The story, with its revolutionary tone and invocation of the Confucian three eras as mediated by He Yishu, became widely popular, even if it was the only fictional text published by its author. 6.3.4 Mao Zedong, Datang, and Communism. It would fall to Mao Zedong to reinterpret Datang in light of communism, although he was not the only one to do so. For instance, in 1925, the communist writer Guo Maruo published a short story entitled Marx Enters a Confucian Temple. It tells of a conversation between Marx and Confucius, in which Marx is asked to explain his idea of a communist society. Marx does so, after which Confucius is unable to contain himself, clapping his hands and crying out, "Your ideal society and my world of Datang coincide with each other." Thereupon, he quotes the text from Liji. In reply, Marx calls Confucius an old comrade and observes, "Your opinion is completely consistent with mine." Given this wider context, it should be no surprise that Mao Zedong also favored the use of Datang in his writings, although he took somewhat longer to connect it explicitly with communism. In his pre-communist phase, he writes, "The great harmony Datang is our goal." Confucius, Mao acknowledges, explored this idea, setting up the Great Peace Taiping as his goal, although he did not do away with the two realms of chaos, Luan, and ascending peace, Xingping. Clearly, the language is not that of Confucius, but of He Shu and Kang Yue, although they both assumed that they were explicating the thought of Confucius. After Mao's turn to communism, Datang continues to appear, although now he begins to elaborate further, acknowledging that it was a central aspect of the revolutionary program of Sun Zhongshan. He observes that it must be built on the national self-determination of all Asian countries afflicted by colonialism. Further, the relation between a movement for world Datang and the national anti-colonial struggle in China is not a contradiction, but a dialectic in which the only way for China to participate in the international movement is through being independent and liberated. Finally, on the eve of liberation, Mao makes the clearest connection with communism. Explicitly acknowledging Kang Yue's Book of Datang, Mao points out that Kang's reformism was unable to find a way to Datang. How does Mao define Datang? It entails working towards the conditions in which classes, state power, and political parties will die out very naturally, Ziran de Guiyu, Xiaomi, so that humanity can enter Datang. The allusion is to Engel's phrase, dying away of the state, in the third edition of the deeply influential Anti-Düring. The state is not abolished. It dies out or sturt abe. But Mao also follows what was by now Marxist orthodoxy. Since Lenin, it has become received practice to distinguish between the stages of socialism and communism. The latter may eventually lead to such a natural dying out, but socialism is a time of struggle and development, needing to deal with internal and external foes. This entails a dialectic of strengthening the state, for only when all opposition had been overcome on a global scale could one begin to move to communism, or Datang. The reflections in Mao's 1949 text open up the role of contradiction analysis and thus dialectics. There is no need to reiterate the whole framework of such analysis, since I have already done so in the third chapter. But the invocation of contradiction analysis here relates directly to Mao's engagement with Kang Yue. As we saw earlier, Kang had been keen to avoid the abolition of all differences in competition, although he was fearful of the risks posed. The planning for Datang may unleash forces that would lead to its undoing and thus return to chaos and disorder. While we may see this effort in terms of a nascent dialectical analysis, Kang is unable to solve the problem. For that solution, he would have required the whole category of non-antagonistic contradictions, which Mao derived from the Soviet Marxist philosophy he was studying in the 1930s. Of course, he took it to a whole new level in light of the Chinese tradition, which he was able to stand on its feet in light of Marxism. My point here is that Datong, too, would not entail an abolition of all differences and contradictions, not a utopian, perfect world characteristic of Western traditions in which difference and struggle is overcome. Instead, contradictions would be very much present in Datong, but they will need to be managed so as to be non-antagonistic, or, as the term itself suggests, harmonious. Perhaps it is only then that unity will prevail over the struggle of opposites in terms of a dialectical yangqi or ofobeng. 6.4 Xiaokang, from the Book of Songs to Xi Jinping. All the same, the age of Datong is not yet, and will not be for quite some time to come. As the third era of Taiping, as a Topian Datong, as a dialectical ofobeng of the struggle of opposites, or indeed as communism, it requires far more preparation than most are willing to admit. Would this realization lead to disappointment, to abandoning the whole project as simply too difficult, or indeed falling into a Western utopianism in which the project becomes too ideal, too unknown, and thus impossible? The Chinese tradition in particular has an answer, and it was Deng Xiaoping's genius that drew upon that tradition for the sake of Marxism. Let us return to the lapidary observation from 1979. Later, we changed the goal to Chinese-style Zhongguoshi modernizations, intending to lower the standard a little. This Chinese style or characteristic, this slight lowering of the standard, was expressed as Xiaokang. To understand this term, we need once again to return to the beginning of the tradition, to the Book of Rites no less. As we do so, it is worth noting that Mao Zedong never refers to Xiaokang in his many writings. This was Deng Xiaoping's distinct move. 6.4.1 The Book of Rites and the Book of Songs. The pertinent section of Liji is the paragraph following the one concerning Datong. Confucius is reported to have said, "Now the great way Da Dao has fallen into obscurity, and all under heaven is as family Tianxia Wei Jia. Each loves only his own parents, and cares only for his own children. Wealth and strength they consider to exist only for their own advantage. Hereditary succession among the great men, the lords of the land, they take to be a sufficient right. Inner and outer walls, ditches and moats, they take to be adequate defenses. As for the rights and duties, they think them the main structures by which to rectify relations between ruler and subject, to consolidate relations between father and son, to induce concord between elder and younger sibling, to induce loving harmony between husband and wife. By them they set up institutions and measures. By them they lay out fields and hamlets. By them they judge men of courage and understanding to be worthy. By them they consider merit to accrue to men's personal advantage. Thus selfish schemes are invented. Warfare derives also from this. This was known as the period of Xiaokang. According to this text, the difference between Datong and Xiaokang may be captured by the contrast between two four-character sayings. In contrast to all under heaven is as common Tianxia Wei Gong, we now find all under heaven is as family Tianxia Wei Jia. For those who would charge Confucian thought with an overwhelming emphasis on family, the contrast is instructive. Under Datong, the family is subordinate to the common good of society, even if the latter is conceived in extending family terms to the social whole. By contrast, under Xiaokang, one focuses primarily on one's family, a lesser good, for it leads to the pursuit of personal gain, to a focus on inheritance, moats, and ditches. Ordering society according to appropriate relations between ruler and subject, elder and younger, husband and wife, all these lead not to peace, but to personal advantage, scheming, and war. Not a particularly positive image, even if this seems to be the time when Confucius promoted his ethics. Is this what Deng Xiaoping had in mind when he first invoked Xiaokang in 1979? Perhaps not, for an even earlier text from the 10th century BCE, the Book of Songs, presents a somewhat different picture. In the section called The People Are Hard-Pressed Minlao from Part 2, Book 9, it presents 5 stanzas stressing the alleviation of intolerable burdens on the people. I quote the first 8 characters of each stanza. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little ease Xiaokang may be got for them. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little rest Xiaoshu may be got for them. The people indeed are heavily burdened, perhaps a little relief Xiaoxi may be got for. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little repose Xiaokai may be got for them. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little tranquility Xiaoan may be got for them. The purpose of quoting these lines is to indicate the meanings attached to Xiaokang. The repetition of the lines enhances the variation, which is only with the final character. That is, each of the following stanzas begins with exactly the same characters, with only the last character changing. Kang, Shu, Shi, Kai, An or ease, rest, relief, repose, and peace or tranquility. Even so, to give single translations of the terms loses their richness. For example, Kang can mean health, well-being, prosperity, and peace, while and has the senses of peace, calm, stillness, contentment, safety, and security. The remainder of the stanzas speak of robbers and oppressors, the wily and obsequious, the unconscientious, noisy braggarts, the multitudes of evil, and the parasites, from whom the people seek at least some relief. In short, for the Book of Songs, Xiaokang is clearly a distinct improvement on tough lives. Clearly, the Book of Songs provides a more positive image of people relieved from the burdens of struggle and from those seeking to deceive and rob them. Yet, the differences between the two explications of Xiaokang may in part be explained by their different foci. The Book of Rites sees this time as a decline from Detong, while the earlier Book of Songs sees Xiaokang as a noticeable improvement. Clearly, Deng Xiaoping's invocation draws more from the sense of the most ancient picture of Xiaokang. 6.4.2 Deng Xiaoping and Xiaokang Shehui. Now we can return to the text with which I began this chapter, quoting it more fully. Deng had been asked by the Japanese Prime Minister Masayoshi Ohira concerning the four modernizations. He replied, "The objective of achieving the four modernizations was set by Chairman Mao and Premier Zhou Enlai. The so-called four modernizations are aimed at changing the poor and backward situation in China, gradually raising the living standards of the Chinese people, restoring China to a position in international affairs commensurate with its status, and making more contributions to humankind. Backwardness will leave us vulnerable to bullying. The four modernizations we are going to achieve are those with a Chinese style, Zhangguoshi. Our concept of the four modernizations is not a concept of modernization like yours, but a concept of a moderately well-off family, Xiaokang Zhijia. Even if we realize the four modernizations by the end of this century, our per capita GNP will still be very low. If we want to reach the level of a relatively wealthy country of the third world with a per capita GNP US $1,000, for example, we have to make an immense effort. Even if we reach that level, we will still be a backward nation compared to Western countries. However, at that point, China will be a country with a moderately well-off condition, Xiaokang de Zhuangtai, and our people will enjoy a much higher standard of living than they do now. Some people are worried that if China becomes richer, it will be too competitive in world markets. Since China will be a moderately well-off country, Xiaokang de Guojia by that time, this will not be the case. Three features of this important text should be noted. To begin with, Deng sees Xiaokang as a distinct improvement from woeful conditions. He speaks of China suffering from poverty, backwardness, and bullying, with a clear allusion to China's long humiliation at the hands of foreign powers. Such humiliation had continued after 1949, with international sanctions, destruction of new industrial facilities, and refusal to acknowledge the People's Republic. Only a few years earlier in the S had the situation begun to change, suggesting that the arduous task of achieving Xiaokang had begun. Further, Deng sects Xiaokang in three formulations: a moderately well-off family Shukang Qiji, moderately well-off condition Inokang de Chuangte, and moderately well-off country Eryangkang de Gupta, the initial use. Of family Ji here is not so much an invocation of the Confucian Liji, with its focus on the primacy of family relations during the era of Shangkung, when all under heaven was as family Angsu Jia. Rather, in stands in as a shorthand for country Yuwaisol, there is also a clear reference to the popular or folk understanding Kang as having enough food, clothing, and shelter. The reinterpretation is significant, although to put it this way suggests that Deng's approach is determined by the framework of the Confucian heritage, as Li Shuzheng emphasizes. But Marxism and the king mad to communism. In Thick's light, the Confucian tradition was stood on its Faust. Finally, Deng's consem in the text quoted above is resolutely economic. He speaks of the four modernizations, quadrupling output and raising per capita GNP to us $1,000 by the end of the century, of making life relatively comfortable, even if China would remain a relatively backward and developing country. It is precisely this primary concern that distances Deng's reinterpretation of Skang from that of Confucius in the Book of Rites, and from Kang Yue's liberal Confucianism that I already identified in previous chapters. Socialism has nothing to do with poverty. Liberating the forces of production and economic development are crucial to the socialist project in a developing country. The transition to communism requires a significant level of prosperity for all. The Chinese Marxist approach to human rights sees the right to economic well-being as the cute, a night that remains a key driver of the reform and opening up at the same time. Deng was fully aware that while socio-economic well-being is the basis, it is not the only criterion, as Gu Hailiang indicates. Deng paid also close attention to what may be loosely translated as spiritual civilization. Yingshen Wenming, this term, includes the intangible influence of a long tradition as well as cultural and social life, ecological realities, and the need for peace and stability, what would later become known as in an all and way. The two centenary goals. Deng Xiaoping's preferred usage was moderately well-off level Xiaokang Shuiping, but it was not this phrase that would enter into the lexicon of the CPC. Instead, it was a relatively minor usage by Deng. Moderately well-off society, Xiaokang Shehui, that would become the norm. Even so, it was not until Jiang Zemin's speech at the 16th Congress of the CPC in 2002 that it became part of official policy positions. Jiang broke ground by using the phrase Xiaokang Shehui in the title of his speech, now adding comprehensive or, in an all-round way, Quanmian. So central did the full term, well-off society in an all-round way become that we also find it in Hu Jintao's speeches at the 17th and 18th Congresses of the CPC, and in Xi Jinping's major speech at the CPC's 19th Congress. A detailed comparison of the speeches and decisions is beyond the remit of this study, save to emphasize a particular item, the gradual fixing of dates. From Deng Xiaoping's initial 3 steps 38 to Xi Jinping's detailed clarity, we find the following. 2000s, the achievement of basic Xiaokang, focused on economic conditions. 2021, attainment of a Xiaokang Shehui in an all-round way by the centenary of the founding of the CPC. A strong, socialistically modernized country, Shewishui, Xiandehuaguojia, on the centenary of the People's Republic of China. The Confucian Three Ages have been entirely reframed in terms of Marxism. Thus, rising from chaos and disorder to Xiaokang becomes a significant feature of the long period of constructing socialism. But most interesting is the clear fixing of dates. Is this not unwise for politicians, who in the West routinely have a habit of failing to achieve stated goals? This clarity may be quite difficult to understand for those steeped in the Euro-American bourgeois tradition. In this tradition, politicians are wary of any targets, not merely because they know opponents will undo them at the first opportunity, but also because political spin entails that one promises nothing while pretending to promise everything. More to the point, this tradition is wary indeed of any project that seems too utopian, too transcendent, and thereby unknown and vague. In order to understand the very different approach of the Chinese government, we need to remember not merely the great emphasis on continuity and stability of long-term plans, but even more the point first made by He Xiu. Both the greatest peace and ascending peace are eras that can be seen and recorded. They are empirically verifiable rather than falling into the realm of vague promises and rumor. The two centenary goals Lianga Yabanian should be understood in this light. As the end of 2020 drew nearer, we found ever greater detail concerning what a Xiaokang Shehui in an all-round way means and what needed to be done to ensure it had been achieved. Earlier, Jiang Zemin had interpreted all-round way to mean socialist democracy, the legal system, ideological and ethical standards, and sustainable development. By the time of Xi Jinping's speech in 2017, we find advanced science and education, thriving culture, greater social harmony, a better quality of life, poverty alleviation, medical cover for all, improved education, and environmental health. In speech after speech, Xi Jinping continues to elaborate on what these items entail, with the ensuing resources, detailed and tailored planning, implementation, and assessment. All of the many resources available have been deployed in such a process, with research, plans, assessments for the sake of improvement, and ways to deal with obstacles. If one seeks to change the world, as Marx famously put in his 11th thesis on Feuerbach, then such detailed planning is necessary. For what purpose is the world to be changed? Xiao Guiqing puts it best. Whether a Xiaokang society can be completed in an all-round way depends not only on the proof of the per capita data, but also on the personal experience of the broad masses of the people and their satisfaction arising from a happy life Xinfu Shenghuo. The ultimate goal of completing the building of a Xiaokang society is to realize the people's all-round development, and to realize and protect the fundamental interests of the overwhelming majority of the people. 6.5. Whither Detong? A final question. What has happened to Detong, which since Mao Zedong has been reinterpreted in light of communism? Has it been replaced by a strong socialistically modernized society, thereby relegating Detong to an imaginary utopian future? The answer lies elsewhere. Socialism precedes communism, which will take a long time indeed to achieve. Thus, the Chinese Marxist logic is that socialism includes the achievement of Xiaokang, which is characteristic of the primary or initial stage of socialism. Let me put it this way. Xi Jinping has identified 3 core issues as markers of attaining Xiaokong: managing profound risks, poverty alleviation, and ecological civilization. Without these, one cannot speak of a moderately well-off, healthy, and peaceful society. With them, one may speak of a new era Shinshidai of socialism, a socialistically modernized society. But even this is not yet a verifiable and carefully recorded communism. Chapter 7, The Chinese Marxist Approach to Sovereignty and Human Rights. 7.1, Opening Remarks. The history of the Communist Party of China is the history of its struggle for human rights on behalf of Chinese people. Although human rights are considered in China as a component of the overall socialist democratic system, they also comprise a topic on their own. I have opted for the latter approach in this chapter. One reason for doing so is that the Chinese approach to human rights reveals very clearly the role of Marxism. Another reason, of course, is that since the 1980s, human rights have become an obsession by a small number of Western countries in relation to any country that does not follow the Western liberal view of the world. Immediately, this point raises the question, what human rights? In answering this question, I distinguish between 2 approaches to human rights. One is the Western liberal tradition, which is based on individual mastery over private property, leads to a core concern with civil and political rights, and has an end run in identity politics. Another is the Chinese Marxist approach, which has its prerequisite in anti-hegemonic sovereignty, entailing non-interference by other countries. This prerequisite leads to the core right of socio-economic well-being, from which flow civil, political, cultural, and environmental rights. Obviously, this chapter differs from the others in that it presents a contrast between Western and Chinese approaches. I do so to highlight the distinct contribution of a Marxist approach to human rights, primarily because this approach is not so well known in some other parts of the world. In order to explicate this argument, the chapter has 4 parts. The first part introduces the distinction between false and rooted universals. A false universal forgets the conditions of its emergence and asserts that its assumptions apply to all irrespective of context, while a rooted universal is always conscious of and factors into analysis contextual origins, with their possibilities and limitations. With this distinction in mind, the next part deals with the Western European approach to human rights, not in terms of a false universal, but as a rooted universal with its own history of emergence, possibilities, and limitations. This approach is predicated on an individual's mastery over private property, so much so that the civil and political rights that became a hallmark of this Western tradition are inevitably seen as forms of individual private property. The third and fourth parts of the presentation are closely related, for they seek to explicate precisely what a Chinese Marxist approach to human rights entails. This requires a treatment of state sovereignty, initially with regard to Europe. The standard narrative of this development has 2 main phases: the initial Westphalian definition and its significant restriction after the Second World War. The main problem with this narrative is that it largely neglects what drove the shift, the success of anti-colonial struggles in the first half of the 20th century. In light of this global perspective, it becomes clear that in formerly colonized and semi-colonized countries, the definition of sovereignty is transformed into a quite distinct anti-colonial and anti-hegemonic form, a form that resists the efforts of former colonial powers to assert their dominance by other means. This discussion of anti-hegemonic sovereignty leads us to the Chinese Marxist approach to human rights, for which such sovereignty is a prerequisite. This situation produces a distinct rooted universal in which the right to socioeconomic well-being is the core human right. I track the development of this emphasis through Hegel, Marx, and Engels, the Soviet Union, and then into China, while also noting the contribution of the Chinese tradition. In order to explicate what this core human right means, I recast a number of policies so as to highlight the way they are underpinned by the drive to socioeconomic well-being. Liberating the forces of production, poverty alleviation, Belt and Road Initiative, and minority nationalities policy. I close by asking how civil, political, cultural, and environmental rights relate to the right to socioeconomic well-being, and how the 2 rooted universals, the Western and the Chinese, emerge in key statements from the United Nations. On universals, false and rooted, false universals. To begin with a story, the United States legal theorist Ronald Dworkin gave a series of lectures in China on human rights, having been invited by Chinese universities and scholars keen for mutual learning between East and West. Addressing crowded lecture rooms, Dworkin began by conceding that the terminology of human rights is uniquely European, but he suggested that the specific history of the idea is irrelevant to its normative and universal status. Not only do such human rights concern civil and political rights, but they are also underpinned by the individual values of moral equality and self-direction. Dworkin then challenged his audience to produce Asian values that might contribute to civil and political rights. The audience remained silent, confirming the visitor's assumption that no such values could be found. Yet Dworkin felt that his lectures were a raging success, based on the numbers attending and the praise of his hosts. Nothing could have been further from the truth. The hosts and audiences may have given him due deference as a famous scholar, but they found him distinctly rude and hectoring. They had hoped for genuine engagement, some robust self-criticism, and a desire to listen to other perspectives. Instead, Dworkin appeared as an uncritical spokesperson for Euro-American values, using this platform to judge the rest of the world. What went wrong? Dworkin manifested a common move by those immersed in liberal Western contexts. It may be called a false universal. By this is not meant that it is false to universalize or find common ground from a specific situation. Instead, it is false to universalize by means of neglecting or denying the specific context in which a universal arises, asserting that it is absolute, singular, unchangeable, and applicable to all situations. False universals most often arise in the context of a hegemonic power, most typically those that were involved in European colonialism from the 15th century onward. Through colonial conquest and the imposition of a distinct framework on those colonized, the first steps to a false universal are made. Specific ideas relating to forms of governance, culture, and human nature become assumed norms, promoted as universal and abstract in a way that entails discarding the context in which they arose. By now we can see the trap into which Dworkin fell. He is one of many who assume that the Western liberal tradition's concern with civil and political rights constitutes human rights per se, without taking into account the way such an assumption has been shaped by this tradition through education, social formation, culture, and a history of colonialism. 7.2.2 Rooted Universals. To this false universal, we may contrast a rooted universal or contextualized commonality. Once again, contradiction analysis comes to the fore. It is not a case of either universality or particularity, but that a universal can be a universal only through its particularity. Thus, a rooted universal always factors into account its specific genesis and the conditions under which it arose. Only when this happens is it a genuine universal. This is not to say that the universal in question is relativized, an either-or opposition, but that a universal can be so when its history, conditions, and specificity are present in the very nature of its universality. I have drawn this concept from the work of the philosopher Sun Shang-chen, who seeks to avoid the dual trap of hegemonic universalism and a regionalism that rejects such universalism. The background to this argument is the concept of a dual ontology, Shuangchang Benti, which Sun defines as containing two related problems. The first is between ancient and modern, which so often boils down to debates over whether to negate the classical in light of the modern, or vice versa. The second is closely related and very pertinent in China, adopting Western centralism, zhongxinjuyi, or universalism pubiangxing, which is often equated with modernity, and having contempt for local traditions, or adopting selfish departmentalism, benweijuyi, and rejecting the modern world. The problem with the latter, whether one finds it in Europe, China, or in other traditions, is that the perspective remains limited and unable to speak outside its own situation. Further, through many years of in-depth research into the Western and Chinese traditions of philosophy, Sun Shang-chen has argued for both the contextual differences of traditions and the need to seek commonalities. For example, the contextual reality of the West includes the inescapable roles of Christianity and Judaism, which have shaped, through a process of secularizing rationalization, core questions of being, individual, freedom, transcendence, and politics. The Chinese situation is quite different. For example, Chinese thought has, at least since the Song dynasty, already been secularized for a very long time. Except to put it this way is to use Western categories. Instead, Confucian and indeed Taoist traditions play the key role, with Buddhism acceptable only in terms of its adaptation to the main paradigm. The implication is that rationalization does not entail a history of secularization. Continuous regeneration, shengsheng buxi, is the reality rather than being. Transcendence does not rely on an outer and imagined reality, but is very much inner. The individual is not an entity unto itself, but is inescapably collective, whether in terms of the relatedness of family and society, or through cultural codes of virtue and self-cultivation. At the same time, commonality must be sought in the modern world, for which Sun proposes a mutual coordination huwei's wobiao between dual ontologies. What does this mean? On the one hand, we are Chinese with our own cultural traditions and logical worldview. On the other hand, as modern Chinese, we live in the modern world, which also has its own logic. Each system of meaning is itself an ontology. In fact, today's Chinese people live in a world of dual ontologies. Therefore, it is necessary to let these dual ontologies coordinate with each other. Modernity is indispensable in the study of Chinese problems, and a Chinese perspective is also necessary in the study of Western learning. Sun's project has moved from studying Western philosophy so as to understand the West and how it has a bearing on China in the modern world, to developing proposals from a Chinese perspective so as to contribute to the realities of the modern world. Thus, the mutual coordination of dual ontologies, or as he puts more recently, the need for a framework contrast of different traditions so as to produce the conditions for such a mutual coordination. What is the implication for universals or commonalities? A universal thus becomes the outcome of the mutual coordination of distinct ontologies or cultural logics. Given the focus of this chapter, let us take the example of human rights. The concept of human rights may have initially arisen in a European context, but it can be a universal that applies elsewhere only when its history, promises, and limitations are kept in mind. As Tom Zwart puts it, human rights entail a dialectic of universality and contextuality. Thus, a contextual universal is open to contributions from other traditions and other contexts, enabling the universal to be enhanced and become multifaceted. It follows that such a universal applies with different emphases in distinct contexts. To use the plant metaphor once more, it is a universal not with a singular root, but with multiple roots. 7.3. The Western liberal tradition of human rights. With the concept of rooted universals in mind, I would like to deal initially, and relatively briefly, with the Western liberal approach to human rights. As mentioned earlier, the focus of this tradition is on the civil and political rights of an individual human being. But how did this tradition come to have such a focus? The origins of what is now known as human rights in a European context emerged in the 12th century. When the Latin term ius began to assume a distinct sense, it primarily meant a natural innate force or power that leads a human being to act rightly. Further, this natural force arose from the innate power of reason. Here are the seeds of what would later come to be defined as subjective rights, those that pertain to a human being as an individual. Crucially, ius was intimately connected with another Latin term, dominium, which means mastery. Or more fully, it designates the mastery of a rational and free-willing individual over his or her actions. Thus, ius was exercised through dominium. A right can work only if an individual has power to enact it. These meanings did not arise in a vacuum, for they were part of the rediscovery and application of ancient Roman law by the lawyer popes of the 11th century. Central to this rediscovery was the idea of absolute private property, which the Romans called dominium. It entailed, in the first instance, mastery by a dominus over a thing. But the thing in question was a slave. Thus, private property begins with an effort to provide a legal and economic framework for slavery, which was eventually applied to all private property, as Graeber observes. In creating a notion of dominium, then, and thus creating the modern principle of absolute private property, what Roman jurists were doing, first of all, was taking a principle of domestic authority, of absolute power over people, defining some of those people as things, and then extending the logic that originally applied to slaves to geese, to chariots, barns, jewelry boxes, and so forth. That is, to every other sort of thing that the law had anything to do with. Thus far, we have the connection between slavery and private property, embodied in the term dominium. But how is this history pertinent for understanding the nature of human rights in Europe, for the connection between dominium and ius? Here the Dutch lawyer Hugo Grotius is of assistance, especially because he was responsible for a major step in developing the European tradition of human rights. Not only did he emphasize a shift from the singular right ius to the plural rights iures, but he also argued that a human right is simultaneously the power exercised over ourselves and over others, such as slaves. A right properly and strictly taken, he wrote, means a power either over ourselves, which is termed liberty, or over others, such as that of a father over his children or a lord over his slave. For Grotius, such a power was the very definition of liberty. Thus, human rights in a European context are inescapably connected with individual mastery, slavery, and the freedom to exercise control over one's private property. Not only would these features become constitutive of what we now know as liberalism, but they would also develop into the idea that human rights entail individual mastery over life itself, individual speech, political expression, religious belief, in short, all of the features associated with bourgeois civil society. For this tradition, such rights are seen to be God-given and inalienable. In order to illustrate the dynamics of this tradition, a diagram is helpful. Diagram 7.1, Western Liberal Tradition of Human Rights. The roots and trunk should be clear, with the core feature of civil and political rights based on mastery of private property by an individual. embodied now in the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. But this tradition also leads to a development that is beyond my remit, the flourishing and indeed end run of the whole tradition in identity politics. Now an individual can choose from an almost unlimited number of identities, whether in terms of sexual preference, ethnicity, religious tradition, or even one's age. They can be appropriated as yet another type of private property over which one has dominion. In many respects, such identity politics and the fault lines they generate in terms of political persuasion are the ultimate expression of this Western liberal tradition. 7.4 Sovereignty, from Westphalia to Anti-Colonialism. Thus far, I have sought to present the European tradition's emphasis on civil and political rights as a rooted universal by emphasizing its specific history of emergence and defining contextual features. This emphasis runs against the tendency to claim that this specific approach constitutes human rights as such and should be used as a yardstick to measure any other part of the world, in other words, a false universal. My main concern in this chapter, however, is to present the material concerning a quite distinct tradition and approach to human rights, that of the Marxist tradition, and especially the form it has taken in a Chinese context. This approach is based on the principle of anti-hegemonic sovereignty, so we need to spend some time on the question of sovereignty. 7.4.1. Westphalia and secularized theology. A dominant narrative concerning the development of sovereignty in a European context is that its initial articulation arose in the conflicts, particularly the 30 Years' War. That led to the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 and the rise of modern European nation-states. Sovereignty was assumed to mean that a ruler had supreme authority within a defined territory and did so by mutually respecting the authority of other rulers in other territories. Supported by theorists such as Jean Bodin and Thomas Hobbes, this Westphalian assumption dominated until its excesses became apparent, particularly with the Third Reich. Thus, after the Second World War, sovereignty was gradually restricted, becoming subject to the universally held criteria of human rights and principles that would be used to grant or withhold legitimacy to any state, claiming sovereignty. Here we find the evolution of the European Union, the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, the United Nations, the International Court of Justice, and other trans-state bodies that began both to cut back the earlier Westphalian sense and justified interventions in states that were judged to have contravened the criteria. A notable feature of this narrative is the role of Christian theology, specifically in the way state and trans-state bodies have appropriated for themselves what was once seen as a divine role, the sanction for sovereignty or the lack thereof. The theological justifications took a number of forms. In a Roman Catholic framework, it was argued that all states must be subject to the Church's mandate, in which the Pope functioned as God's representative on earth. Even in the 20th century, there were efforts to reclaim this idea as criticisms of the older model of European sovereignty grew. From Lutheran and Reformed perspectives, the sovereign was always subject to divine approval or its abrogation. This is particularly so with Calvin's argument that even though an unpopular monarch rules with divine sanction, this is always subject to the ruler in question following God's laws. If not, then God would appoint an agent to remove the ruler and even allow the people to disobey. We find the same emphasis in a somewhat more muted manner in Luther's two kingdoms hypothesis, with its transfer of secular power from Rome to the prince. Even so, Luther never urged a complete separation between the two kingdoms. The monarch was to ensure not merely proper conduct of religious observance, but of all relevant divine laws. If not, the sanction would be removed. This emphasis even applies to absolute monarchies. The monarch may be the determinant of, and thereby above state law. There is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. But such a monarch rules only on the basis of divine sanction. It follows that the sanction can also be removed from an absolute monarch. This was all very well during the heyday of the overt theological dominance over European culture and political realities. But what happened during the long and peculiarly European experience of secularization? Here I draw on Adorno's argument that, in the process of conceptual secularization, the effort to empty theological terms of their content and fill them with new and secularized concepts results not in the development of a whole new framework, but in a pattern of thought and practice that has none of the former controls that had been developed over millennia. Thus, systems of theological ideas may be sublated into cultural, philosophical, or political systems of thought, but this process renders the latter far more pernicious. Adorno's examples are many, but I would like to focus on the way modern political thought may seek to retain the external forms of theology. But in doing so, it discards the old theological authority structures and replaces them with other actors, especially the European nation-states that became the arbiters of right and wrong. Thus, in relation to the European development of sovereignty, state actors and trans-state institutions have produced new principles and laws with which they seek to judge other sovereign states as to their viability. In appropriating this quasi-divine role, these bodies increasingly seek to use civil and political rights as a new form of universal law. To return to the distinction between false and rooted universals, if such a development were to remain a regional theory and a regional model, and from this basis cautiously seek to contribute to global commonalities concerning sovereignty, it may be regarded as a rooted universal. But if, as has happened, the new approach to adjudicating sovereignty is seen as an extraterritorial and global responsibility, then it has become a false universal. 7.4.2 Anti-colonial sovereignty. The narrative I have summarized is one that comes from the western peninsula of the Eurasian landmass, but let us see what happens to the narrative in light of a global situation. The crucial determinant here concerns anti-colonial struggles in the many parts of the world that were dominated by European colonialism. Thus, Westphalia, shorthand for a distinctly European notion of sovereignty, developed in the wake of initial European colonization of significant parts of the globe. The Portuguese, Spanish, and especially the Dutch, with the first capitalist colonial empire, set the early pace, but other European powers would follow, culminating in the British Empire that collapsed by the mid-20th century. Obviously, if European powers tried their best to observe a somewhat Westphalian understanding of sovereignty amongst themselves, they completely ignored it when dealing with states outside Europe, states they sought to colonize or semi-colonize. The phase of curtailment that followed the Second World War was triggered by the successful liberation of one colonized country after another from its European colonizer. Faced with a loss of global power, the former colonial clubs set about to debunk the idea of state sovereignty and to establish a series of trans-state institutions in their own image and imbued with quasi-divine power. They would decide the legitimacy or illegitimacy of a state and use such criteria as the basis of intervention. By contrast, in an anti-colonial context, sovereignty was appropriated and redefined. A key moment was in the 1950s, when the Soviet Union proposed what became the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. It was adopted on December 14, 1960, in a version authorized by a coalition of Asian and African states and approved by an overwhelming majority of the member states of the United Nations. But why did the Soviet Union first propose this document? As part of the anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist struggle of communism, the Soviet Union was the main supporter of anti-colonial struggles around the world, culminating in a swathe of successful declarations of independence. Notably, the abstentions from the vote on the declaration were Australia, Belgium, France, Portugal, Spain, South Africa, the United Kingdom, and the United States. All were former and some were, at the time, current colonial powers. Whereas previously they had voted against anti-colonial resolutions, for some stood much to lose, now they opted for abstention. Is this mere coincidence, predicated on an anti-communist platform since the declaration was initially proposed by the Soviet Union? In part, this may be true, but at a deeper level, it was precisely these countries that were also behind the post-Westphalian downgrading of sovereignty and the favoring of intervention in light of what were asserted to be universal human rights. I would like to pay a little more attention to the UN Declaration, especially in the way it reframes the question of sovereignty. First, sovereignty itself is a right, for it is equated again and again with the inalienable right to freedom. Thus, the subjection of peoples to alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation constitutes a denial of fundamental human rights. Second, sovereignty provides the conditions for the exercise of human rights, for the latter can take place only in the context of the self-determination of all peoples. Thus, colonialism is an impediment to freedom, to the social, cultural, and economic development of dependent peoples. Crucially, territorial integrity is an inescapable feature of this redefinition of sovereignty, so much so that any attempt aimed at the partial or total disruption of the national unity and the territorial integrity of a country is incompatible with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. 7.4.3 Anti-hegemony, non-interference, and peaceful coexistence. The ramifications of these 3 points in the specific Chinese situation are as follows. To begin with, while the concept of sovereignty was drawn from the European tradition, with all its benefits and traps, it was not a global extension of a Westphalian definition, but thoroughly transformed in an anti-colonial context. We may already see this transformation in the Chinese term zhuquan. Quan is the key, for it means to weigh, a power, authority, and thus a right. Combined with zhuquan means that one has the right to be in charge of one's situation. Further, the absence of this right means that a country cannot exercise any other rights whatsoever. This was particularly the case during the struggle against colonialism, the time of humiliation, which is usually put in terms of the three mountains: imperialism, feudalism and its relics, and bureaucratic capitalism. Only when these three were overcome, with liberation in 1949, could sovereignty begin to be exercised and rights enacted. Finally, this approach to sovereignty entails both non-interference and resolute opposition to efforts at hegemony. Obviously, the two terms are closely related, albeit with different emphases. On the one hand, the principle of non-interference appears again and again in China's responses to the efforts by other states and even trans-state bodies to interfere in China's internal affairs. From the long experience of resisting semi-colonial occupation, through negotiations over Hong Kong and Macau, to the need to block efforts to stir up trouble in China's border areas, the constant need to reassert anti-colonial sovereignty as non-interference in China's affairs is a reality. The other side of the coin is the resolute opposition to efforts at hegemony. I have been much persuaded by Losurdo's argument that China's long road to rejuvenation should be seen as a major feature of the ongoing anti-colonial struggle. However much true, this is not the terminology used in China. Up to the 1970s, the Chinese struggle to construct socialism was seen as resistance to colonialism and imperialism. But by the 1980s, the preferred term became anti-hegemonism, fendui baquanzuyi. For example, in the 1981 resolution by the CPC Central Committee, we find reference to the continued need to oppose imperialism, hegemonism, colonialism, and racism for the sake of safeguarding world peace. Here, imperialism, colonialism, and racism are clearly present, but there is also the inclusion of hegemonism. At the same time, the document marks a shift by focusing more clearly on the need to oppose hegemonism. While upholding our own independence, we respect other people's right to independence. The road of revolution and construction suited to the characteristics of a country has to be explored, decided on and blazed by its own people. No one has the right to impose his views on others. Only under these conditions can there be genuine internationalism. Otherwise, there can only be hegemonism. We will always adhere to this principled stand in our international relations. Bakwan, translated here as hegemony, is a word rich with connotations. The semantic field of BA includes a leader of feudal lords, a tyrant or despot, a hegemonic power, and to dominate and tyrannize, in short, to rule by might rather than right. It is arguably an even stronger term than colonialism, and is seen as more appropriate to what some would call the post-colonial period, when the heyday of European colonialism has faded, or what in China is seen as the internationalization of class conflict in terms of capitalist opposition to socialist countries like China. It should be no surprise that one of Deng Xiaoping's signature international emphases was to counter hegemonism Bakwan, or to struggle against hegemony Fanba Duzhang. What is the alternative to hegemony and anti-hegemonism? The seeds can already be found in the 1950s, with the 5 principles for peaceful coexistence being promoted: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. These arose in the context of much activity, including the Bandung, or Asian-African, conference of the following year, which focused on sovereignty, world peace, and economic and cultural cooperation, as well as the moves by Soviet Union in promoting the United Nations Declaration mentioned earlier. In short, if one opposes hegemony by other states, then one does not seek to impose hegemony on anyone else. Initially, the principles of peaceful coexistence were focused primarily on recently, or indeed still, colonized and developing countries. Even today, China has much closer relations with such countries, understanding and working with them in a way that is simply beyond the understanding of the former colonizers known as the West. At the same time, China is willing to extend such an approach even to the latter countries, should they be ready and able to put aside their hegemonic assumptions and work together with developing countries. At the time of writing, we may see the developments of this anti-hegemonic and peaceful coexistence approach manifested in the Belt and Road Initiative, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, and so on. In each case, the resolute assumption remains non-interference in the affairs of other countries in the name of anti-hegemonic sovereignty. 7.5. The Chinese Marxist Approach to Human Rights. 7.5.1. The Prerequisite of Anti-Hegemonic Sovereignty. For Chinese scholars, anti-hegemonic sovereignty is the prerequisite for a Chinese Marxist approach to human rights. This point relates not merely to the fact that individual states need to ratify and enact international treaties and declarations, especially from the United Nations, but to the more important fact that a colonized country cannot exercise any rights. One may object from the perspective of the Western tradition. It is asserted that rights are not granted by a sovereign state, for then they can be removed. Thus far, I have indicated that the post-Westphalian phase in Europe has sought to restrict the exercise of sovereignty in the name of a universal human rights, which are restricted to civil and political rights. I also indicated that the proponents of this position did so in response to anti-colonial liberation, as an alternative method for asserting dominance. A further factor may now be added: inalienable rights. For example, Thomas Paine declared in Rights of Man that any notion that rights are granted by a charter or otherwise is a perversion of the very idea of what he called natural rights. Like the old theological doctrine of original sin, such rights are, for this tradition, the property of the private individual at birth, in contrast to such a secularized theological approach to human rights, as natural and inalienable. A Chinese Marxist approach stresses that rights are historical rather than innate, are granted by society rather than by nature, and are practical rather than ideal. In particular, the unfolding of human rights is closely connected with the development of the rule of law. As for the role of a sovereign state, the argument is dialectical. Sovereignty as a right is the prerequisite and even foundation for any other rights. Is sovereignty then determinative of human rights? No, sovereignty is an inescapable basis, for without independent sovereignty, there cannot be a complete guarantee of human rights. Sovereignty is therefore a prerequisite but not determinative, for human rights are the most essential and at the highest level. Thus, when one struggles against colonial domination, anti-hegemonic sovereignty is the primary concern. When one has sovereignty, human rights become determinative. 7.5.2. The right to socio-economic well-being. This is only a beginning, for the core of this rooted universal is the right to economic well-being for all, which includes the rights to development and work. To understand this difference from the Western European liberal tradition, we need to dig back into the Marxist and Chinese traditions. Let us begin with Marxism, where we find that the precursor to the Marxist emphasis is already found with Hegel. As Losordo argues, Hegel's resolute emphasis was on material rights, which it is the task of the state to ensure. In order to understand what this means, let us use the concrete example of the starving person. A man who is starving has the absolute right to violate another person's property, since he is violating property only in a limited fashion. The right of necessity, Notrecht, requires him not to violate another person's right as such. He is only interested in a piece of bread. He is not treating the other person as an individual without rights. Abstract intellect is prone to consider any legal violation as absolute, but a starving man only violates the particular. He does not violate right per se. In this case, the right to property is clearly limited, while the right of a person in life-threatening need is an absolute right. For Hegel, the starving person draws nigh to and is equated with the slave, whose right to freedom overcomes any specific right over property. One person has the absolute right to freedom from hunger, while the other person has the absolute right to freedom itself. Both are forms of the core material right, which is manifested in terms of self-preservation, subsistence, freedom from want, work, and thus socio-economic well-being. As positive rights, they all embody what Hegel means by the right to life. I have drawn on Losordo's explication of Hegel's material rights for a reason, since this renders Hegel a forerunner of Marx and Engels. While Marx in particular was scathing about the severe limitations of bourgeois approaches to rights, both he and Engels consistently maintained the fundamental importance of proletarian action, revolution, and a socialist system that would focus on managing production and watching over the true interests of society. As we will see in Chapter 9, the Soviet Union developed this basic assumption further in the 1930s, with an emphasis on proactive rights that depend upon the basic right of freedom from exploitation. At this point, we make the transition to China. But before focusing on Marxist developments, I would like to consider briefly the influence of the long Chinese tradition. In this case, the approach is to refer to a distinct saying that sums up an emphasis of thousands of years. When the granaries are full, the people follow appropriate rules of conduct, and when there is enough to eat and wear, the people know honor and shame. The saying, as recorded by Sima Qian, is attributed to Guan Zhong, an influential reformer of the state of Qi during the Warring States period. The later Confucian tradition would debate whether ethics arose naturally from such a material basis, or whether they also required the cultivation of moral character, shushen. The latter became the dominant position under the influence of Mencius, but I would like to emphasize here the Confucian idea of Zhaokong. Since I have analyzed this concept in the previous chapter, there is no need to repeat that material here. Safe to point out that through its reinterpretation in light of the Marxist tradition, initially by Deng Xiaoping, It came to refer to the whole project of socialism with Chinese characteristics. At its foundation, the idea of a moderately well-off, healthy, and peaceful society is primarily one concerned with economic well-being. This is the core emphasis, but it is by no means enough. Already with Deng Xiaoping and even more with those who followed, it was very clear that cultural, social, and ethical matters are also very much needed. 7.5.3 Policy Implications, from the Belt and Road Initiative to minority nationalities. By now we have returned to the Marxist framework, within which, as I have emphasized on a number of occasions, the rich Chinese tradition is consistently reinterpreted. Given that the core human right in a Chinese Marxist context is that of socio-economic well-being, I would like to undertake an exercise in which a range of Chinese programs and policies, some already presented in earlier chapters, can be understood as manifestations of such a right. To begin with, a signature emphasis of the reform and opening up is on liberating the forces of production. This is not for the sake of enriching a few at the expense of the many, but for the sake of serving the community gongtang ti fu so that all may benefit. Closely related is the long-term poverty alleviation project, which achieved its goal of raising more than 800 million people out of poverty and thus abolishing absolute poverty by the early weeks of 2021. See also Yangtze and Qin. 2018-7. This aim became one of the defining features of the achievement of a Xiaokang society by 2021 and is clearly one of the most significant human rights achievements in human history. Another example concerns international projects, especially the landmark Belt and Road Initiative from 2013, within which a whole range of other agreements and projects are now located. As one would expect with an initiative of such global and epoch-making significance, the amount of research is growing exponentially, even if I restrict myself to the Marxist principles at work in the BRI. My concern here is quite specific, how the BRI manifests at a global level the right to socio-economic well-being. As we saw earlier, the BRI and its related initiatives function in terms of mutual anti-hegemonic sovereignty, but it is primarily founded on the need to improve the economic base of the countries involved. Thus, one of the major concerns is with liberating the forces of production in each of the countries involved precisely through their interaction and cooperation. This emphasis is, of course, drawn directly from the Chinese experience of the reform and opening up and the development of a socialist market economy alongside a planned economy. It should be no surprise that BRI projects are primarily infrastructural, seeking to improve transport, communications, facilities, environmental protection, and so on. Further, the focus of these initiatives is not on an exclusive club, but primarily on developing countries which account for 80% of the world's population. As mentioned earlier, it is precisely with these countries that China shares a deep understanding and much common ground in terms of earlier experiences of colonialism and the consequent articulation of anti-hegemonic sovereignty. More specifically, when Xi Jinping launched the Belt and Road Initiative in September of 2013, he did so in Kazakhstan, which was not only a major corridor of the ancient Silk Route, but also shares, along other Central Asian countries, mutual concerns focused on development, economic improvement, and thus socio-economic well-being. In that landmark speech, Xi spoke of what are now called the 5 links Wu-Tong policy communication, transport integration, unimpeded trade, currency circulation, and people-to-people ties, all based on the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences. As one would expect from the very beginning of the BRI, the small club of former colonizers, known as the West, have both misunderstood and sought to disparage the BRI. Of course, they do so from a worldview shaped by crusades, colonialism, a zero-sum approach, and the structural imbalances of international capitalism that have appeared most recently in 2008 and 2020. Here the Danish proverb is apt: a thief always thinks everyone else steals. Against such headwinds, there have been even further Chinese efforts to articulate the alternative vision embodied in the BRI. The most common is the community with a shared future for humankind, with its distinct vision of global human rights. Indeed, Tom Zwart anticipates that as this approach gains international traction, it will reform and thus save the faltering international human rights system. Other expressions follow in the same vein, deploying variations on the core character gong with the sense of in common. Here we find the 3 commons: san gong, consultation gongsheng, co-construction gongjian, and mutual enjoyment gongsheng. These concepts provide some more detail to what is more widely known as win-win gongying. The right to socioeconomic well-being also underlies policies in relation to all of the minority nationalities, especially since most of them live in remote border regions where poverty has been an endemic problem. It applies as much to Inner Mongolia, Ningxia, Yunnan, Guangxi, and small minority nationalities in other areas such as Heilongjiang, as it does to Tibet and Xinjiang. Those who are fond of promoting Western human rights and interfering with the sovereignty of other countries have focused on Tibet and Xinjiang with greater intensity in the last 2 or 3 decades. But these efforts come in waves and have done so ever since the founding of the People's Republic. Let us consider Tibet and Xinjiang for a moment, for here the problem is compounded with the 3 evils of separatism, extremism, and terrorism. What is the Chinese response? The immediate focus is on combating terrorism for the sake of safety, peace, and social harmony, 3 basic social imperatives in Chinese culture and governance. Apart from ensuring that no further terrorist attacks occur, this task also entails sustained efforts to eradicate extremist thought and propaganda. However, the deeper assessment is that these problems have arisen due to poverty and the uneven development of China's varied regions. Thus, the way to overcome the dangers of separatism, extremism, and terrorism is to focus on measures to ensure the right to socio-economic well-being. We may already see such an emphasis with Jiang Zemin's push in the 1990s to develop the Western and Central regions, since they were already lagging behind in the process of socialist modernization. However, the most successful project continues to be the Belt and Road Initiative, since the regions in question have become vital nodes in fostering economic interaction across the Eurasian landmass, but especially with Russia and Central Asia. As I write, the economies of Xinjiang, Tibet, Inner Mongolia, Ningxia, Gansu, and so on have been booming, precisely as an outcome of BRI integration. Obviously, this is the result of the Marxist emphasis on the economic base, and thus on the right to socio-economic well-being. A question remains: what about civil and political rights, let alone cultural and environmental rights? Are they to be delayed until economic well-being is achieved for all? If one is starving, then the immediate concern is food rather than the niceties of freedom of expression or political representation. But it is a long way from emerging from poverty and achieving moderate prosperity, let alone the prosperity needed for the transition from socialism to communism. From a Chinese Marxist perspective, socio-economic rights are closely connected with civil, political, and cultural rights. You cannot focus on socio-economic rights and dispense with the rest, but you also cannot have civil and political rights without the core socio-economic rights. It is precisely these rights that are absolutely necessary for the exercise of civil, political, and cultural rights. To follow another path in a developing country is a recipe for chaos. Thus, as the right to socio-economic well-being has been realized gradually, so have the rights that flow from it. That said, the civil and political rights in question take place within a socialist system. They are not the same as Western liberal notions. We may see how such rights are exercised when we consider the full panoply of the socialist democratic system with its electoral, consultative, and grassroots democratic practices. Indeed, it is possible to claim that the more comprehensive approach to democracy within a socialist system entails a fuller realization of civil and political rights than can be found elsewhere. Once again, I use an image to illustrate Diagram 7.2. Diagram 7.2, Chinese Marxist Tradition of Human Rights. 7.5.4, the rooted universal of Chinese Marxist human rights. In this light, may we understand the claim by Sun Pinghua with which I began this chapter. The history of the Communist Party of China is the history of its struggle for human rights on behalf of Chinese people. But has this approach to human rights been recognized as a rooted universal outside China, or indeed outside developing countries that share such an emphasis? Indeed, it has, especially in terms of the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This is by no means the only resolution of the United Nations. Alongside the Declaration on Granting Independence to Colonial Nations and Peoples, mentioned earlier, there is also the landmark Declaration on the Right to Development. While the latter text notes the inalienable right to development, the Covenant speaks of state parties recognizing the rights of everyone to an adequate standard of living for himself and his family, including adequate food, clothing, and housing, and to the continuous improvement of living conditions. In fact, the rooted universal of the Chinese approach to human rights has also been recognized by none other than the Vatican, as Marcelo Sanchez Sorondo, who is Chancellor of the Vatican's Academy of Social Sciences, observes. Right now, those who are best implementing the social doctrine of the Church are the Chinese. They seek the common good, subordinating things to the general good. The dignity of the person is defended. Liberal thought has liquidated the concept of the common good, not even wanting to take it into account, asserting that it is an empty idea without any interest. By contrast, the Chinese focus on work and the common good. This statement did not arise in a vacuum, for it should be seen in light of the current Pope Francis, emphasis on the common ground between communists and Christians, and in the context of the long overdue agreement between the Vatican and China over the appointment of bishops and the reunification of the two branches of the Chinese Roman Catholic Church. But I have quoted the text here since it indicates a recognition, even at the heart of the old Christendom, of the rooted universal of the Chinese Marxist approach to human rights. 7.6 Conclusion: Mutual recognition in a multipolar world. By now it should be clear that there is a distinct tradition of human rights arising from the Chinese Marxist context, a tradition that is well developed and well articulated. By way of conclusion, I would like to return to the idea of rooted universals and see if it is possible to identify not so much common ground, but a basis for mutual understanding and contributions to the universal of human rights from different contexts and perspectives. True, the way I have presented the material above was more skeptical of the Western liberal approach, especially in light of its imperialist pretensions, and more favorable in dealing with the Chinese Marxist approach, largely because the latter remains so little known in some corners of the world. However, Chinese colleagues encourage me to seek what is beneficial from the Western tradition while appreciating the contribution from Chinese Marxism. In order to see how this might work, let us consider two crucial documents from the United Nations that I have mentioned earlier. These are the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. They were initially conceived as one document, but in light of disagreements over emphasis, they were divided into two, albeit with significant overlaps. Initially published in 1966, they both came into effect in 1976. In many respects, these two documents reflect the emphases of the two traditions I have examined. Noticeably, former colonizers from Europe and North America, as well as Australia and New Zealand, ratified the first, while countries liberated from colonialism quickly ratified the second. Further, we may consider the responses of China and the United States to the two documents. Thus, while China signed the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in 1998, it has yet to ratify it, wary of the way it has been weaponized and used for hegemonic purposes. At the same time, the United States has failed to ratify the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Clearly, we still have some distance to go for mutual recognition of the distinct rooted traditions of human rights. There is little progress in mutual East-West oppositions or accusations, with one side accusing the other of colonial and anti-communist motives, or the other side seeking to impose a false universal on the rest of the world for the sake of its own agenda. Instead, it is noticeable that Chinese scholars and policy advisors in particular have been advocating greater progress to a globally recognized universal with distinct emphases depending on the specific conditions. Realistically, this situation will emerge only with the mutual recognition born of a robust multipolar world in which some states are no longer able to impose hegemony on others.